Welcome back for day number 2 of the Calling All Heroes Championships for the 2025 season. We have 4 banger matches coming our way with teams looking to put themselves in the history of the Calling All Heroes series. I'm Tiny Shiny, joined by Pows. We have, as I said, a loaded schedule to go through today. How are you feeling about everything that we have to come?
Girl, I got my coffee. I'm ready to go. I mean, yesterday was so fun to watch. What a great opener for day 1. But day 2, I feel like we're going to get, now that everyone's a little bit kind of warmed up, knows what to expect, maybe got some of the jitters out of the way, we're going to have a great show for you guys today.
Absolutely. I mean, we have our 8 teams ready to face it all. 4 of them are in our upper bracket. 4 of them facing elimination for the time today. But first, looking at our top half, me and my friends gaming at that number 1 seed. The only one actually to have a sweep yesterday, which just tells you how close a lot of this gap has gotten throughout the course of the season.
Yeah, it's been very close. Even yesterday, just seeing some of the practicalities of everyone just having to do the minor and major adjustments, but it's been some close games, Tiny.
It absolutely has. And these teams are here to fight for it all. They've been competing all year long with different rosters, with new names, but also this is their time to get that into the books. And as we take a look at our lower bracket as well, all of our LCQ teams are actually down here for the time being, which is quite shocking, with the exception of Dreamland. They are actually in the upper bracket, so that's a little bit off, but do not fret at all. We will see that later. I believe it is Vinderive who will be facing off against Valentine, so rematch of the finals there, and a lot more to look forward to in the back half of the day.
Yeah, and you know what's also amazing about today, Tiny, is those incredible drops. So we will be calling that out today. It's going to be really, really exciting. I know yesterday everyone was so hype about those drops, but yes, you will be also getting your beautiful drops. They're very spring-like. You know, I'm a spring baby. Any shout out to any spring babies out there, but absolutely adorable.
Oh, it is. Especially, it's like we have like 15 inches of snow on the ground here. It's a little sad. So seeing things like this, it brightens my day. It will be on my Overwatch profile once I get these drops. So make sure that you have your Battle.net account attached to your Twitch account so you too can rep Calling All Heroes and these beautiful pieces of artwork in game.
Yes, the dopamine is definitely hitting with these items. And of course, how adorable. But yes, you'll be hearing us shout that out for today. So if you're just joining us, welcome, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all those watching all around the world. We're very excited to have you. But Tiny, I have to say, yesterday was pretty fun to watch. These teams, you know, are ready to go. You know, I know for a lot of people who are very new, I saw in the chat, they didn't even know what, you know, Calling All Heroes qualifier is. Do you want to kind of give us like the elevator pitch of what we're looking forward to today?
Absolutely. I mean, Calling All Heroes has been a space for women and marginalized genders in esports and Overwatch to come in, play, have these opportunities to compete at a high level, and to showcase their talent to the world as a result. So, and this is the championship event. We've had 4 events throughout the course of the year. Actually, 5 if you include the LCQ in order to qualify for our top 8. So these are all teams that have placed at least within a top 3 for all of our main events this year. And with $28,000 in prize pool on the line, pal. Like, this is a really big deal for these teams.
It's huge. I think, you know, to get an introductory to esports and also with your friends playing and also just having Radiant work with Blizzard in this huge compass of like marginalized groups, you know, bringing together the inclusivity is just beautiful to see. We need more of this. And I just love that Radiant gets to be part of this too, because they just bring a powerhouse of great production. So shout out to them, because without this, it wouldn't be possible for today. So, you know, one thing that I definitely, I'm excited to see is some of the changes now that, like, you know, there's a familiarity of playing today. Will they keep the same? Obviously, the bans. We'll try to do that today and give you kind of a walkthrough. But yes, Tiny, we're gonna have a great show today.
Absolutely. I mean, all these teams came to play, and honestly, it is so close that I'm going to be shocked if we have a single sweep today. Like, we could very well have 4 game 5s on our hands. Like, that is what
never
we're looking
say never, though.
to.
Never say never.
Exactly. But yeah, we do have
you know, it's Sunday, though. You know, I feel like Championship Sunday, sometimes you get that. But yeah, today we're going to be seeing our first round of today is me and my friends gaming in Nightmare Eclipse. So, yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how they're gonna start off the day for us, and you know, did they have their breakfast? Did they get some good sleep? You know, are they ready to go up against each other? Is really the question.
Hey, it's our number 1 seed, and me and my friends gaming taking on the number 4 in Nightmare Eclipse. And this is the match. I think that is the potential to have the furthest gap, because I think Nightmare Eclipse is one of the teams that has the most improved. Because me and my friends gaming as a whole, this is the roster that is expected to win it all, in my opinion. They have won 3 out of the 4 events this year with very few changes to this roster overall. First in summer season, first in both of our academy events. Little blip placing 3rd in the spring, but other than that, this is a roster of superstars, especially with players like Santana in this tank line, has really stepped it up this year. Proven, honestly, to be a top 3 tank within Calling All Heroes. The superstar backline in Z and Nenwai, you'll see them around in OWCS. Winter and Rising Star, she has been on the hit scan. If you saw her performance yesterday, she had a bit of a birthday buff going on. So we'll see if that moves forwards at all today. Because, again, Pancake, this is the roster that, you know, they're coming in with the highest expectations on their shoulders.
Yeah, and I love that you highlighted Santana, but this is a superstar team. We've seen them do some great stuff throughout the series. And, you know, just to keep in mind, like, I feel like most of these players, you know, they really have a threshold on each other where they've come in and they just have had quite the synergy. So I'm excited to see what they are going to do in terms of changes, and will they keep their familiarity? But nonetheless, we got Nightmare Eclipse here showing off some great stuff. What they have. We have some great players showing up today, and I'd like to highlight what would be the difference, right, Tiny, if in fact would they make these changes early on or later? And I know Nightmare Eclipse, how you said that having the seed where they're going to be is just going to be fun to see where they place.
Nightmare Eclipse, they've always been a team that's been on the outside looking in, if that makes sense. Their highest placement was in the summer season, where they got 4th, and have just struggled against these top 3 teams, and Me and My Friends Gaming, Dreamland, and Exo Sakura, which we'll see a little bit later today. But what really stands out about this team is they are the only roster that has had 0 changes throughout the course of the year, which is an incredible thing to say. And then they also have a bit of celebrity talent. If you look up at that coach, that is the Jake that you are in fact thinking of from the OWCS casting and analyst desk. Very smart player, or not even player anymore, coach to have behind this roster.
Oh yeah,
to be able to work forwards, and because they have such deep connections with each other. Like, you even heard from Evie yesterday. She's like, if we're winning this, it's because of the power of friendship, and they're putting their absolute everything into it.
I mean, the power of friendship indeed. And yes, I think that having that synergy of just the familiarity of having a strong leadership really does change. But yes, today we are going to be having our map picks. That's what you see right in front of you, Ilios, with control. And, like I said, will the teams make some changes? Sometimes things have to happen, but, we can see the bands coming through here, Tiny. And anything that you find as a standout that you feel would be the initial bands for this map?
Absolutely the Wrecking Ball. Me and My Friends Gaming know that this is Eevee and Nightmare Eclipse's comfort comp. Ilios is by far the best control map for that particular hero, so that's kind of a must that you needed to remove. So it's good to see that they're doing their research there. Returning ban onto the cast, it's more of a direct hit at Winter. You don't really want to deal with the extra CC that he can output, or even the burst damage with the Fan the Hammer earlier on, especially since Eevee will likely be moving towards the Winston. Never really been a huge D.Va player, so I'm expecting that to come out matching the Santana D.Va.
Yes, and here we getting that beautiful bird's eye view of Ilios. We're coming in map 1, everybody. Get hype in the chat. Yes, I know you guys are hyped there for your absolute drops, but yes, these teams are going to definitely need your energy. I mean, they're bringing on the show. They're breaking it down for us, and it's going to be so exciting to see.
Absolutely. I mean, Me and My Friends Gaming, they're also looking to complete this entire run that they've had. By the way, they didn't drop a single map in the summer season. That was their most recent tournament. They have not dropped a map yet in this playoff bracket either. And if any team, I think, has a chance at doing that, Nightmare Eclipse, certainly the first contender on the board. We will be starting off on a very close quarters, watching out for the pit in between. But again, I'm looking not only at this tank matchup, but Nadokado and Winter, these 2 hit scan superstars, and if they can show up and end up shutting down the opposition, it's likely a team fight win for them.
Yes, and I love to see the tank action here. I mean, you got the Winston, the dive coming through, D.Va, Santana coming through on our first. No, I mean, it's really just going to be the determination of who's going to set the tone first here for our map 1. And, you love to see the verticality, but I'm really, it's got who's going to, bring on the heat on this map 1.
The Juno, too, from Nenwai. And you can really tell that they're investing in Santana for that speed ring. You're more diveable than a Lucio. You can't help your team nearly as much in the damage department, but it's more about how quickly can we just throw Santana into these fights. Piece, a couple of shots here and there on the Echo, the poke damage from Me and My Friends Gaming, proving superior so far, and they'll get themselves the first cap.
Yeah, and with the Echo verticality, just to see Santana really coming in with that aggression. And Winston just with no idea having to flee from that area.
It was a great organized attack there. And again, there was that speed ring that Santana flew right through, bowled over Nadokado like it was nothing. So Me and My Friends Gaming, because they already had the cap pow, they get so much extra time for it.
So much extra time. I mean, so much time that, a little reset here and kind of regroup their team, but it's still very early in the game here.
They're taking their time time slow, but these shots are not Okado. This is what I'm talking about. If you can't put a damper on this Fran, it's gonna be a problem. Grant and Santana lost the mech late on that fight, never got it back in. So Nightmare Eclipse were at an advantage regardless. Eevee, and making it look easy on a couple of these cleanup kills that they're managing to get.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a lot of target, but you know, obviously having this opportunity here, yeah, you just see some of these opportunities that me and my friends gaming just, you know, kind of poking around, finding some openings here. If in fact they have some aggression, but you can see quite in fact they are definitely showing their dominance here.
We're also just now seeing the first couple of ultimates go online. It shows how careful these teams have been playing, but a beautiful set of sticky bombs completely decimates Scrum. Winter there, helping Peace finish that one off. This Echo play that we don't get to see a ton. These buffs have come in huge for the particular hero, and you can see how Peace is following up on these Santana dives to make sure the damage is there.
Yeah, and just making it look easy here for me and my friends gaming, but you know, the time is ticking, and you know, quite the hold here from me and my friends gaming. In fact, these shots, you know, quite accurate. I love to see this intel probably given here for me and my friends gaming.
They have 5 ults too. No shiny buttons are pressed in the last fight, which is probably the biggest thing for this team. But there we go. There's the first one, and it's fireworks going off for Nightmare Eclipse. Beautiful stick onto Winter. Mittman looking for more. Tries to get down to Nenwai, but the orbital ray barely enough. Keep them floating through the air. Eevee jumping around, hoping to use this Kitsune rush. Starts zoning off. Aziz responding with one of their own. Tries to get bowled over, but the peel has been great from Santana so far, but the sound barrier even better. Crumb keeps everyone on their feet, makes sure Aziz gets burned. Santana falling out of the mech. Me and my friends gaming for control, slipping through their fingers, and it'll be Nightmare Eclipse getting another flip.
Yes, the flip that they definitely needed. And, you know, as we said, all the ults are starting to, you know, trickle in here. But in fact, you know, could this be the push that Nightmare needed? Obviously, they had that Winston ult ready to go. I mean, obviously having the practicality, if they can get their team kind of together here, kind of forming the line. But yeah, you know, Santana's still with that ult.
Santana and Winter holding on to that is pretty good. Nightmare had to invest 4 ultimates into the previous battle, so slight advantage over to me and my friends gaming. Granted, not a huge one considering the 2 ults that they have in play. McMinn going around on this Tracer. No Tracer to necessarily follow them, so pretty free in terms of where they get to roam. But Nightmare Eclipse, they're taking advantage of how slow me and my friends gaming have him pushed. Eevee, though, is forced to use the Primal Raise. Bullet shot, dead center onto Crumb. Absolutely annihilated. Self-destruct from Santana. Just used to get the mech back into play. Nightmare Eclipse leading out fast. No support. Pulse Bomb goes a little wide. They might get pace. They have nobody else to come back and contest this point, at least for a long time. Me and my friends gaming get themselves well.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to see that Santana had perfectly timed out that Diva ult just in time. And, you know, one of the things that I love to see is just kind of the timing, right? It feels really, really slow, but everything is very calculated. And you can see here just from the scoreline alone and the damage input, it's quite impressive to see, because in some ways it might feel very slow, but you know, there is strategy to all of this. And you know, me and my friends gaming taking match 1.
And this is kind of what we talked about. Playing slow with dive isn't bad. It means you're getting the setup that you need. In the case of Santana and Winter, I talked about how these hit scans, these Freyas, need to have the space to work. Santana has been doing an excellent job of giving Winter this high ground, making sure Eevee has limited pressure. So as we look towards the lighthouse, we have more high grounds to deal with, and already the shots are coming through.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see the shots coming through. Kind of a recalibration here from Nightmare Eclipse needed. Obviously, having some opportunity if, in fact, they can get that Winston kind of mobilized. But man, he is stuck in that side, really having to find a different lane here. And you just see the Freya also, too, trying to find that pick. But, you know, it's just one of those things too, like having this point is finding all those angles, Tiny.
Yeah, and Winter got on top of the point, but unfortunately that doesn't help her too much if she can't shoot in the point. Fortunately though, Eevee does get booped out from the safety there, so Nightmare Eclipse only going to come away with a couple percentage points if they can clear off Crumb and Mickman, who actually fought a decent amount of time, but 9% and a reset in order for Nightmare Eclipse.
Yeah, definitely needed, you know, they got themselves on the board, but very close there.
Santana being out of mech here, that's basically no take for me and my friends gaming. Nightmare Eclipse, even if they're not fully back, now's the time to push. You finish off the baby Diva, and it's looking pretty solid for Nightmare Eclipse to complete that overall flip piece. And no health left to spare thanks to Nadokado finally getting in the position that she wanted to. And there you go, orange filling the kill feed, another flip.
Yeah, another flip indeed. I mean, having that baby Diva get stuck in the corner is just not, I'm sure, what Santana was hoping for, but, you know, that reset is just kind of what they might need. They do have that Freya ult in their pocket, though. So, in fact, you know, what they do with that will probably be the change that they could use for me and my friends gaming.
Especially with how well you can position it. Your piece is really struggling to move forwards with the pressure Nadokado has been applying. She's in a happy spot, as Navia at her side should she need the support. Eventually Santana makes her way over to the point. Suzu goes wide, but Z's trying to do everything at once. Gets the Tsune rush down, but it's not going to be enough. Great reaction time to avoid the stuck pulse bomb. With no tank on board for Nightmare Eclipse, they still think that it's winnable, but I would argue otherwise. Z's and then why they're out for blood, come up with one apiece, and despite the rush being committed, me and my friends gaming come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, that Katsune just landed just so perfectly just in time for me and my friends gaming to really flip this around. I mean, we've been saying this throughout the series. This is going to be a close one, guys.
And it's already proving to be so far. I mean, me and my friends gaming, only using support ults there, pretty darn good. With how accurate Winter been with the bullet shot in particular. It's not going to take all that much for her to grab a shot, unless it hits Cole like it does now. Still be the duplicate from Peace, actually gets the sound barrier out of Chrome, but it doesn't land on a Nadokado. With the case of the Winston, Winter easily able to finish off her Freya counterpart. For me and my friends gaming, they want to go forwards. It's a 2-for-1 right now favoring them. It does have this Primal Rage to sustain further, but we're going to try to continue fighting this out. Mickman running for their life with Santana hot on their heels. There's just not too much that you can do. Once this Primal Rage wears down, Eve has to retreat, try to get the rest of the support back with Navia just returning it from getting the boop of a lifetime. There is a window to be able to work with. How long the fight has actually been going. It is basically final fight territory for me and my friends gaming, and it is sloppy to say the least. I believe it's a 3v3 where it stands, but 90%, it's going to be close.
Yeah, super close indeed. I mean, still with Santana with that ult in their pocket, you know, just really kind of saving it for last. But, you know, I think they're just kind of holding down as much as they can. Obviously trying to find any result, but there it goes with Lucio trying to find a opening here.
Sure it is. I mean, the sound barrier from Nenwipe, that just wins the fight outright. Too much Billy overhailed to chew through, and Nightmare Eclipse will fall. Me and my friends gaming will claim Ilios off the back of some great Diva synergy.
Definitely lots of synergy between them today. I mean, really, you know, seeing, I'm not surprised here, you know, seeing our Freya up in arms, but like, you know, like you said, Tiny, a lot of these games are going to be close today.
And Nard has to prove. I kind of saw this matchup, and I'm like, you know what? If I had to pick a game that wouldn't be as close, it would probably be this one. But so far, I've kind of been shown otherwise. And the fact that the Wrecking Ball ban has already been used, that's been the bread and butter of Nightmare Eclipse so far, it's going to be available for the entire rest of the series, unless for some crazy reason they decide to ban Ball themselves, which I cannot imagine going forwards. Either way, though, I think we're both seeing the reliance on this Diva that me and my friends gaming have, as well as just supporting Winter in whatever way that they can there. It looks very good for a dive map on Ilios, and I am very curious now if Nightmare Eclipse want to continue playing this style.
Yeah, and also just seeing, and I just like to highlight how Santana has just had this Diva in their pocket for quite some time throughout these matchups. You know, just the calculation is superb. But one of the things too, like you mentioned, it's really going to be how we rework this framework, how we're going to go back in, you know, for maps, you know, for the next map series, because things need to change if you want to progress in this series. And yeah, sometimes, you know, people do get a little jittery, you know, on their first games. So definitely some changes underway for sure.
And honestly, I don't even think it needs to be too big. I feel like it was close enough that if you wanted to play that same comp again, I wouldn't be fully expecting me and my friends gaming to come out on top. I think they had more overall control and looked more confident in the way they were often having Santana push first. D.Va has a much greater ability to both peel and attack at the same time. And it also just helps that you have somebody like Winter, who, again, birthday buff, apparently lasts the day after her birthday, at least from what we've seen so far. I've been doing a great job in just applying that chip damage that Freya is so good at. You're just turned into a pincushion. It's not the greatest experience, but in the case of having this massive amount of poke, using that to your greatest advantage has been huge for me and my friends gaming so far.
Yeah, and those who are new, I know you gave such a great explanation when you first, we were talking about the Calling All Heroes event, and so a lot of people who are very new, what are the bans and how do we actually use them? Because I know for the format, we don't really get to talk about that too often, and so a lot of people are new here, Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, for the bans in particular, we can see the amount of power it has. It's one hero per role for the game. So in this case, there was a Wrecking Ball ban, map 1. Can't ban Wrecking Ball for the rest of the series if you're me and my friends gaming. And then if one tank's already banned, well, guess what? You can't ban a second tank on the same map. So there has to be some variety there. And because there aren't any repeats of that, later that we get in the series, that's when we start to see the impact of the bans more, because there are fewer big characters that are available.
Yeah, strategy.
You gotta do your research. And so far, I think me and my friends gaming, like that ball ban was huge on Ilios. I think if that was available for Eevee, we see that go in a completely different direction.
Yeah, and I think that's what's so great too about that, because then you do it starts becoming checkers and then very much chess towards the end, and I love that. But yes, we're getting our initial bans here. But what do you think here? What could happen? You know, obviously sometimes sometimes they tell us they're gonna use a particular ban, but they go a different way. So kind of interesting to see what they're going to do here for our map push here.
Okay. Like, Runasapi as a whole, this is a very flexible map. When we look how it can be played, there's so many different styles. It tends to lean more towards that Ramattra, so I'm not shocked that that is banned. I believe it. Okay, so it is flipped. I was like, it's going to be a second Ramattra ban? That makes more sense. So that was a Nightmare Eclipse map pick. Following up with that, which makes sense. Santana, very good at that particular hero. So it does make me wonder what Eevee specifically has cooking there. And then the Ana ban just followed up. It's pretty standard. If you hit a sleep, if you hit a nade, it's not fun. Whoever is on the receiving end of that particular side. I am curious what Eevee's strategy is going into this, because we've seen her play a decent amount of like the Winston and the Zarya and the Ball. You can play Ball here. It's not always the best, but you can make it work if you play it right. And if anything, the Ana ban might help that a little bit.
Yeah, definitely the Ana ban indeed. But, you know, it's really, like you said, is really what they're going to do to find strategy within this map, how they decide to push here. And what I'm curious is to see how they initiate this first type of engagement, right? Really kind of seeing who can control that first sense of pushing and finding themselves kind of in the... where as last game it was very close. Will it be close? We're here to find out.
As with all push maps, it can be very snowbally. If you fall behind early,
Definitely.
It is so difficult to get yourself back in the game. So starting off on the right foot and making those changes as soon as possible if you realize that you need them is going to be imperative. And as we get to roll out here, Runasapi as a whole, one of my favorite maps, both visually and to play, because of how flippy it is, how many different comps and heroes that can work on this particular map, which is why I'm very excited to see what these teams are cooking.
Yeah, I mean, this map is definitely on my favorite list. I just like this map a lot. There's just so many possibilities for change, so many openings, so many lays. And like you said, Eevee is going to go in with that Zarya. even also Santana. So a lot of Zarya action here, making some changes here in the last minute. But yeah, I think this could be a very close matchup. But you know, never say never.
Okay, I like this Nightmare Eclipse. Sim Bastion TP comp. Love that. I mean, Symmetra was one of the heroes that if you watch the OWCS finals at all, this was by far the most defining pick that you could have. There's a couple teams that have experimented with it, and if you don't know how to counter it, it's just over. So if Nightmare Eclipse can manage to catch me and my friends gaming off guard, they're going to be in trouble with Beast already having to use the Wraith form to back out. Limited engages now for me and my friends gaming. There's the teleporter that we're talking about, goes on the flank, but it's Crumb who actually ends up going down. Instantly traded though, then by eats an orb from Vickman straight to the basement. It doesn't seem to matter. Me and my friends gaming have gotten enough damage done in this front line. Eevee out damaged because of Winter. So it'll be me and my friends gaming after all.
Yeah, I mean, there was that initial initiation, right? Like, who is going to take this front push? Kind of showed that early dominance coming through. And what I love, too, is, I mean, you could just see the damage meter coming up. You know, great shout out to the production for giving us that intel, visual intel for all of you guys. Hey, man, look at the absolute damage here coming from Santana.
Santana's no bubbles, but Vickman completely underestimates how much charge. Yeah, Santana has no protection, but they have 100 charge, and Vickman and Crumb were not prepared to get microwaved by these right clicks. At the third one now, going over to the Zarya, 4 piece for them, and okay, I'd say me and my friends gaming are cooking right now.
All right, let them cook.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
It was an experience. I mean, me and my friends gaming, that's the point. Just completely captured. And with nothing on the other side, Nightmare Eclipse, need to find the footing. Right here, you do have the Kitsune Rush to do it that can be matched. Narukato looking to just force some space. Beast doesn't have it, but a beautiful Suzu will actually end up keeping them on their feet thanks to Z's. There's those Kitsune Rushes we were talking about. Narukato, so much more dangerous in this instance, and the likes of a Reaper at long range. Eevee knows it, doing their best to chase them down. We'll end up with Z's on the end, but there's that fight win the Nightmare Eclipse desperately needed.
Desperately needed. And you could just see Eevee very much working here with the Bastion. Narukato, you know, obviously pocketing that.
Oh, I like it! Oh. Yep, the Suzu and Bubbles a little mistimed. There's Graviton Surge for a group hug, and then the Artillery Strike blows them all to bits. I love that from Nightmare Eclipse because it just denies the fight altogether.
Yeah, I mean, very much well timed, but yeah, you definitely could see quite a bit of action here. Kind of holding this lane over here, Tiny.
And they're taking it slow. The hard part is Winter just has this high ground, and you know she is the overclock. In fact, me and our friends gaming have a lot to work with. It was actually a tempo beat, and then had to go through, and Crumb wasn't ready for it. He's keeping into the back line, and they just kind of completely flipped the map. Nightmare Eclipse now having to fully retreat back to their own side.
Yeah. Whoa. You can see over here, lots of mobility happening.
There's the Graviton Surge we were talking about. It's a great Photon Berry. The Beast does not want to pass forward to the Graviton Surge. Basically doesn't get the job done, even with the amount of players that manage to snag in the back. Photon Barrier still active for a little longer, but as soon as it goes down, Winter, it's her time to strike. Has the extra charge on the overclock. Blast Navia and Eevee back to back. Me and my friends gaming, we're going to extend the lead.
Yes, and also, you know, just to highlight, they do have that Reaper ult as well. So if in fact Nightmare Eclipse decides to change this around, they will need to think fast because their ult almost changed. Even though Bastion is coming here shortly, they might have an opportunity to flip this round.
There's a chance, but I think that this unmatched sound bear is going to be hard for me and my friends gaming to deal with. The Beast looking to chunk through the overhealth. It's not going to happen face to face with Narukato's Bastion form. We'll be responding Kitsune Rush now out of Z's, but Eevee forcing everybody to back off. Me and my friends get no value out of the red carpet after all, and with Z's falling, majority of the healing going down with it, so these staggers are inevitable for the team. Santana will burn their way through Crumb just for good measure, but it's just about over on that push.
Yeah, I mean, Eevee just really kind of showing really any lane that is open is just going to be not something you want to be confronted with at all.
I mean, Eevee has been so good about just being this massive presence in the front line and also counteracting this Reaper that Peace has been playing. Ooh, okay, well, wasn't expecting that to go off so fast. Neither was Grub just keeps getting picked off so early in these fights. Me and my friends gaming, catching her out more often than not with how low Navia is. It's gonna be hard to turn around. Peace and Santana, that iconic Reaper Zarya duo is great, but Winter too. Still landing these shots of needed.
Yeah, landing the shots indeed. And, you know, as you can see, they're all getting really close to their ults. I mean, we might see that 5 ult stack just in time to close it off if they can. But Nightmare just having a hard time just kind of getting themselves together over here.
They do have the wombo combo, again, the Graviton Surge Artillery Strike. With Enway's feet around the corner, it might be difficult to go it off. It is 2 players caught in it, but Santana, those are great time bubbles with the Suzu from Z's. Actually took 0 damage from that combo. That is worst case scenario now for Nightmare and Clips. You do get NY. That's better. No sound barrier available now for the attacking team. And Santana, low on health, will end up falling. And yeah, without that frontline presence, it's not looking too hot. Remaining the players as me and my friends with gaming back off.
Yeah, and as they back off indeed, but you just see kind of Kiriko trying to do their best to, you know, support here in healing, but Eevee just, you know, kind of slimming away, able to recharge on their health.
Unit rush though from each side, Eevee completely caught off, shoved in the corner, lunch money stolen by Santana. I was just gonna go ahead and walk it on down. Nadokado put a decent amount of burst, but with how many bubbles Santana still had remaining, it was not gonna end well for Nightmare Clips regardless.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little difficult there on that side of the map, just kind of not finding the entryway. But, you know,
This ends now.
possibility of man, that ult coming through here, Tiny.
It's actually the photon barrier used just to respect Winter's overclock, and that's honestly not where you wanted to use that ult, ideally, because the Graviton Surge is still up. Anyway, sound barrier is still up. I mean, me and my friends gaming, it's not entirely out of the picture for them to just walk this robot straight on home. He says the Death Blossom too, poking in and out at these supports, using the bubbles to walk forward slowly, because all me and my friends gaming need is to burn time on the clock right now.
Absolutely.
They're gonna just use the Graviton here, though. I mean, Eevee didn't stand a chance, even with the sound barrier. That shows how much focus fire went into that ult, and Peace wants to end it right here and right now. Me and my friends gaming, we thought it was close on the dive to Zarya, Brawl, whole different story. Eevee now over to the Reinhardt of all characters in an attempt to get a last-second touch, which someone will manage to grab. Just needs to get on the Santana with the bubble and the TP Blossom into the back. That full supports completely wiped off the face of the map, and the one pick from Nadokado won't be enough to stop the storm that's been me and my friends gaming. Now up 2-0, match point.
Yes, I mean, you could just see they did try to bring out the Rhyme, but it was just not enough. There's just too much damage coming through. And when you have a team that just kind of also has that synergy, you know, Santana obviously being the highlight here, but just kind of how they work together to push Robot all the way to the end. It just seemed very textbook for them, very cozy here on this map, making it look easy for this next win for them.
I think me and my friends gaming look so confident on this specific map. And the Santana Peace Zarya Reaper combo, it's one of the most signature comps that we've seen in Overwatch 2, and there just was too much frontline damage to be stopped. The creativity was there for Nightmare Eclipse. I do admire that they attempted the Symmetra Bastion, but outside of those first couple of fights, they were just so defensive. They couldn't actually take the space that they needed. The Symmetra couldn't get the charge, and Mickman overall just wasn't having a great time on that pick. So things to consider now for Nightmare Eclipse is they are on their last stance here in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and speaking of last dance, it's kind of like, what do we have to do to recalibrate here? How can we kind of stop the bleeding that, you know, not putting us in favor here to move forward? Because me and my friends gaming just showing complete dominance here, and obviously using the bans to their advantage, which is what we've been talking about through this series and something to highlight. But yeah, I definitely think that they just had a lot of synergy with one another and gave them an opportunity to just kind of close that one off.
Yeah, it does show. Me and my friends gaming, this is the roster that has won, again, 3 out of the 4 events that have happened throughout the course of the Calling All Heroes season. You're expecting them to have the same dominant run, and again, have not dropped a map since the summer season at all, which is very crazy to end up saying. But as we said, last leg now for Nightmare Eclipse, a team that's always been on the outside, looking in, want to take a shot at the big dogs here, and it'll be Suravasa, their choice of a fighting ground. This was a map yesterday that EV said themselves that it just didn't go their way. They couldn't play the comps that they wanted, and it kind of slipped through their fingers. So looking at this now, you're going to take away the diva that Santana has been very good at to set up for this Wrecking Ball comp.
Yeah, taking away the diva, indeed. I mean, obviously Santana, very comfortable, but sometimes that's needed, you know? Sometimes you have to expand your horizons, Tiny. And I think Santana might have another tank in their pocket here. What I do like to see is how they are going to find the opening on what they needed. Obviously, they just want to close this map out. It's a long day for a lot of these players, so it's really kind of just like finding what works and what doesn't and making the changes as quickly as possible. But yeah, we're gonna see Wu Yang over here with the ban, so lots of mobility that they won't have as their healer. Not a lot of, you know, obviously one of the newer heroes that we've seen, and I've just been enjoying seeing how Wu Yang has joined the hero roster. It's just been fun to see how people adapt so quickly, and it's just great. But they can't use them, so we're gonna see what they decide to do.
Yeah, I mean, Wu Yang, I think just having that ban solidifies that we're going to be sticking with this Lucio Kiriko that we've had all day long, which I don't think is too much of an issue. It's just very mobile, it's very survivable. Get your team in and out very fast. That's what you want to do, especially on Flashpoint, where rotations are the name of the game here. Assuming we're seeing a Wrecking Ball come out from Eevee, I'm very interested if this is going to be Santana wanting to mirror it, because you're absolutely expecting this. For me and my friends gaming, you have the option to mirror it. You have the option to stick on the Zarya Reaper comp, which I don't think is going to work nearly as well as it would on Runasapi. But there are a lot of options for me and my friends gaming. I think the more that they've played against Nightmare Eclipse, we can see the confidence between them grow, especially with how well Winter and Z's have been playing.
Yes, confidence indeed. I mean, this is not familiar territory. They definitely know how to bring the heat. But, you know, if Nightmare Eclipse really wants some changes, they have ball on their side. Eevee has an opportunity here to make some breaking waves. Obviously, I do like to see, you know, the Lucio and Kiriko combo, what they can do. But, you know, TPing their way through, this could be something that they can really use to their advantage. But it's, you know, we're going to find out here as we're coming through, because me and my friends gaming has been very dominant through this first series.
And they're going to stick with what works on Runasapi here. And it makes it very difficult for Eevee now to get anywhere near this team. You do not want to face check Peace or Santana if you have the choice to. And Santana can play defensive. You just wait for Eevee and Pikmin to dive in. You get the bubbles. You guarantee the charge. And the longer that goes on, the more deadly the Zarya ends up getting. As we're seeing the first couple of dives come through. Eevee already chunked down to half HP. Out of the fight for a little bit while they regain some health. There's a pile drive into the back. Was a great combo with Nadokado to get that shot in, but eventually that's the one that matters. Pikmin's head rolling on the floor, courtesy of Winter. She's going to keep looking for more as me and my friends gaming solidify their presence on the point, get first half.
Yeah, I mean, Winter just implying so much damage over here, really just charging themselves up. I mean, the balance here is really just kind of finding the openings here, you know, if possible. And, you know, you could just see the mobility, trying to get some intel perhaps. But, you know, you could see just kind of like this peeking here and seeing low ground warrior action coming from Peace.
Yeah, and Peace not in a great spot. It was just like looking at Santana like, please bubble me, please bubble me. Eventually does get it, so it guarantees the safe escape for the Reaper player, but a little bit too late. He's overstayed, but Nadokado will be avenged for that particular play. Nightmare Eclipse, I mean, the one thing this comp doesn't have is point presence. If Santana can walk on you like we just saw with Navia as her life flash before her eyes, it gets hard, especially with already being at 70%.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell they're having a lot of fun here, trying to folks to ping pong this back and forth, kind of show a little dominance. Nightmare just trying to have some opportunity, but unfortunately Tracer going down.
Yeah, that's also not a player you want to face check as the piece of Reaper there. Kind of hard to miss a Tracer. My friend's gaming 99% and a beautiful aerial shot out of Winter. On the cherry on top for this point. She's feeling herself right now. Me and my friend's gaming. Claim market and move on towards the next objective.
I mean, those aerial shots, I mean, you have to be really feeling yourself this morning because they, in fact, showed quite, you know, how it's done, you know, just show that, that this can be pretty much done. Close this off, feeling very confident here, Tiny.
Yeah, in best case scenario too for me and my friends gaming, didn't have to press a single shiny button. So you have all of these resources going into the next point, but it will be Nanokado to strike first. Nightmare Eclipse have pretty deep pockets themselves, but pretty anti-Nanokado. Instant grab onto there, and unfortunately Via TP'd to her in this graviton, trying to keep her up, and it is a 2-for-2 trade. Both team down their main sorts of healing, which benefits Nightmare Eclipse more since you don't need nearly as much burst, but Nenwai not messing around. Sound barrier laid down, comes a little bit later. As we can see some ball tech on the objective and completely dipping on out as soon as they see the Death Blossom. All these players now starting to respawn. More chaos is still to come in. Kitsune rushes, overclocks all over the board. Right now it's Winter's time to shine. She's hitting the shots earlier and she find another one. Get me and my friends on the point. It is end up hacked. With so many players with Nightmare Eclipse hanging around, they are nowhere near safe yet. He's treated like a bowling pin with Winter soon to follow that track. So Nightmare Eclipse, no damage in the front line to deal with, but Santana still a real threat.
Right, real threat indeed. I mean, you could just see trying to find the verticality here, but you see both Lucios going at it, trying to find some openings. Oh no, okay, we can play this cat and mouse game all day.
Okay, Nenwai did end up getting out, so no dead frogs on this time. But that would have been kind of funny if they committed to that.
I was enjoying, but yeah, I think here, like you said, it's just going to be kind of finding the pokes here. Can they find some mobility here? And also just kind of working together, right? Making sure that no lanes are open, and I love that huge!
Idiot! Read them like a book! You can't go near a cliff when there's a Wrecking Ball, let alone a Wrecking Ball and a Lucio in Winter! Paid the price for her crime there, recently swapped to the Cassidy, and probably regretting that. Wish she had a power slide, but there's the pile drive into the back, Evie, 50 HP, the Susan coming in from downtown. Will keep them alive, and Nightmare Eclipse, that's final fight territory. Santana's not gonna be back in time.
Yeah, and with also the 2-ult, we got Tracer ult and Eevee's ult in hand. This could be a possibility for a great hold on for the next. We just need a little longer here, and here it comes with ult.
Yeah, the minefield there just to attempt to deny the touch altogether, but Nightmare Eclipse, they have such firm control. It's only this Tracer from Peace that remains, but it's actually enough to help secure that elimination onto Evie. Perhaps Nightmare Eclipse a little too confident in that push, and me and my friends gaming, they take advantage of it.
Ooh, advantage indeed, but you know, Winter with that change up, that Cassidy change up, trying to get the pokes here, need not a lot of HP to deal with here, trying to find a moment to collect themselves. From just kind of giving themselves a little bit of intel, little change up here. You know, not a lot of time here as well. We're getting close here, Tiny. In fact, they can make some changes. Now would be the time for me and my friends gaming.
I mean, Peace already down here and ended up using the Pulse Bomb. It's a great start for Nightmare Eclipse. They're gonna need a little bit more than that. Here come the support ults and every other big duel in the book. They're just chucking the kitchen sink at me and my friends gaming to see what can happen. But so far, the only casualty was the Tracer a while ago. But this Graviton Surge from Santana, that might just be the nail in the coffin. McMinn and Eve, the two best stall targets to fall. Nice shot from Winter. Finish off Scrub, and me and my friends gaming. One more flashpoint in the series is theirs.
Yeah, I mean, it was just holding on for a thread there with Nightmare Eclipse. They just really kind of fell apart there towards the end. I mean, when you also have great ults coming through with, you know, me and my friends gaming, and it just Winter just kind of having a field day with their shots, and very little mistakes coming in from me and my friends gaming.
that's what we've seen with this specific comp. And, Winter's so oppressive on this Cassidy. We just can see why it was banned on Ilios. And yeah, you eventually get her out of the picture, but at what cost? The entirety of your team will be Gardens for the first start for me and my friends gaming.
Yeah, I think that one thing you got to keep in mind too is like the banning system is just definitely something that does play in favor. They all know how each other plays. This is a very tight community of players here. If you're just joining us, welcome to Calling All Heroes. We are, almost about to wrap this up, Tiny, unless Nightmare Eclipse can find an opening.
I mean, if Winter keeps hitting shots like this, I don't know if it's even possible for Nightmare Eclipse to go for it. And Navia, though, finding the kunai to the head of Z's, that's something. Very little sustain now available for me and my friends gaming. But Nightmare Eclipse got to move fast, and they are certainly taking their time to get to the point.
Yeah, I mean, Winter just kind of having a field day, and they also have that ult popping, including with that. Yeah, I mean, Winter, I spoke too soon.
Caster curse, caster curse.
Yeah, it is a thing, y'all.
It is. I mean, you said something nice about Winter. She just had to get blown up by Victor's pulse. That's just how it works.
Yeah.
And me and my friends gaming, they're kind of okay. They're right. They're not okay. I was gonna say they're okay. No, Santana is now squished against the wall of Garden. So no tank here for me and my friends gaming. Gonna opt to take the reset. Not committing any other ultimates other than the pulse bomb. And only one more fight, and the map might be theirs.
Yeah, one more fight indeed. But Evie, holding on to that ult, just kind of seeing if they can find some intel here, and where in fact the lanes are going to be changing. But here's the thing, never say never in Overwatch. We've all been there. The comeback, this could be the comeback of all comebacks, but they're really going to have to work together on this.
I mean, you need to get value out of these ultimates, and Natakado is exactly that. Nenwhite left in the middle of nowhere. The rest of their team backed off, but it just left like, hey, guys, where'd you go? Crumb is traded out, though, so also overextending there. We'll have the later respawn, so me and my friends gaming have a small window they can take advantage of. Evie knows it, so they're just going to lay down that minefield early to deny it or push.
Yeah, I think here kind of burning the time if possible. Finding any openings, they just gotta, you see Winter just trying to be just reckless on that high ground. And yeah, I mean, here you see the Kitsune coming up, but really Winter just having a field day.
But it's last fight right now. I mean, Winter has this Deadeye up. The sound barriers are going to make it difficult to find a kill, but she's in the middle of the point, getting knocked around, eventually locks on to Mikman, finds a bullet to the dome. Someone's from Nightmare Eclipse has got a touch, but no! Evie's too far away from the point, and Navia zoned off. Me and my friends gaming continue their undefeated streak and find themselves in the upper finals.
Oh man, Winter, just, and you love to see it. There was a Valorant effort coming in, with this happening. I think that like having a ball could have worked for them, but you got to stay on point, and it was just not didn't happen. That streak going to me and my friends gaming.
We kind of expected me and my friends gaming to be the stronger team heading into today. I didn't expect them to be this strong, I will say.
Yeah.
This is, they haven't hit a lot of road bumps throughout this season. They haven't had a ton of time to scrim, but coming out, showing this level of teamwork, and most of all, this step up that Winter has had. Her first season competing in Calling All Heroes has been one heck of a year, and it makes me so happy to see how much she has grown since the start, since her time in OWCS NA on Amplify too. And me and my friends gaming, they know the assets that they have and have been using them to their full potential.
I mean, the progression of seeing a player, come this far is always like a beautiful thing to watch. And you can also see the chat going absolutely mental and cheering on the team. So you definitely keep that on. Give them their energy today. They definitely took this first win today. And, having that streak is important. But also just, you could just see how well they work together in this energy between me and my friends gaming, and how they were able to compile together and format and keep each kit like to their advantage. But yeah, I would not want to cross hairs with Winter if it was me. So I think finding that opening for them to just close this off was exactly what they needed.
I mean, guaranteed a top 3 finish too, now being in
Yeah.
this upper final. So that's a very big deal for this squad. And again, continuing that golden run that they have had,
Oh, yeah.
not only from this tournament, but the last tournament as well, which is absolutely insane to think about. So the step-ups have been great. I think for Nightmare Eclipse, they have a great chance at making a run in this lower bracket. I think their synergy, their ability to communicate with each other is unlike a lot of the teams that we can see in this bracket, because they're, as Efi said, it's a team that's built on friendship. It's a team that's built on, being friends in and outside of the game, which is incredible to see. They have an opportunity to continue going forwards, but for now, they're going to remain just outside the looking glass.
Yeah, and that's okay. Sometimes you need to get your back against the wall to kind of rework things around, and getting your coach kind of in your head about how you are capable of doing this. And we've seen comebacks before, and that's what's great about esports and great about Overwatch, because it can happen. I think for anything, it's just kind of reworking what your strengths are and figuring out where the weaknesses are early, and then kind of having that opportunity to come back and rework things is a possibility for them, for sure.
And a lot of hard work left ahead, but both these teams' journeys are done for this specific weekend. We're still going to bother them a little more, because we are going to snag a winner's interview from Ninwai. So we're going to head to a quick break and come back with that interview in a minute. Don't go anywhere. do not fret. We are back. We don't have to wait an hour. We're here. There's always going to be more Calling All Heroes action to come, people. So I'm glad that you're hanging out for the remainder of our day. We just wrapped up our first series between Me and My Friends Gaming and Nightmare Eclipse. It was a sweep for Me and My Friends Gaming, and Pancake, I gotta say, it looked pretty good today.
It looked good. You know, here's the thing. I think when you're going up against such a powerhouse like that and a team that's just really showing their chops and wanting to close it out, so they maybe want to take a bit of a break, kind of see how everyone's playing, it just shows. They just showed that dominance. And, you know, I think when we see kind of teams doing that, it just shows that they have been working together. They have had kind of this composition to like understand their kits, their team, the coaching. It's kind of like a very well-oiled machine over there. So it's exciting to see.
It is, and we can talk about looking at it from the outside, or we can just get ourselves an inside perspective, because we do have
I would love an
ready.
inside.
I
Yes.
know! I think we have Nenwai joining us today, if I'm not mistaken, from Me and My Friends Gaming. So we're going to get ready to hear from them here.
Yeah, NY, welcome.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, so I just need to know what kind of pep talk you guys give yourselves, because that sweep was chef's kiss. What's the kind of pep talk that y'all give each other before games?
We don't really have a pep talk. We barely have
No
enough
pep
time
talk? Okay.
We barely
Alright,
have
is
enough
there-
time for everybody coming to VC.
Okay. So with no time and no pep talk, what would you say was your guys' biggest strength today?
Our flexibility for sure. Every other team
Okay.
that we see in this tournament, they usually only have like one comp they can play around, I believe. Even like the second best team, I imagine, will have like their comp that they want to lean into and won't be able to flex toward. So I think for us, we are very comfortable in our flexibility and being able to play any comps that we want.
Yeah, I mean, obviously being flex is quite a bit of an advantage, and you guys had some incredible plays today. And you know, I definitely have to highlight, you know, Winter's performance. What would you say was some of your favorite moments there for you guys?
Through in the series, I mean, there wasn't really any highlighting moments. We overall played really good. I don't know if they really got anything on us. We full capped. I think we went 3-0 on Flashpoint. Ilios was 2-0. So, I mean, the win is just nice. I think we secured grand finals. So that's good for us. But overall, we play good. Our macros on point. Our communication's really solid. So I think overall it's just good. Nothing highlighting.
I feel like you guys are cruising here. You're feeling very confident, very happy. Tiny, I'm going to give you here if there's any question that you would like for NY.
I do have one, because I know, Nenwai, you are kind of the reigning champ here for Calling All Heroes in terms of the support. You and Z's coming back. Now this being your second year, getting closer to the finals. Not quite there. You are in the upper finals. You're not in the grands quite yet. But are you feeling that energy? Are you feeling like this run is going to come back? Are you going to be like our first two-time champion? Is that the energy we're feeling right now from your team?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in being able to take back this championship. I had a couple second place results. Maybe even lower in the last few tournaments, but just some bad moments, just unlucky situations. But I think this is a really good roster to win it on.
Fantastic. I mean, I can see how the confidence keeps growing with every match that you do have, and I do kind of want to pick your brain a little bit at this. As I just said, it hasn't been perfect so far for your season in Calling All Heroes. Out of the teams that are remaining, is there a particular team that you really want to play, or you think can give you more of a challenge?
Definitely, I think it's the Dreamland team, Dreamland Stories. They are definitely projected to be a top 2 team. Obviously, I'm going to place myself above them, but all of those guys on my teams, I'm still really good friends with them. I played with them in a couple of tournaments, the last few. But that should be the most exciting match for sure.
Fantastic. We'll have to look forward to that.
I'm looking forward to that. And we will let you get back with your teammates. Thank you so much for this interview today. But yeah, you can sit back and hang out, and we'll be seeing you soon, very, very soon.
Thank you.
Okay, Tiny. A lot of confidence. No pep talk. We're just feeling really good about ourselves. I mean, you can see obviously the team. I mean, as mentioned, they're all friends. But the thing is, at the end of the day, there can only be one winner, right? So I think for most of these teams, they're just going to find that opening to where they can just secure their spot and and have that opportunity to just kind of allow rework if needed. But this team is just looking solid.
Yeah, and I think that having the opportunity to be back-to-back champions, which is the case for Nenwai and Z's on this specific roster for the first time, I mean, that's just another historic thing in itself and shows how much these players have to offer for the Overwatch esports scene, not just in Calling All Heroes, but even more in terms of OWCS, where we have seen them compete further. But that's something to think about later down the line, Pancake, because we still have more matches to go today.
Lots of Overwatch for you guys. And drops. Don't forget about the drops. Lots of goodies today. I mean, I feel like Overwatch has been offering so much for y'all. But yeah, I'm a little biased. Our drops today are actually so adorable.
That's great. Like, hey, I love free stuff. Free is the best price. In fact, I get to be entertained and get free stuff even better, right? Like, it's actually so cool. I mean, all the flower-themed drops, it takes away from kind of this impending winter that we have going on here in December. And it's very light, it's very fluffy. It's kind of the energy that we want to embrace for Calling All Heroes.
Absolutely. Lots of great energy. But, we are going to go to a short break. We're going to get all set up. We have some more LCQ coming your way. So just sit back, relax, grab yourself a, cozy drink, some snacks, but we'll be right back.
Calling All Heroes, the playoffs continue right here and right now. We're going to be looking towards our next upper bracket match between Exo Sakura and their opponents, the Dreamland Starries, going ahead. Our 2 and 3 seeds, both in relatively close series to find themselves in the semis.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I know we've been poking around here, and you're just joining us today. Welcome to the Calling All Heroes. But yes, these two teams, it's going to be a close matchup today, Tiny, with this one.
I am expecting this to be pretty close. It's just, on paper, this is like, if anybody has a chance to take down me and my friends gaming, it is these two squads right here. They've been battling it out all season long. The most recent result, though, was towards the Dreamland Starries in our summer season. Actually ended up eliminating Exo Sakura in 3rd place. So a little bit of blood between these two in terms of how they want this next game to go. But this is just like iconic names all over the place when we get to look at these rosters.
Yeah, I mean, I love to see two Titan teams come through, but also I know that something that you've highlighted is the tank action that we're going to be seeing between these two teams. And, Hitori kind of, finding the dominance and whether or not they are going to be the team to come up on top. But that is just definitely something to keep in mind here today as we watch these two major teams come through today.
Hitori as a whole is by far the most flexible tank in this tournament. Close is Santana and Mari, but I think Hitori has a decent gap between where she currently stands, and having that is a huge asset. In Alexander and Bun, Alexander, formerly known as Senna, are both iconic names within this scene. Some of the best DPS players they were going to find. Cinnabar and Juno too. And Cinnabar, we got to see her on Sakura and OWCS alongside Hitori. And then my rising star of the year has been Juno. She kind of just came out of nowhere in the support, played in Calling All Heroes Rising, the lower division, and then has been shot up, absolutely rocketed into this scene, and now finds herself in a top 2 team. And it has been incredible to watch her growth, and I'm so excited to see her performance today.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things too, is just you can find a black horse and really, a team can rally around them. And when that is possible, you just see these stars shine. But we have quite a bit of stars coming through here with Exo Sakura coming through with also a lot of valuable teammates on their side. Can they pull it together? Because like you said, these two teams, could be the two teams going up against the other Titan team that's already secured their spot. But what I'm looking forward to is seeing who is gonna, we've talked about the bans and how that really does play an effect, what they will do, how flexible they would be, and also the synergy between all of them and the comms and everything, and allowing themselves to use today as momentum as they secure their spot here at Calling All Heroes. I'm excited to see this series, but you can see already our bans for today. The Diva and Ana coming through here in Ilios. Obviously something that I could see happening, but really, like you said, we have a lot of flex players between two teams.
Yeah, I think that when I look at this matchup, the first thing I think of is flexibility. I think Dreamland Starries have a little bit of an advantage in that department. I think we've seen a total of 5 heroes from Bun, 6 from Alexander just yesterday. So, granted, that was a 5-map series. I think Dreamland Starries look a little bit shaky compared to how they have in the past. And Exo Sakura has also looked a little shaky when they've taken these top 3 matchups. So I'm expecting this series to seriously go the distance. I am a little worried for Ilios, seeing the Diva ban for Exo Sakura. Mari can play the Winston. Don't really want to talk about the Wrecking Ball, but that kind of going away, and with Hitori having a lot of other options, or more confident options in that role, I think Dreamland Starries are feeling a little more confident on paper than Exo Sakura for Ilios.
Yeah, and really kind of, wiping away yesterday's matchups. Yes, there was some missteps. Yes, there was highlights. But at the end of the day, it's a brand new day, Tiny. You kind of have to put that behind you, and you need to kind of reset your mentality coming through. And yeah, you called it. Winston coming through here for Exo Sakura. And we also have, Dreamland Starries here, and they just switched it up with Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, okay, so they want to play fast with Hitori and Mage, aka Bun. on the Echo. So this is very similar comp to what we saw at the start of our last series. You want to keep your distance. You want to make sure Mari can't really collapse onto somebody like Alexander in this type of composition. But with Ivory being on this Freya, I think you have an advantage over Alexander. I think that was a chip shot across the map, and Mari right there to jump on it. Much easier to take out a Soldier than a Freya on a map as vertical as this. So with Echo Sakura having that advantage, they'll get themselves on the objective first. Likely secure a cap unless Satori comes flying in, which she seems pretty keen on doing.
Yeah, I mean, that, you know, high ground advantage here, just giving also the intel and the opportunity to find. But man, Freya just can't find a connection shot right here, and does so right there. Never say never.
No, I think as soon as Alexander took that first shot from Ivory's like, okay, I'm just going to match this Freya. It worked out really, really well, especially with Mage taking out Zoe as early on as that was. So, Staris using the chaos to their advantage.
Yeah, the flip indeed. It's still early, like we said. You know, these teams had to make a lot of flexibility changes on their side. I mean, Zoe just kind of trying to find the pokes here, indeed, if they can find. But, you know, the range of having an opportunity here, also finding that high ground, I think is going to be to their advantage, if they can just kind of find that, like, you know, here we go, Satori.
It's a great setup there to collapse onto Ivory, but an even better Suzu out of Pauline. Unfortunately, you just don't have the resources to save Zoe, and is met with Kunai at the end there. So Dreamland Starries, they have plenty of space to work with. Mori, sliver of HP remaining, not going to be allowed to escape. Alexander finding all the shots in the world. He's on fire for this Freya matchup so far. This is what I said, where this flexibility is going to come in handy.
Yeah, the flexibility indeed, and you actually see Alexander and Mange, you know, holding on to these ults when needed, but Hitori just, you know, finding that high ground, giving their team a little intel.
I mean, you just see Satori on a rather strange spot.
Yeah.
They're taking their time.
They're just rolling on that high ground over there. Just give me some intel and then roll through.
That's a minefield that doesn't really do all that much for Exo Sakura. They all kind of move past it. It just kind of looks pretty, decorating it. Kind of nice, but not for Alexander. And you're currently sent into the grave. Cinnabar gonna face a similar fate if she doesn't yield up right here and now. And that actually takes out Zoe in an attempt to stay on her feet. Does end up losing the point, captures Exo Sakura. They'll grab a flip for the time being, but the sound barrier is there for Cinnabar. Counteracts it for Pauline for the time being, but Regime, later beat, usually is the better one. That means Exo Sakura need to convert now. It's Alexander sitting relatively low, but so is Regime. But the difference is Mage is there to follow up on this Echo, using the flight to go so deep into the backline. Ivory finally finding their rhythm on this Freya that they're so well known for, but it's taken forever with how good Alexander's been.
Yeah, I mean, forever indeed. I mean, they really need to find an opening here because time is not on their favor. They are ticking away here. Also, just no entry points here as they're just trying to go head-to-head. But man, you know, Exo Sakura, you know, trying to show a bit of dominance here on this side, making that point well known. Obviously having some opportunities here, but Dreamland Star is just trying to find an opening.
Right now, it's just putting pressure on Tamari. Make sure she can't sit in these comfortable positions, and we'll retreat eventually. Get healed up. Alexander, though, was a great pull from Ivory to get her low, and Mari and Pauline there on the cleanup, bringing out the broom. Satori can do whatever gymnastics she wants. It's not going to bring her team back from the dead.
No, and you can see Exo Sakura just kind of finding that opening, and like you said, you know, working together. But man, are they stacking up these ults, kind of hoping they, you know, if they need to use them, great, but also finding the opportunity if in fact. But no, it's some fun here. Going around over here, Tiny.
Oh, but that was a gross shot. I mean, you knew Hitori had to go to the point and do that. It is overtime for Exo Sakura. Because of it, Ivory took advantage, had all the space, landed a beautiful hit onto both DPS, and there you go. That's gonna do it for Exo Sakura. Round 1, this Winston comp, very solid for Mari and Ivory.
A very, very solid, and also just seeing Pauline come through, working together, having this, just having every momentum here with the team. And you could just see, like, within the damage, the difference that we see here between Exo Sakura and Dreamland Series. It's a vast difference, right? Because obviously everyone is just kind of working together, locking in that first win.
I mean, Dreamland Stories, they had a really good start, but I think it was just Exo Sakura getting comfortable, shaking off a bit of the nerves there, and now they're looking a ton better. Even the difference of the disc. You wouldn't anticipate it to be that close. TP's out of spawn for both teams. Swapping back to the same comps again, but this time Alexander will take the role of the Tracer, and Mage will be on the Freya.
Yeah. In fact, if they can find a bit of an opening here, Dreamland Series could use this momentum. They just need to find a way to poke around. You see Alexander trying their best to find some way, anyone in their vicinity to punish.
Tori, a bit of a roll through. Note the Suzu is out. Pile drive onto 2. This limited follow-up. Everybody else on Dreamland Stories has been stoned away for the most part, but that's a 1-2 punch onto Ivory. Freya diff, says Mage. And Joey says the exact same thing to Alexander in the Tracer 1v1. Sakura, though, they're the ones in control of the point. Unless Mari goes into the pit. No! Got the leap off just in the nick of time. Will manage to stay on all 4 feet there of the Winston.
Winston indeed, but not enough to do it. Man, lots of boots coming. Zoe and Regime just making it look easy over here, Tiny.
Yeah, Zoe is absolutely frying with the help of Regime. It's this classic split that we see with the Tracers and Lucios, and synergy these two have seriously paying off, even with 5 HP to live.
Yeah, 5 HP to live, and also just kind of, you can tell that there's a lot of intel coming through because they have those lanes locked in right there.
Exo Sakura are doing a fantastic job of playing on this high ground and forcing Dreamland Stories to take these bad positions because there's just no other option. You just need shots like that. That's the only way you're going to get through. And Mage, if you can trust anyone to do it, it would be her. Not typically the one on the hit scan, but beautiful bullet shot there. Does force out the Primal Rage. And Mari out for revenge for the Freya. Besides, that's not a great idea considering how much health she just lost in the span of 2 seconds. Flips back to the team. Dreamland Stories will get the cap secured with a beautiful loop out of Cinnabar, but Tori struggling to stay on her feet. Cinnabar feels the need to pop the sound barrier, but he's easily matched support ults across the board, but it's only the tank of Dreamland Stories that is sent 6 feet under. Zoe and Ivory still chasing down these targets, doesn't quite find the melee, but instead, there's the trade that you were looking to get. Dreamland Stories, despite having a great disadvantage there, managed to pull through and are maintaining control of the point long enough for Tori to return from the grave and keep the capture going.
Yeah, I mean, we did talk about Juno, one of our rising stars, definitely keeping an eye on that player during this series. I think also just kind of finding openings here, and they're just doing a great job working together, kind of to find you can see both Winstons like over there trying to find mobility, you know, having to have Juno do their best to heal, but oh no.
And no Suzu available for Juno in that instance. Tori's like, well, this is unfortunate. It ends up going down, and the point capture along with it. Exo Sakura still going to commit a couple ults just to ensure the cleanup is happening, but it's going completely wrong. Cinnabar gets the boop onto Regime. What turns out to be a winning situation for Exo Sakura, completely flipped on its head. Dreamland Stars absolutely should not have been allowed to do that, but thanks to the work of Cinnabar, this point is still theirs.
Yeah, I mean, Hattori just kind of finding mobility here, trying to cover all ground and, you know, just taking Pauline down right there on that end. But yeah, I mean, if they can just pick away here and, you know, minimal mistakes is really what needs to happen in order to secure this point over here.
Not a ton of time remaining. We're basically at 1-fight territory, and I'm assuming it's gonna be like one really long stagger fight. That's just typically how these compositions will end up working. A lot more tools sooner available for Dreamland Stories than that of Exo Sakura. If Dreamland Stories can close this out quick, this map might very well force us to a round number 3, but Pauline in trouble, TP's away at the last second. There's the sound barrier from Regime. Cinnabar doesn't have the ability to match it yet, so everyone on Dreamland Stories is on the back foot, but somehow Alexander takes out Ivory with the help of Cinnabar in the back line. It is a trade, Freya for Freya. With this overtime in favor of the blue team. The sound barrier here just might be the thing to push them over the edge. Secure this final couple of eliminations that are needed to take over well. The boot from Alexander. Good reaction to make sure she doesn't fall straight to her death. Kitsune rushes both bomb though. They'll land onto the wisdom, but no! Leaps straight into Pauline. The majority of the healing completely gone. In fact, all of it. What turned out to be a winning situation again. Hitori ends up using that too. The most. Alexander throws everything for a loop, and Dream on Starries will take us to round 3.
Wow, Dreamland Starries making it look easy, but they definitely had some moments there that, you know, could have not gone in their favor. But yeah, they cleaned up really nice. And I think also just to show, man, the difference, that was just so close. Like anything could have happened. They both definitely had their ults ready to go, but it was just really the timing and when they needed them really made a huge difference. Anyway, you just see like from the eliminations itself, you know, Alexander coming through, you know, on top, and like the Freyas like just popping off mange, just making it look easy with all that damage coming through. It is really hard to contest something like that. And, you know, it's just really going to have to show here what these teams can do to finish off maybe flexibility changes that we've talked at the beginning of the series.
Speaking of flexibility, Mari actually will make the swap over to the Orisa. She's the only player that has attempted to play the Battle Camel so far in this tournament to mixed success so far. But the amount of CC that you can output, as long as you can stay alive, it's very helpful. But also, this Tracer duel is just as more important. Alexander, I think that helped a lot for Dream on Starries on the first point, but with them going down so early in the fight, lose control of off angles next to Sakura will take a point.
Yeah, I mean, you could just see everyone on Dreamland Series definitely dropping like flies. There could be maybe some swaps here, but yeah, I'd love to see Orisa Battle Cattle in the house right here, making it, you know, kind of that dominance here from really trying to pipe their way through this. I'm really going to see how they can secure it. And yeah, Tiny, I mean, there could be some changes maybe coming from Dreamland Series, but not yet, you know. We'll never say never though.
Dream on Starries, they were struggling to engage. Ivory is laying down the damage and turning Hitori into a bit of a pin cushion with all the bolts that have been hitting her at the start. So it's been hard to actually get past this initial choke. Eventually, you take enough leave to wait for the cooldowns. It will return to Mari. A bit of an awkward position. Still has the Fortify to limit the damage taken for some time and gets healing from Pauline. Next to Sakura, we'll get about half the point before Dream on Starries are in a position to formally contest it. And Dory stuck with yet another pulse bomb. This time was not end up leaping into their support, but low enough for Zoe and the likes of Regime to finish her off. Extra Sakura, they've found an answer to this dive.
Yeah, lots of ults now starting to, you know, be possibility changes here as these matchups continue. I mean, here's the thing. It's really going to be about how Dreamland Starries can find the opening, how they can Freya their way through. I mean, they are all charged up, ready to go, and they definitely need to find the lane that's going to work in their favor.
Well, hey, you don't need a lane if you just break one yourself. Ivory stuck with the pulse bombs. Alex actually so good about finding those sticks, and after the intro, and Dream on Starries needed. Mori, low HP, limited cooldowns, does have the Terra Surge if she wants to pull it out, but too low to actually make any use out of it. Extra just going to opt to hold on to the remainder of their resources, but only ended up using a Kitsune Rush there for Dreamland Starries. With 90% left to go, I'd say there's a decent chance of a run back.
It could be a flip here, so this is looking good for Dreamland Starries. They still have those 3 ults in their pocket. If in fact they can strategically use them, I would like to see them kind of find any vulnerability here from Exo Sakura if needed. But you know, you can just see the one thing to keep in mind that Mari does have that ult, so they really need to time this just right.
Yeah, but the sound barrier is there from Cinnabar. I think it was more an attempt to get an Ajax, but instead, it'll just be the 1-for-1. Ivory has a full shot. That one didn't hit a whole lot of anything. In fact, it's chaos all over the place. 4v3 favoring Dreamland Starries here, and it's about to get a whole lot more hurty for Exo Sakura. That was a 2-ult commit for 1 elimination and a lost fight.
Yeah, and with, you know, Tracer still having their ult, I mean, I think that there is a possibility for them to secure this if they could just really hold on over here. This is something that they're going to have to just work together as they, you know, find no mistakes on hand, because as you can see, Exo Sakura just finding any vulnerability, they will take advantage of that.
they've been really good about punishing mistakes so far, and that's all it takes. Like, even right there, Alexander overextended, accidentally just dogpiled on her in the back line. So Zoe free to do as she wishes for the time being, and that is completely annihilating Juno. Fair enough, no support really for Dreamland Stories at this time. You can see Regime having the time of their life running it down, getting these last couple of hits. Exoskura have that overtime, but no, the pulse pump stick onto the tank. It's happened again that Alexander has gotten collateral with the pulse pump. Maybe not out of it just yet, but it's so trickly. No health really available for these players. It looked funny, but at the end of the day, Exoskura, they're not here for funny business. They're here to win Ilios.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there you have it. It's just one of those things that those mistakes, having your team capitalize on that, is really just as what is needed to make that breakaway. And I think we've seen it, like, these teams have such an understanding with one another, but they also have an understanding of the other teams, right? They're friends. They've worked together. They've played against each other before, and we're kind of leading up to the end here. You know, it is day 2. We're having a lot of fun, but we can see such close proximity between both of these teams.
Yeah, it's been incredibly close so far. I think the swap for the Alexander Tracer looked really good, which was also strange to me because I'm so used to seeing Alexander, aka Senna for context, play the hit scan, like the Freya, right? And then one mage play on like these flex DPS, like the Tracer. That's what they've been known for.
Flex.
And that's what I'm saying. Like it's so cool
it's
that they can
a
do that.
flex party, Tiny. I think, you know, they know the community is watching. We're having a great time. It's Sunday. And we love Overwatch, and we love that you guys are here. So give them your energy in the chat. Give them some love. Yes, drops are coming your way. Don't you worry. Just stick around. Change your browser if it's not working for you. That's what I did yesterday, and it worked out for me. So, but yeah, I would say, like, you know, coming into our next map up, and just seeing like the bands that are going to be chosen. Yeah, I think flexibility is like the key word for these two teams, but really kind of finding vulnerability and understanding map awareness is really going to just be whoever's in their favor. Because we've seen just some minimal mistakes that really kind of found certain players vulnerable. And I think if you continue to do that, we're going to have possibilities for teams to capitalize on that.
Like when we see those types of play styles, it's so indicative of like these teams are at such an even level that you're not really going for those pop-off plays. Like they might happen, but you're looking for errors in the other team's approach rather than trying to force something else, right? Like that is the type of gameplay that like, okay, I'm kind of smelling a map 4, map 5 type series here. I don't feel like this should be a sweep. It is, again, very ban dependent in my opinion. Okay. I think that as we get later in the series, the flexibility of Dreamland Stories will show more in terms of the specific maps that we end up going to, which is why I think this decision of map number 2 is a particularly important one for Dreamland.
Yeah, I always feel like the beginning of the series kind of starts as like checkers, and then all of a sudden it turns into chess, right? And with these two teams, you know, we see such comparison, how they're able to work their kits to each other's advantages, but really kind of finding changes that really are going to help one another feel that motion needed. But yeah, we are going into the one and only Kings Row here for our second map and kind of finding out what bands are really going to be the catalyst here that's really going to kind of drive us for what to see here, because we have very strong tanks, Tiny. And I think really it's just, especially in something like Kings Row, where I feel like the lanes are just so linear, right? There's very minimal areas where you can go and change for flanks. There's obviously like entry points that could happen, but really it's just that initial, right? What is going to be kind of the dominant and for these teams, and who they decide to ban.
I'm really looking at the DPS for this, because this Kings Row is kind of the one map we've seen teams veer away from like this Freya, Sojourn, Tracer kind of stuff and play more like Mei, sometimes Symmetra. We get a ton of Venture here. We have not seen any Venture today, people. This is a problem. There are a lot more options, I think, in that particular role than there would be on other maps. Like in the tanks, you're pretty much just gonna play like something kind of brawly, maybe D.Va for first point, but once we moved later than that, you just need to play like a Zarya, a Ramatra, maybe like really an Orisa if you wanted to, but I don't think Mari's gonna force that here.
Yeah, I mean, I know you love your Venture. I know you do. I know. I think the chat does too, because it's always so fun to see just a really fun Venture just causing absolute chaos and seeing how the team actually has to rework themselves around that. It is really interesting to watch. But I think here the framework is really like you said, the DPSs, what in fact is going to work to create enough damage for openings or to hold things down, right? To punish any minimal to maximum result mistakes is really going to be the result of like who kind of takes King's Row.
And I think the other thing that we do need to consider too is that Sakura, when they played this map yesterday, I don't know if it was this map, they made a substitution. They brought in Jeremy for the DPS here, known as the CEO of Venture. So that's a possibility here. They say that they started out as a Venture one trick and then like slowly evolved, like, oh, I'm gonna pick up Tracer, oh, I'm gonna pick up Freya, oh my gosh, I love Freya. So it kind of just kept moving on there. But I think that's another kind of fun thing you could throw in as well. But with that Freya ban coming into play, I do think that might throw it off a little, because Ivory has been very much Freya only kind of deal. Does that mean we're going to get more of the Sojourn now, perhaps, from them? Or maybe just the substitution completely?
Yeah, it could be the substitution, but I think Freya just having no aerial intel, not having, your what you say is the being pin-cushioned, to obliteration is just like something that I think they don't need to focus on. But we've talked about these two teams and the flexibility that they both can carry through, and that's what is needed in something like King's Row. I think being able to find those pockets of vulnerability will be something to see here. But we're second ban here. Our initial ban and the second ban will be something to look forward to, and we'll see. Taking our time. I mean, this, like you said, leading up to this, we are at the end of Calling All Heroes. We're leading up to the grand finals. We have quite a bit of events coming your way. So if you are not following, if you are not connected, make sure you are, here. But we got ourselves a ban timing. We got ourselves a Ramatra. I mean, here's the thing. I feel like in some way, that could be a big change here for what's needed in terms of how much damage input is shown off, whether it's having to drive the team and find, how they're going to dominate this. It is really a sense of wonder. But yeah, everybody loves King's Row. It is a favorite in the Overwatch community. It's one of my favorites. Definitely don't skip this map. I don't. But I feel like these teams really are going to give you a great show today. Two amazing teams coming back for a game 2. If you're just joining us, welcome to Calling All Heroes. We're having a great time. Hope you're having a great time as well. It's almost like it's gonna be who our DPS is kind of showing off their ways, but really also just showing themselves quite a catalyst. But there is your girl Venture in the house. No, you definitely want to see. Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Venture.
And
I know.
Jeremy's in. Jeremy is subbed in after all for Zoe. So that means we are very likely to see the Venture. We're going to ignore the spawn shenanigans right now, but there's two things that I've learned from this. Is one, we're going to be playing Venture pretty much all day unless somebody forces a May, which would suck for Sakura. They don't have a May player now. And number two, we banned Ramatra. We're going to play Zarya. That's chill. That's a happy day for every Venture player, and it's going to be, especially on Mage here, on this defense, to get these bubbles out of the burrows, to get to a safer position on these rotations. So Exo Sakura, I'm assuming just an arrow out of spawn. Get a couple of shots in, see what's going on. We'll see what Jeremy's going to end up swapping to here. It is in fact the Pharah, another one of the 4 tricks of Jeremy, as they like to say.
A lot of aces in their pocket, but really it's just going to show how they can get themselves on the board here. Who is going to be the one to hold it down here? You could just see, you know, Hattori just trying to find an opening, but kind of has to do a little bit of a retreat here, trying to find a little higher ground. But man, Alexander picking away at the shot.
I mean, Alexander's chip damage has been difficult for Exo to move in, and they're pretty split. Mage has been doing a good job dividing the attention here, and even just Penta's regime lacking, goes for a 2v1 on the high ground in classic regime fashion. Sometimes it works, that time it didn't, and it's going to cost Exo Sakura that fight, which they were in a kind of awkward position. You got yourself a tick and a half, but at least you can keep Jeremy in a good spot.
Yeah, keeping at a distance indeed, but yeah, I mean, Mari finding it down. These two Zarias going head-to-head. Yeah, Hattori just kind of stuck there, but you know, could see Jeremy just finding quite a bit of damage here, finding their way through.
Yeah, but Mage got that bubble through the drill dash into the team, and Alexander yet to be dislodged from this high ground, by the way. So it was kind of a really long 1.5 minute push there that Exo Sakura staggered themselves through because they couldn't get the full reset.
Yeah, that full reset is indeed needed over here. And, you know, they're trying to kick a way through. Exo Sakura just, you know, having some mobility, but we do see these ults about to charge up here. It's really going to be how they can find the opening. You know, I think what's needed here is Alexander just finding that opportunity, because their ult is almost also you're ready to go, and they might have to use it just to keep Exo Sakura away. You can see the Venture just kind of calculating those shots, and there you have it. But, you know, it's a little bit, it's what you wanted to see, I'm sure, Tiny.
Some Venture gameplay, and they showing exactly why it's working out. I mean, with the help of Alexander too. Town Barrier there, just kind of make sure Hattori gets through Mari without too much of an issue. That is a pretty expensive investment there. Full support ults and nothing used for Exo Sakura. This is an opportunity to strike. Jeremy knows it. Even if they end up trading a life there, with Hattori going down, it's easy for Exo Sakura to take the space.
Yeah, that was a huge sacrifice there needed, but sometimes with certain sacrifices, that's what's needed. Oh man, the ults are just popping off. In fact, they get an opportunity. Alexander just making it possible for their team here.
That absolutely should not have happened. I mean, Mari hit a fat Graviton Surge in the backline, but ends up getting her head ripped off because of Alexander, and nobody else could push. Like, that was the big fight Exo Sakura had.
Yeah. Minimal mistakes here.
Grab on the other side, catches onto Mari, but it's instead trades across the board. Jeremy's Pharah coming in handy for the back half in this engagement. Gets a 4K, I believe, off the back of it, and there you go. Exo Sakura will squeak themselves over the finish line, but it wasn't clean in the slightest. Sacrifice Alexander will help him a little.
Yeah, not the cleanest, but you know, they got themselves over that finish line, and I think in some way they just needed to find an opening, and they did. Now it's really about how they can maximize this time here on their favor, and really also just finding vulnerabilities, you know, from Dreamland Starries.
Yeah, and Dreamland Starries, I think they realized that with the Pharah from Jeremy, it's a lot harder for Mage to get value out of this venture. So as sad as I am to see the Rock Puncher go, I think that is the right choice from Mage in that area. I just have more and more pressure on Jeremy in the battle for the skies, or even just Alexander. There you go. Gets the 4 out of the sky immediately. You see Rashid instantly speed amping everybody out.
Yeah, I mean, even though you have eyes on the sky, you gotta be careful, because you know, the Sojourns will be there to punish you if you are not aware of your surroundings. But, you know, here's the push needed. If, in fact, they can clear their way. It's really kind of finding also intel from these flank side. Finding some connections there. Mange trying to create some damage input.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
More about
Kitsune's coming up.
Yeah, I mean, Juno just puts Dream on Stars forward, but a fantastic disengage from Exo Sakura. Not a play. I don't think anyone took a hit of damage. Okay, never mind. I'll lie. Polly got hit by a rocket. Other than that, everybody's fine. That was just so well played. Just a little rocket.
No, I mean, you could just see the teams very familiarized with what styles are needed, but there are the ults popping off here, Tiny.
The sound barriers. Great. I mean, but the bubbles are even better. The fact that only Alexander is dead here, and Dream on Stars bought themselves a lot more time in that fight than they arguably should have, but at the end of the day, their cooldowns ran out faster than those of Exo, Sakura, so Mari lasered her way through the remainder. About a minute left for a little more push.
Yeah, I mean, here's, where you kind of have to show the flexibility, but also the dominance needed. Exo Sakura just trying to find their way through with time ticking. Not on their side. They definitely need to find some mobility here as they try to close this off.
Solo grab on a Cinnabar that makes sure that the sound barrier won't be in play. Denies another fight entirely. And love this prioritization that we're seeing from Exo Sakura. Not even allowing Dreamland Starries to play their own game as third point with about 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, with the back-to-back team kills, this could be what they need. They just need to focus on keeping it together here. We've talked about minimal mistakes because, like you said, these two teams are very familiar in nature. But, one of the things is with this map, you can be punished coming around these corner sides. You really need to be careful on how and which you use your ult.
Yeah, speaking of being careful, I don't think Ivory was very careful of Alexander's overclock. There was a second for her. My goodness. I think that was expected for Dreamland Starries to win that fight, but the fact they only used overclock, I mean, that's fantastic for them.
Yeah, the overclock, and just also that these teams are intelling as much as possible. The Fair is just going back to back with as many damage inputs as they can. Here's the thing, it's really about who can use their ults here. Dreamland Series is going to have to really use and capitalize on this.
Now, Paige actually gets taken out mid-barrage, kind of expected with the particular ultimate, but it costed the sound barrier, and you're the ones that are kind of down. Exo Sakura, they're going to hover around a bit longer to see, but the real concern is this graviton surge. I mean, Tori has a fight-winning tool that she can just pull out of her pocket at any point that she sees fit. It might even be here, but it's so low. No bubbles, has to use it. It's more so a last-ditch effort to survive, but no, it goes the other way. Jeremy's barrage ends up getting thrown. The graviton surge actually never ended up coming out because Dream on Starries took too long to initiate. They're going to save for one last fight because Sakura rolled through.
Wow, the dominance coming in through Exo Sakura, just showing how it's done. They obviously just are fighting their way through, and yes, with overtime on, it's going to be a close one.
I mean, this whole sport's dead. This just isn't going to happen anymore. Hitori, the opportunity was come and gone. Dreamland Starries needed to win that last fight before Mari, Paulie, and the regime got their ultimates up, but they missed their chance. They missed the opportunity. So Exo Sakura, I mean, that's a full cap for them right there.
I mean, they just had back-to-back team kills, showing dominance, finding synergy with one another. And any time that we saw Starries just kind of vulnerable and say they capitalize on that, and that was just a full sweep on their end. And you can just see already from the damage input needed. I mean, there's a huge difference here between the eliminations and just damage input. And, if we also highlight the assists needed, everyone was on point there. And that was able to find their openings here and secure that spot for Exo Sakura.
Hey, Paulie hasn't died, by the way, which is pretty insane to say as a Kiriko, and everyone having like 4 or 5 deaths. It wasn't like that was a complete steamroll either, so very impressive stuff from her specifically. I do wonder now, looking towards Dreamland Starries, it wasn't even like a compositional issue. It was the fact that they played almost too slow. Like, they were almost waiting for a mistake to happen that eventually Exo Sakura got bored and said, all right, bet, I'm going to press some cool buttons and you're not going to have fun with it. So I'd like to see a little bit more initiation from this team, especially now that they're going to be on the attack.
Yeah, and here's the thing. We've talked about this. You've heard us say flexibility, but it's also about who really wants it at the end, right? We're nearing towards the end, towards the grand final. It's really kind of showing everything you got. But guess who's back? Your girl, Mange Venture, coming through. Will this be the change-up needed to show? But Jeremy just staying also on Farah just would be, fun to see as well. And they feel very confident on that pocket side.
Yeah, I do wonder if Mage will stick this, but this isn't like a first fight win kind of thing. It's difficult to play Venture into a Farah, as you kind of just saw. Like, if you didn't have that bubble from Tori, she's pretty much dead. So, Mage will be able to get herself over to safety. Dreamland Starries. Actually, Secure's hit off of that first part. Mari was forced so far away, and with Alexander on this high ground, it's very difficult for Exo Sakura to escape that rune. Mage kind of playing a little bit of a troll there, denying the space. That's going to be 2 ticks now, gained for Dreamland Starries, essentially for free.
Yeah, I mean, the tick's indeed and needed, but like, let's not just this high ground warrior stuff going on over here. Woo!
Jeremy making it a little bit more dicey. I think if we saw Juno go down there, it would be a bit of a different story, but running out of fuel now is this far in the range of a laser beam. Enough place to go. So Jeremy zoned on out, can't quite get that final touch on the objective. So Exo Sakura lose out on that first point very fast. I mean, that's over 5 minutes now for Juno.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they wanted to see it go in that way, but, sometimes that's the way it goes. And, Dreamland Series just really trying to show that they're also in this to win. Finding also just the time needed is really going to give them a lot of recalibrations through what they need if things don't work out. But, it's really been working out in their favor thus far.
I think it's also helpful too, like, not only for the Venture to help control the place from Mage, but also Tori is way more charged than Mari is most points in this game, because you have Mage just going in. You know that she's going to get focused when she unburrows on the Venture, but it's been working out. You get about halfway through this objective. Dodge the rocket so far, but this is where the actual action starts to happen. Here are these Kitsune rushes laid out on top of each other, and Yuri perhaps looking for a barrage. Opts to hold on to it, seeing the cell barrier. In fact, is blown up in response. Alexander without the confidence to push up. Mage zoning everyone else away. Very well played by the Stars.
I mean, Starry is just kind of showing if in fact you are going to ult, we are going to punish you for that. And I think Alexander kind of clearing that way for them was needed, but also kind of extended here, just picking away, trying to find some Ovili, but just going to retreat just a bit here. But wow, the connection between Alexander today has been so impressive.
Oh, and they use Graviton Surge and lose the point. That's devastating for Exo Sakura. That's 2 ults just down the drain, and Dreamland Starries, and they look so good on this. That's 5 minutes now from 3rd point. I thought Jeremy would swap off the Farah after that barrage, but they're gonna end up staking it. Pal, it's starting to get a little scary.
Yeah, it's starting to get kind of dicey, but sometimes you just kind of like need to rework and be like, okay, I know how to use that. Man, here comes the ult. Tiny, this is looking crazy over here.
Yeah, I mean, Graviton Surge here from Tori invested after 2 players had already died. I'm not so sure about that specific decision. Dreamland Starries left out on a lot of resources after Regime Tempo beat. We don't see those work out a ton, but it did there for Exo Sakura.
Yeah, it did, and it just looks so crazy having to use all the resources within that time. They have so much time. They really just need to pace themselves over here, kind of maybe, rework, kind of recalibrate, because, they just need to keep doing what they've been doing, right? And it just kind of show that like these turnarounds here can work in their favor. Kind of, if any peak situations happen, Alexander just needs to capitalize that as well.
Alexander, as you said, doing great. If anybody from Exo Sakura peeks their head out for even a pixel too far, their head's gone. So right now, it's harder to move up because of the Farah, and that's ideally when you're looking to pressure. So you use the Kitsune Rush to get yourself some space with the help of Juno. Mage pushing everybody back into a corner. A risky spot to unburrow, but if you got the bubble, you're pretty much okay to live for the time being. It's now Pauline's return. See Exo Sakura, the red carpet. You can see Dreamland booking it back toward the spawn, not wanting to deal with that. Unfortunately, Alexander couldn't escape.
Yeah, Dreamland just completely losing a lot of resources. XP Oh man, it is not looking good here for Dreamland Series. I mean, here's the thing. If the swap would have happened, it would have happened. But that just shows you sometimes you just need that little reset.
Speaking of resets, we get
I mean,
a little one right now.
sometimes, you know, I have to say, sometimes things happen and I call it. We tend, you know, as casters, sometimes it's a caster curse or you're a caster witch. You know, like, but yeah, we're gonna recalibrate this. When technicals sometimes do happen. Welcome to esports. Welcome to broadcasting. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I think if they would have swapped out for the Pharah, I think that would have really had to kind of change the whole like blueprint for the team. And you know, they just needed another chance to show off a possibility.
It was a really rough end to that point. But we are seeing them regroup. I think it's much easier to play the Pharah on that third point. You saw how much formerly Senna, Alexander is struggling to get an angle to actually like get consistent damage onto Jeremy. So it does work out. It's greater burst damage in that regard,
Right.
but you still have 3 minutes. Like it's by no means are there like alarm bells going off. We're okay. We're kind of just chilling as we are right now. Is that Hearthstone? Is that what's on that computer?
That is Hearthstone. Yeah, we can play some Hearthstone in this room if you want. Yep. Speaking, you know what's really exciting too? It's just that we have so much going on and we're back. Here we go. Sometimes things happen and, we're back to action. We're back to action.
Absolutely like to see. I mean, Exosakura, they got the combo again. This time, can Jeremy and Mari live is kind of the question that goes with. And Cinnabar does have an unmatched sound barrier. Those ultimates usually end up getting used at the same time, but they've been pretty off-kilter so far, so it's a decent advantage for the stories, or rather, gives them a fighting chance should they get locked up in a Graviton Surge. And with Jeremy already dead, it's not looking too hot for Exosakura. They don't even have the range to get any value from the tank ult, and disaster strikes once again for Exosakura. They just can't win if a Grav is used.
Yeah, Exosakura just kind of falling apart here, and not in a way that we like to see. It's unlike them, but it's just, you know, the mistakes are just there for the opening, and you could just see Venture just showing off what Venture does best. I know she's your girl, but man, oh man, you know, Alexander and Mange just showing what's up and, you know, making this a close matchup.
Yeah, it's been very close so far, but unfortunately, it's not that close anymore because we are now in a win-draw situation for the likes of the Starries. So they need 1 tick and have a little less than 2 minutes to be able to do that. So we're either have a 1-0 or a 1-1 by the end of this. And with how quickly the Starries were able to get through the first point before, I'm feeling pretty good about their chances moving through this objective.
Yeah, and moving through, it's also just kind of finding how they use their abilities. And I always like to see what they maybe sometimes changes needed. But wow, they just textbooked their way through this, made it look easy, and, you know, found some vulnerability. And, you know, I think it was just really difficult for Exosakura just to find a way to kind of stop Dreamland Series. But, you know, sometimes your team, when they got it, they got it. And so here's another opportunity. But man, these teams have been doing their best here, trying to fight their way through. And we're going to see here what, in fact, is going to happen.
I think big thing too is because it is the overtime, everybody does have their minor and major perks going into this, so that'll be pretty important to look out for, especially for Sojourns. It's easier to escape Mage, it's safer to engage, and actually ended up taking the range extension perk here, so gonna have more, maybe try to hit Jeremy out of the sky, but might not even need to. Senna doing most of the work for the Starries themselves. Jeremy barely escapes, but with how little health, Exosakura, you're forced off the objective. Mari trapped in a corner away from the rest of her team, has to find a way back in, and Mage will help her do that, but not in the way that she anticipated. The 1-for-1 with the trade being towards Regime. The more concerning thing is Mari overstayed her welcome here. Void presence has to be a thing for Exo Sakura, but Dreamland Stars having absolutely none of that. It will be the tick gained, and Dreamland Stars will tie us up at 1-1.
Yeah, tie us up indeed. And, just kind of finding also ways to show off. And indeed, they did.
It was a much more creative approach. I think it was a different type of composition. I think it looked more well-rounded. There was a lot of pieces for Exo Sakura that worked well, but it's also harder for Mari to sit in the front line with the Pharah versus the Venture that we were seeing. It was harder for her to get as much charge as we saw for Hitori, and then taking those sustained battles was often a little rough, especially with how well Alexander was doing her job on the Sojourn. So now that we've had two different compositional styles under our belt, the question is, do we stick with more, do we want to play this brawl style again, or are we going to return to that dive that we saw in map 1?
Yeah, I think, the theme word of today has been flexibility between these two teams. And now, it's really kind of like, okay, we understand each other's play style, but really, in fact, how can we, seeing Venture here, and how also just what I like to see is just how uses they have between the mats between all these teams. They all just do so well, but really we can only have one winner on top. And I just think Dreamland Stars just had the opening to do great things, and when they had openings to close that off, they capitalized and showed the world that they're in it to win it.
Yeah, I think that the Starries are, on paper, again, the more favored team heading into this because of the flexibility, and especially using that for Bund. And the Venture as a hero, they are so hard to counteract, especially with Azaria. They can burrow underground, they pop up, they can one-shot you, you can get out. There's so many options with how to deal with that, and because it's also Azaria, it enables your tank even further, and it shows how that gameplay actually balances out. How you can find different ways for your specific heroes to synergize, and it just shows that there's communication happening between these teams. I don't necessarily think it's an issue if we end up going to more of a dive-centric area or forcing Azaria, kind of like we saw on Runasapi. The Ramatra ban was already used, though, and I think Hitori will end up leaning more towards the Ramatra if we end up in this type of situation again. So it's very likely it's the last time we'll be seeing that combo for a while.
Yeah, indeed. And I know for those who are just joining us, welcome to the Calling All Heroes day 2. We're having a great time. I hope you are too. And yes, we have drops. Yes, we have some great plays. A lot of these teams, coming from marginalized groups. This is a beautiful event that we get to bring together the Overwatch community, powered and presented by Radiant and Blizzard. And yes, it's a fun event. It's just also shows how we've had dark horses come in, new swaps. But we are gonna run into a new map. We're gonna have some possibilities here of okay, some Shambali. But it's really, like we said, it's the hero bans. I think that really is gonna show the flexibility between these great teams. If in fact it's been so close, Tiny, I think really here is gonna see how we can escort this to a victory. Okay, our initial ban May coming through here. All right, we're not gonna see any walls, and I think that will kind of bring a lot of things and sides to each team, and where they would have to figure out where and how they can mobilize these pushes.
Shambali is the one brawly type escort map that you are going to find. So seeing this come out, I think the May makes a lot of sense. We've seen both teams play this at different points, which because Exo Sakura are banning it, I'm assuming Jeremy is going to stay in. I mean, maybe Zoe comes back, but is usually the Zoe is or the Zoe May is sort of their thing, but we'll have to wait until that is confirmed there. But in terms of Dreamland, you could choose to ban Zarya. I mean, that is an open pick. You can ban a tank here if you wanted. You can opt to you have the choice to either force that pick to come back, where you're doing Ramatra versus Ramatra, or you can have the opportunity to just redo what you did. So maybe we do get some more Venture action. on this particular point, which I won't complain about. I love seeing my little rock launcher on the screen. They are a very fun character to watch and also synergize, but it is very dependent on Dreamland. I think arguably have the more important ban here.
Yeah, I mean, if they decide to choose Venture, I think the chat won't be upset. I know you won't be upset. We love to see Venture up here, and it's also just fun to see Venture through the series, right? Because it's just I feel like it's like this great controlled chaos that we get to see, and yeah, they definitely put on a show for us if needed here with Overwatch. But I think also Dreamland needs to decide if in fact like where the vulnerabilities are, right? And where the vulnerabilities are going to be for Exo Sakura. So, you know, it could be, like you said, tank, or, you know, someone that will not be someone that they need to worry about so much.
Yeah, it's kind of in the wheelhouse, and Dreamland, clearly, they're taking their time with this one. Last map, despite it going into like that overtime weird situation with the draw, I think it was still a little inconsistent in terms of how the Zarya was being played. Again, Hitori can play pretty much anything, but decides that is too much of a risk to want to take for Shambali. So that pretty much means we're going to be playing Ramatra for the majority of this map. Potentially some Sigma to be seen, depending on what the players are feeling. But this kind of takes us back to more of this emphasis on the range. Freya is also unbanned, so seeing who's going to play that for the stories and how Ivory is going to perform on that is going to be very important here.
Yeah, too. Like, finding the range here on this map is so important, and that initial push is just so key here, and it's really kind of finding, but yeah, very interesting picks, but, you know, like we said, these teams understand flexibility so well, so you might get some of your favorites, but yeah, the Ramatra will be, I feel like, something needed, and also very fun to watch from these teams. So yeah, we got our bands in. Beautiful aerial shots from the map. And also, if you're just joining us, welcome everybody. I know it's a nice cozy afternoon here, and we are coming in with Calling All Heroes Day 2. Tiny, we're having a lot of fun. We're dropping the drops, and the teams are also going to drop in here shortly as we get together and really kind of finding how these teams work with one another. It's just been such close games. Great synergy between both of them, but really, we can only have one winner.
Oh, that's the sad part about this match. I want everybody to win.
Oh,
they're all so cool.
I know.
No,
I mean, to be fair, everyone is winning. Being part of this, I'm sure, is major for Soma. I know that we have some uprising stars. I know you've highlighted Juno, and also just kind of seeing the rework of how everyone can grow from a series like this.
Yeah, it's also the intensity. I mean, this is the championship bracket. Like, this is the big deal tournament. $28,000 of prizing is available for this particular event. And I think also to mention too that pretty much everybody here is a veteran of Calling All Heroes. Been here at least for one full season prior to this one, with Juno being the only exception to that. So it's a showtime, a match that we've seen between these players time and time again. So we get ready to roll out onto Shambali's Monastery. There's in fact not a sub for Exo Sakura. Jeremy will be staying in for the time being alongside Ivory, and we actually do get it. The CEO of Venture themselves will pick it up for the defense, and not the place you particularly expected it without the Zarya, but if anyone can make it work, it's them.
Oh, Venture. Yeah, I think this is going to be a fun matchup. You know, you called it on the Ramatra, and, you know, Mari just kind of finding, you know, this is just like one of those things, too, here, where really holding this down really needs to kind of be like what you guys work together with. But I think, you know, with Ivory on that Sojourn, it definitely will be something that can work with. But yeah, I'm excited to see what the aces they have up their sleeve.
doing a little bit of shenanigans here, like you're going back over to that Kiriko. Imagine, it's not a fun time to be a support in this meta. You are locked in pretty much 2 heroes the whole time, but you can see players get pretty darn good at them. Mage does end up going back over to this Echo, so more burst damage, the aerial pressure that we've been seeing, and more importantly, this off-angle presence that you can get with not so much in your face, but speaking of in your face, Alexander just got a rail shot to the face. So Ivory stepping it up on this map. I mentioned that the hit scans are going to be particularly strong here, and so far as Ivory line the first blows.
Yeah, Echo Sakura just, finding also any of those openings is really gonna kind of open the way here, but it's also just kind of finding, any intel coming, no flanks. It looks like that's kind of what you want to do too. I feel like in this map in particular, there's just so many ways you can flank each other. So it's just, communication is definitely going to have to be here with one another.
Especially synergizing when Hattori makes these pushes forward while Mage has the flight. So go ahead and poke and prod on out, but Jeremy, of all people, takes out the flying character of Mage's Echo. All right, that is an anti-air venture if I've ever seen one, and Ivory there to follow up. This has been looking fantastic for Exo Sakura on this defense so far. I've had an iron fist on all these chokes.
Yeah, defense indeed, but you could just see how the team is working together, finding, no openings available for the Dreamland Staries, and I think the defense is on lock here, and they just need to kind of find a way that they can find any vulnerability. But Dreamland Staries, trying to see if they can find an opening from that low ground, but just see Mari just on that high ground is not going to make it easy.
Yeah, and that's like they're just forcing Killer to make Mari drop it. She's got an iron will. She's not going to drop unless there's actually like a full need to do it. I think Mage going over to the Gitch helps, so we can get some pressure onto the high ground and more so support Hattori directly as opposed as the Echo from a distance. So Jeremy, just going to keep peppering these drill bits into the back, but so far the star of the show is Ivory, and it's going to continue to be. It's been absolutely dominating on the Sojourn duel the entirety of this map so far, and it's much needed after how the last round went.
Yeah, here in the just two Ramatras just going back to back here, but Mari just, taking down Genji and Jeremy over here.
That's illegal. Jeremy should absolutely not have gotten 2 supports off of doing that. I think the drill dash ended up connecting on both Cinnabar and Juno. It's not going to save the team. You're still down Mari, so you're going to have to give up some space, but it keeps Exo Sakura in a fighting position.
And in fighting position, indeed. And, you could just see here, Mage, trying to find some pokes here from this side, trying to find any vulnerability here. But man, having a hard time if needed. Like, you kind of have to, show a bit of dominance in this lane.
Well, this is like the big fight that you would show your dominance in. All these ultimates coming on out, including the supports and an overclock from Alexander. Back to Sakura. Health bars wearing thin here as they had the earlier sound barrier. They're struggling to stay alive as a result. Hattori ran them all down, making them taste the purple of the Ramatra Annihilation and get around this final hill. 20 seconds left.
Wow, Hattori. Just showing quite, that tankness needed here from Ramatra. And, finding that opening as the time ticks away. But here, that change-up, that Diva change-up is for Mari.
Yeah, they're still going to try to contest this. Jeremy has the tectonic shock, but all that came from it was a D-neck onto Mari, and actually a dead Mari, as a matter of fact. Mage unsheathed the blade, more so as an assurance, and stay away from me, I have a sharp object kind of move there. So Jeremy tried their darndest to get the touch with the help of Mari, but it just will not be enough with how set up the Starries were, and they'll make their way to their second point.
Yeah, I think Exo Sakura definitely needing some changes up here, but they're going to stick with Venture, and not a lot of changes, but, I think here, this is where you would want to change your framework.
Yeah, it's more of like, can you get a stable footing again, or rather just dogpile on Mage, who thought it would be nice to take a trip on the flank. In fact, it was not nice at all, and Jeremy is going to go help chase down these last stragglers. Can't quite find the shot on Cinnabar, but that's okay. As long as everyone stays alive, Rex Sakura, you're chilling.
Yeah, chilling indeed. I Venture kind of finding an opening here. Can they do it? There's some support from that side, but yeah, I mean, Ivory is over here kind of trying to find a peak here, but yeah, a lot of things going on here between Amari and Ivory.
Yeah, Ivory thought about the flank there, but after seeing Regime go down, opted to go back towards main and couldn't pick a better time for it. Actually ended up getting 2 final blows, zoned off Tori, had to use the Annihilation to survive, so that ultimate is just gone, and everybody just jumps off the side of the high ground. You're like, we are not dealing with Ivory again, so they'll escape with their lives, but only a minute left.
Yeah, and I think kind of that burning that ult was the play there, because you just do not want to be confronted with Ivory.
Now, this is Ivory with a newfound mojo right now. I was not anywhere near them on this point, but Juno changing the minds for the Stars. They want to push forward with the Tsune rush, but Jeremy not allowing that. The Venture is so much presence in this choke. I mean, with how fast these drill bits can fly off. Cinnabar playing with fire near Ajax on the point, but the Soundberry will land, and Regime also lands, but on their back and dead. So a bit of a problem for Exo Sakura should this fight go long. You have the ability to sustain, but not very long.
Yeah, I mean, push indeed. And you could just see the shots connecting there with Mange, doing a great job. The deflection over here with Genji, and the final eliminations between Mange and Alexander, just really making the push here for Dreama and Staries.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Regime died so early, you didn't get a sound barrier there, and Mari just didn't have time to pop the Annihilation either, so it was just a series of unfortunate events for Exo Sakura, as again, Staries punishing their mistakes.
Yeah, I think here too is just kind of finding a way, like, let's just move forward. Everything is working out in our favor. You have Mange's ult also in that pocket if needed, but Mari also with Regine's ult also in their hand. Will they do it? And the ults are popping through here, Tiny.
Yeah, Sound Barrier in response, and they just Dragon Blade. It makes it look like a wet noodle, which you're kind of okay with if you're Exo Sakura. You already got both DPS out of the pictures. The Stars quick to get out and take one final fight with less than a minute remaining.
Yeah, I mean, time is ticking away. This needs to be the push needed to get them towards this finishing line. Also just kind of burning away, right? We have both Ramatras with both ults in their pocket. So who, in fact, will pop theirs off? Who is going to stop the bleeding?
And I highly likely that it is a I need to survive ultimate, then I'm going in ultimate with how this final fight will often play out, but it's almost Ivory that I want to look out for. Overclock just on the horizon. All it's going to take is one shot, but Mari's Annihilation is forced first. And Tori backing into the corner with the rest of the team as Ivory can't find these players in their crosshairs. Instead, yeah, there's Hitori, get chunks rather low, so the Annihilation will expire. Even trade so far, the Kitsune Rush available for both teams, and Jeremy with no HP left, overextended and punished by Alexander and a Cinnabar. The rest of the team looks to move on up. Mage taken out. Alexander, the only real source of damage, needs to find a pick here and now, and will have a little bit of assistance from Cinnabar to do so. Runs through Regime, needs to look for more. Mari still full health on the payload, but that's not going to last long with the amount of focus fire that the Stories have. They're going to keep the push alive.
Good to see you.
Yeah, Staries is just really showing if in fact they do work together, some magic can happen, but you got Alexander here with that ult. That Sojourn might go popping off here. Just trying to get that final touch through, Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy got it, but instantly annihilated. The second they pop their head above ground, and Juno played a little whack-a-mole with these DPS. Staries get themselves that full cap after all, and think about how rough of a start this map was for them. The comeback that they have was immaculate.
Yeah, I think that they really just needed to figure out what was working for them. And yeah, just having that frontline Sojourn and knowing that when they needed to use it, the timing was definitely something that worked in their favor. And you could just see lots of, damage input coming in from also Hitori was such a catalyst here, moving them forward and really securing that win.
I think Alexander, too, also had a bit of a comeback in the back part of that map. Was kind of, Ivory had her number for a good majority of it, but I think that worked out well. One thing for Exo Sakura, too, is like Regime keeps getting caught out. I think that they're trying to go and help Jeremy on these flanks, but it's just not a safe place for Ilios to go. It's been very quick for those turnarounds that Stars, the second they see somebody squishy, you can expect that they are pouncing on that opportunity. But when it comes to this defensive composition for the Starries, it looks like they're sticking on that Genji Sojourn that worked out well before. So I am interested to see how this will be reacted to by Exo Sakura once they find out what their defenders are playing.
Yeah, and in some way, I also, would like to see Jeremy kind of be a little bit more aggressive on that side, on that venture side. Having the opportunity to break away and drill if needed. But man, it's really the Ivory change here with a little, Widow just on that beginning. But, there's venture that I need to see coming from Jeremy.
Yeah, Jeremy's dead. Yeah, Jeremy's not getting out of that
Oh,
one.
man.
Both the cooldowns, use the burrow to go in, use the drill dash to get the health pack, and you see Cinnabar, you're like, well, that sucks. So, yeah, not a great start for Jeremy on Exo Sakura. Will end up sticking it. I think that was just a bit of an overextension there, and the rest of the Starries are going to work to hold on to this high ground, so Exo Sakura have to choose whether to push cart or move the players away.
Yeah, it's just, we've talked about minimal mistakes and, sometimes overextending. I mean, it's high risk, high reward, but it doesn't work out in their favor. Maybe they can reset over here. Yep.
Juriby's giving me a heart attack. I can't take this anymore. I see both Cinnabar and Mage just pull up to a venture with no cooldowns. I'm like, surely that doesn't end well, but if anything, it's good for Exo Sakura because it means they have an advantage on the high ground fight, and that's actually what ended up happening. Cinnabar and Mage are so occupied with Jeremy that Mari got the opening at Ivory. Holy, just got a 4K. So it works out. It's tactical feeding is what we like to call that.
Yeah, tactical feeding indeed, and just the sacrifice sometimes also if needed. But Ivory able to get that 4-piece was just enough there. But, it's just really going to be how they can capitalize if the Starries can hold that high ground and really just seeing who, in fact, can just show their dominance because they got a lot of time here.
Yeah, it's still 2 minutes left on this point. I mean, there's a chunk of damage that Jeremy took out of the squishies there. So, Exo Sakura do have an advantage in the health department, but not many other places. Mage eventually punished for the harassment of the Pauline in the back line, and because of that, she'll have a Kitsune Rush ready to roll out straight onto Tori, who's flattened into a pancake, and Exo Sakura gonna go ahead and clean up the rest of this squad. Looking pretty good on this first point attack, which is notoriously difficult on Shambali.
Yeah, and also just kind of using that high ground to their advantage, and Exo Sakura just, making that push, using anything that the Starries do, any vulnerabilities that they have, now is the time, but they are making some time here.
Yeah, you're gonna get like a good around here, which is good for Exo Sakura, but this is kind of the crazy fight. All those ultimates we're talking about in Jeremy, yeah, you're just dead, buddy. I'm sorry. It's the life of using a tectonic shock in that ultimate economy. But both support ults out from each team, and the Starries, there we go. You burn through Mari, should be able to grab everybody else from there on out. Not too bad of a commitment.
Not too bad, and also keep in mind they are still stacked with their ults with Ramacha, Genji, and Sojourn. So, if in fact they need to, they have those in their pocket to use, but really it's just also the comms, right? You're going to need the comms to make sure that there is just no lanes that are untested. But yeah, that high ground right there coming in from Alexander is needed here. It's going to be great to see. Obviously, Exo Sakura is going to have to figure out something if they want to continue to escort this payload.
I think their win con is more so going to be, can we get Ivory in a position to overclock? But if you're a Dream on Starries, you have way more options than that, especially if you're not too concerned about the Sojourn. Will be instead Annihilation from Mari. Mori's a way to live. See if it can burn through a Tori, who actually got bursted so fast, she's not even going to pop her own Annihilation. The rest of the Starries are going to back out. My goodness, goodbye Cinnabar's head. Yeah, Starries, yeah, you just take the loss where you can and be glad the Exo Sakura pretty much everything there.
Yeah, I mean, Ivory putting on a show for everybody. I think, too, it's one of those things, like, you just do not want to give an opening there for Sojourn, and they just did just that.
Yeah, but whoa! All right, Mage, I see you. That's one for the Genji. That's just with the dash resets. If anything, and And then great Kitsune rush from Juno. A little bit late from the early one from Pauline was difficult to actually maintain presence in. And one fight, one ult win is great efficiency with this kind of match.
Yeah, I mean, holding it down, Hattori just, you know, trying to pick away here some high ground, but man, you got to be really careful on the peak there. Also, just not having to take this kind of damage, taking away their healers away from them on this side. But, you know, it's some Regime trying to find maybe a little flank area here. And they find some damage input here if they can do it. But, geez, like, they're just trying to find openings.
Oh, there's the Dragon Blade. It's out of the sheath. While it doesn't get any final blows, it might as well have. Or the two that went down first. That was actually a great vortex out of Hattori. It kept Axo Sakura locked in a corner, and Mage was there to help slice through him.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. It's really gonna have to be like how they can get Ivory positioned like before. That is gonna have to be something. And also just, you know, keeping in mind that you got, you know, the Spartans have this high ground, but, you know, also Exo Sakura could still contest that.
You have time. It's not terrible. It's more so that Dreamland has done such a great job at siphoning their ultimates for fights, so they always have something ready to go. And in this instance, because Regime has to use this so early, if you can weather the storm that is Jeremy right now, you can totally re-engage with Cinnabar's own beat. In fact, that would be a fantastic time to pop that forward aggressive push. There it is. Everyone from the stories ready to surge on forward. Regime pretty dead by the looks of it. They're looking to finish off this map right here and right now. Mari is holding on for dear life, hoping to live long enough for enough of the team to come back.
Yeah, not a lot of time in their favor, but really just trying to do everything possible to push ahead.
There's the rush. Regime dead again. Has just been getting found by Alexander time and time again. 4v5 now for Exo Sakura. Close to an overclock, but Ivory low on HP. In fact, not going to get healed at all. Alexander is frying right now on this Sojourn. Ivory looking for a shot back, but it's never going to come. Dreamland Starries, that's their second map. Now up to match point.
Yeah, and Dreamland Starries just taking that win. I mean, here's the thing. They try to put take any opportunity to hold it down. But yeah, they just had a lot of picks in their favor, a lot of things that just also win in their favor.
Dreamland Starries, I think, really figured it out, how they wanted to play. Again, their ultimate management was like picture perfect. I don't think there was ever a time in this map where I'm like, why did we do that? Or what's going on here? Perfect. Like, and zero complaints about that. And because of it, they always had a plan. They always had something that they could fall back on, or just some way that they could initiate. So I think that was a great sign of why the Dreamland Starries have been this number 2 team for a while, and how that kind of team play and organization comes in to help.
Yeah, the playstyle is definitely one of those things. If you can fall back on something that you already have to offer your team, you're right. They just, everything that they had to offer was there for them, and it just worked back to back for them, and it just shows like they are a powerhouse to be reckoned with.
The Starries, they got their momentum, and they are looking to close out this series in 4. Question is, pal, can they do that? I have a feeling Exo Sakura had a little bit more to say, but before we get there, we are going to head to a short break. So get some popcorn, people. You're going to want it as we continue our second playoff match. Three maps in now to our upper bracket match with Exo Sakura taking on the Dreamland Starries. It's Dreamland who lead 2-1 now after taking both King's Row and Shambali's Monastery. Back to another Exo Sakura map pick, and we're going to go to Runasapi.
You know, having those two back-to-back wins is really that's what I'm looking at to see if the Starries use that forward motion, and we can see here, it's very obvious that Zarya being the pick here, we don't want to deal with that, but we've also talked about flexibility and obviously with Dreamland and the Tracer, being that poker that they don't want to deal with on the flank side on this map. That is just something that, is just very common to see. And I'm ready for the flex. I'm ready for Exo Sakura to be like, no, our backs are against the wall. Sometimes, pressure brings diamonds. And I think this is like what is needed sometimes for teams to wake up and, kind of look at the format of like what their kits are, what they can offer, and what each teammate brings to the table.
Yeah, I think this is especially with the Zarya ban, I think we're realizing for Exo Sakura that the Ramatra felt better for Mari. So I think that is going to be very helpful with this map. And then the Tracer ban's a little weird for me. I didn't get word that Zoe's coming back in, so I'm assuming that's not going to be the case. We're going to keep Ivory on either the Sojourn or the Freya, likely Sojourn on this map. My question is, what's Jeremy going to do? Like, are we going back to the Pharah? Do we get the Venture again? Or, like, even for Bun? Like, where are those two flex DPS going to go? That's kind of the only question mark in my mind since our poor support players are in Lucio Kiriko jail.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see which team kind of reworks. Are you going to be the team that takes these two back-to-back wins and uses the motion, or do you fall apart at that first engagement, right? Because sometimes that could set the tone in something like this. This is map 4, by the way. If you're just joining us, it is day 2 of Calling All Heroes. Welcome, everybody. It's a good day for Overwatch, because if you're in the chat, you're getting these beautiful drops. Shout out to everyone for cheering on. Also, the team, everyone here. This is an incredible program presented by Radiant, and we get to see a lot of superstars, a lot of uprising superstars as well. So keep in mind too that anything can happen in Overwatch. This is why this game is just it pulls on my heartstrings, because it will, in 1 minute things could be going your way, but in 1 second things cannot. And I think this is what's really going to show, in fact, differentiate the teams, right? Who's ready to show their dominance, show what they've been working so hard all season. And the change-ups, right? The DPSs that we've seen. We got Genji coming your way from the Exo Sakura side on the DPS. And like you said, Ivory showing up with that Sojourn. But Alexander from the Dreamland Starries pulling out that Cassidy and May. Well, we'll see if things stay consistent, but I like the Junker Queen also showing up here with that Ramatra. There's little changes up, but yeah, keep an eye on these DPSs for sure.
Yeah, it's classic, like Ramatra brawl with the May cast for the Starries, and then this OG Junker Queen comp when she was first released, and it's Mari's signature. This is how she made a name for herself, was on this hero. In fact, it is the theme of her Discord tag, if I'm not mistaken. So, a very important pick for Exo Sakura, and a comfortable one, but it's hard. If Mage gets a May wall anywhere near this tank that cuts her off, it's kind of GG's for Exo Sakura. Zoe did end up coming back in with the other thing to mention for Jeremy on their signature Genji pick. We've gotten to see quite a bit of, but not this time, because they're a little dead. Ivory quickly traded out, but flashy as it might be, the Ramatra into the Junker Queen. Not a favorable matchup for the latter, so the Starries will end up taking that first fight.
Yeah, in first fight need and that push kind of needed. We talked about how close things have been through the matchup, how great these two teams, kind of like the two Titans, right? Trying to find their cozy spot towards that grand finals. But man, having that, I think that first push really kind of sets the tone. But anything can happen. And it's really just kind of seeing how Alexander can capitalize also on those picks. I'd like to see, but yeah, Zoe coming back in could it be the deciding factor for Exo Sakura?
Yeah, it's important that they just need to live first and actually take this full fight. Exo Sakura, they gotta move fast, but Juno completely outpaces Pauline in the build of that Kitsune Rush, over 40% ahead of it, and at fantastic usage for the Stories. It kept them on their toes, and Exo Sakura didn't know it hit them before they all died.
Yeah, I mean, I think Zoe here struggling, right, to just kind of find an opening. And the thing is, too, in this map, it's just kind of like you want to not find any open lane, and you can just know that the comms are really going in their favor between the Starries, and just kind of finding, you can just see Mange just, punishing Zoe any chance that they can.
I mean, Mage has been all over that Genji, and it's just been a 4-5 for Exo Sakura most of this match. Ivory looking to even those odds, but Shield in their face is going to make that hard. It's Alexander barely slipping around the side of cover, and Ivory was going to get it all in on that play, and there's no way out for that specific instance. And the Starries, and superb ultimate management. Exo Sakura, they're running out of gas fast.
Yeah, it's things are just falling apart for Exo Sakura. They really need to go back to the drawing board and see what they can do to really kind of find an opening here, because man, Dreamland Starries is looking really good over here, feeling extremely confident. Yeah, possibly Ivory kind of going with the switch up with Widows. In fact, they can find picks, but yeah.
That wall blocked the Kitsune Rush. They got like maybe a foot of that off before it got denied. Huge play from Mage to deny the fight, and Zoe's dead again. Blizzard's out on the point. It zones everybody else off. Alexander hits a couple pop shots on Pauline there. Next to Sakura, they got a sound barrier, but we land onto Rashid. Mari went down before this overhealth could hit her. Oh, it's all going down here. The Starries, they are on their final stretch.
Yeah, it's stretch indeed, man. Alexander just couldn't, doing anything possible. Any peak coming from Exo Sakura will be punished by Alexander. And, we do have the change-up over here with Ivory with, having a different DPS in favor, but no connection there on that. But, here come the ults.
Yeah, it's the sound barrier, though. It does double duty. It denies both the Dragon Blade and most of the Rampage, with the exception of Vittori, who was under the main set of focus fire. Alexander, bit of overextension. Exo Sakura, they'll keep their heads above water with the help of Mari and Zoe, but just barely. That's a mountain and a half they have to climb to get back in the lead.
I mean, it is a mountain, but you know, there is time. It's just one of those things. It's like, here is like what differentiates, right? How you've been playing with your team. Everyone's been in a position like this where you kind of felt like, wow, we really are not going to win this. But then you find an opening, and it's really kind of how you maximize everyone. You know, we do have Ivory's ult also in their pocket. How are they going to use this for you? And there it goes.
Just do a whole lot. I mean, get Suzu out, which is pretty good for the start of an engagement, but unfortunately for Exo Sakura, they already has commanding shout, so Mari has to back off until that cooldown is ready to go, and I don't even think they ended up canceling forward spawns fully at that point, so getting Hitori, that will help, and make sure you get forward spawns. Win-win situation for Sakura. This was a must-win fight with Alexander and Mage, though. Look at this angle that they're taking. They wrap around behind the rest of the players. They're going to make sure that this fight is not a clean one for Exo.
Yeah, not the cleanest, but they are able to, you know, kind of work their way through. Although, you know, we do have some, I see Mari is so close to their ult here, and this might be that push that they kind of need coming up on this hill. But man, they got to be careful on this high ground over here if they overextend, making sure Dreamland stays. But look at the cavalry on their way.
Support is coming back in, and another big fight now for Exo Sakura. This is all the tools that they will need, and if they can get this protection Suzu out of Juno, Mari, there it is, has the go signal. Nothing that can be done about this rampage, but can the eliminations be followed up on? The Blizzard denies the entire push. It doesn't actually freeze anybody, but protects the team long enough to stay on their feet, but not from Regime. That's 2 going down to the Lucio, but Alexander, a 3K. Is this perhaps winnable for the Stories? After all, only the Cassidy and they have held Hitori remain in this fight, but that is going to be enough to turn it around. Exo Sakura, that one's gonna hurt, and Alexander was the one who landed the blow.
Wow, Stories just showing that they just really want to close this out, and you know, just that 3-piece from Alexander just really kind of capitalizing there also on that Deadeye. And I think too, you're just gonna have to just use everything you got. You want to close this out.
You have to. I mean, there's such a lead right now for the Dreamland Stories that you don't even need to push farther. You just need to burn this time bank. If you can win every other fight, that's fantastic for you. Extra Sakura, though, I think they have the advantage here. Both Bola Shot and Dragon Blade available for Ivory and Zoe. And Zoe gets Alexander into neutral. That's fantastic, but apparently that's not going to be enough. Goes for the Lucio, but less than 40 HP here. Kind of swinging in air, and in fact, Cinnabar does a little bit of parkour. Breaks their ankle, and gets the final blow. That's 3 now for the Lucio. All with the boop. Of all things here in Dreamland Stories, and they're gonna keep this one going. An unfortunate turn for Sakura.
Yeah, I mean, never say never. But you know, in some way, they're just, you know, kind of closing out any lanes, any vulnerabilities here, and kind of you can tell within fact how you know, Cinnabar just kind of showing that side too of Lucio that could really kind of be a dominating factor on that hit. And it's just kind of more or less how they Exo Sakura can find an opening, but they're just making it extremely difficult because Star is just being the stars of this.
I love that. That's actually a great way to put it. The Stars have been putting up such a dominant performance that even in the fight that Sakura thrown out and Stars find some sort of clutch potential, but they're gonna have to do it again. Speaking of clutch, Alexander stuck around a little too long in Ivory's crosshair and did receive the proper punishment for that. There'll be a TP out from Juno on the side there, but Stars is still holding a decent amount of space, swiping down players, and there it is. The return icicle to the face of Ivory there. And Exo Sakura found their main source of damage, and against 4 ultimates now from the Stories themselves. Hitori burned down instantly. The sound barrier, not even enough to save her because of how much damage she took in an instant. Tank for tank now, but Exo Sakura, they're still holding on to this corner, and without the Mei and the Cassidy, Alexander hitting as many shots as she is, you just gotta back off.
Yeah, especially with the stacked ults there, that's the last thing you want to have to deal with. But man, the Starry is just saying, you know, we're going to push this through. We need to close this off. You know, there's only a minute left here. So if things need to change, things need to change now for Exo Sakura.
And if I'm doing my math right, it's about 4 to 5 consecutive fight wins that you need to make a comeback here and take the lead and keep yourself in the upper bracket. It's a tall task. But it ain't over until it's over. Deadeye though for Alexander. Ivory somehow gets to cover in time, but eventually will meet their own demise as the crosshairs of Alexander. Mari rolling on forwards, seeing if they can punish Tori. No punchy form in sight, but the amount of healing is clutch from Juno and Cinnabar, doing their darndest to keep her on her feet, but it is a short-lived will. Zoe, you know she doesn't want to invest in Dragon Blade, knowing how far Exosakura have to get, but you just need to get that little bit of a start. You clean up Juno, that's all you're gonna find.
Yeah, and like you said, the math be mathing, and Zoe just finding an opportunity here to capitalize on that. Here's the thing, it's really going to come to confidence here for Exosakura, and it's just one of those things. It's just like really playing their absolute best. Minimal mistakes, having the opportunity to use also their ult to win
Mari.
it.
Well, Mari already going down there. I mean, this is a completely dry fight. Alexander and Mage might as well just be ringing the bell now. This one looking as good as over. And the number 2 seed in the Dreamland Stars will once again send Exosakura to the lower bracket and move on, guaranteed a 3rd place finish minimum.
Wow, I mean, here's the thing, you know, there's always a little hope, but man, when you have a powerhouse like Starries and the way they just showcase their abilities and the teamwork, I mean, you could just see also the compositions that they had back to back. I mean, the plays were textbook, but man, sometimes these teams, they make it look easy, but congratulations to the Dreamland Starries for their victory, showing off that they indeed are a powerhouse to be reckoned with.
Dreamland Stars have been the most consistent team in terms of like their macro management, their ultimate usage, their game plan, and when they feel confident, this is a team that will fully be controlling the tempo. It's the Stars world, and you're just living in it. And I think that last map of Runasapi showed us exactly that for going on ahead. And they will, in fact, be playing against me and my friends gaming. Not me, the team. Me and my friends
Not
gaming.
me.
In the
I just get to cast and watch and get some drops with all you fine people out there watching. So, yeah, but it's such a great show, Tiny. We're so lucky to be here. Overwatch has really come a long way, and I think we've seen some superstar players come through. And imagine just kind of also the momentum that you get to push forward with that win. It's really going to put such a different confidence booster for your team.
Yeah, and I think it's one that was kind of needed too. I feel like yesterday's series against Valentine for the Stars was a little closer than most people, including the Stars, were expecting. So coming back today and getting the 3-1 win over Exosakura, I think is a very good feel-good for this team, and will set themselves up well heading into Saturday when they take on me and my friends gaming.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm just kind of like, yeah, I think I need some more popcorn. I need some more snacks. But yeah, I'm going to go do that. So we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back.
our second upper match semifinal has been completed. It will be a 3-1 victory for our number 2 seed, the Dreamland Starries, to move on and face off against Me and My Friends Gaming for the upper finals next weekend. And it was a fantastic series to watch. You could see the limits really being pushed. But at the end of the day, it was the Starries who came up.
They came out on top. And speaking on top, we get to have a winner's interview for you. We have Alexander, also known as Senya, on the line. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Oh, how we feeling?
I mean, yeah, pretty good. I mean, I wasn't supposed to play this card, but a lot of like stuff happened, so it's all right.
Yeah, I think too, you guys really just kind of having these teams, you know, you guys have had such synergy between these matchups. And, you know, obviously there's a lot of team camaraderie here. What would you say was the kind of the catalyst, the thing, the deciding factor that kind of helped you close this off?
First of all, I mean, I stopped inting because like I have like not played the game that much recently because I wasn't supposed to play because we were supposed to have a different person. But
you played today, and you and fine indeed playing. I've seen, so I definitely want to.
Yeah, it's like I stopped inting because that's how we lost first map because I just like inted like a couple fights and then on the other maps we just played better macro. That's about it. It's not really special. We just played better macro game.
Yeah, and sometimes that's needed. Tiny, do you have any follow-up questions here post winning?
Well, first of all, I want to say, Senna, it is great to see you back and competing and in top form. Even if there, in your words, a little bit of inting, which it happens to the best of us. But I do want to ask you, being back on this team for a run on champs, you are now made it to these upper finals, guaranteed a top 3 finish. And this isn't your first time in the playoffs either. I want to get an idea from you how competing in the playoffs now compares to how it did in like last year, for example, in the previous years. Like, how are you feeling about making this further run?
I think my current team is better than last team. Like, not like Flame 2 my last year champs run. It's just that like it's just I don't know if it's like going to be like easier than last year or harder than last year, easier than last year. It's just more that last year I was personally more in form because I played the game, had more motivation, etc. But I think with this team, we have a bigger chance. And to be honest, I hope I don't get another second place because that will be 3 like championships in a row that I get second. I want to at least win 1 championship if possible. I'm known as the Carpe of Ka because I have the most second places out of every player, I think. I mean, I have some wins, but I do think overall I have the most second places out of everyone. So I hope if this is my last Ka, because as I said, I wasn't expected to play. Yeah, I hope to win on an end, or end on a win at least, hopefully, and especially because it's a championship that like last 2 years I played, I lost like finals. So
this is the year, Senna.
This is the year, man. We're rooting. I'm rooting. The chat's rooting. I know that the community is right behind you. I saw a lot of hype in the chat for you guys. And I think in the end, you know, you guys have a great chance to carry that motion forward. So, you know, thank you for this interview. And now that we have that, we'll let you rest a little bit and we'll see you soon.
Yes, thank you for having me and have a nice day.
Yes, you too.
Senna has been from the very start of Calling All Heroes, has been around the scene as one of the most iconic hit-scan players. So I know she's taken a little bit of time off, but to see her come back and compete for the championships, like she makes it every year, but it falls just short at the end. And I think that even she said it, the macro performance today was awesome. If they can do that against Me and My Friends Gaming, I think there's a very good chance that they could have an upset there.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like second place might as well just be last place because it just never feels good. And I think, you know, you could just hear that she just really wants to focus on getting that crucial momentum with their team. But we have so much more Calling All Heroes coming your way. We're going to take a quick short break and we'll be right back.
We have completed our upper bracket semifinals for the day, and we have two teams that are ready for our upper finals and two more waylating in the lower bracket. Because it's elimination time, people, it is a very sad day for half of our teams that we are going to be watching for the remainder of the afternoon. Cafe Violet and Fable, of course, will be the first two that we watch, and then Valentine and Vindrive to follow.
Yeah, I mean, it was still incredible Overwatch, calling all heroes, bringing all these incredible players here today. And obviously, this is kind of a showcase of all showcases, but Cafe Violet and Fable, just, two great teams. Cafe Violet, obviously, is a team that, we've seen in the Calling Heroes series. And also Fable. I mean, it's always sometimes like you got to fight for something. And I think lower bracket sometimes shows you that like you still have that fight in you. And, Cafe Violet being obviously a team, everyone here is so seasoned, but really it's just kind of finding where they can capitalize.
Yeah, Cafe Violet to me is, this is the surprise team, I think, of the of the Calling All Heroes season. This
Ooh,
is
I
pretty
like
much,
that.
I know, it's like pretty much all new players that we have seen, or at least new players at a higher level. This is the highest placement that we have seen from Cafe Violet so far, and they've been on various teams, placed top 8-ish before, but making it through the champs after placing 3rd in the LCQ, having them here, makes me very happy to see these bright new faces come in, and it really is kind of the future of Calling All Heroes. The fact that they get to keep on this upper climb and showcase their talent is going to be important. I think this is out of all the teams they could have faced off against in this lower bracket, I think Fable is the one that they have a chance against.
Okay. And sometimes even if you're new doesn't mean you're not capable. And I think that's great because sometimes, new stars are meant to be born. And, Fable coming in, we got a lot, full blown, like having a series of great teammates here. And it's really kind of just showcasing the strengths, right? And I think we're gonna have a fun series either way, but the lower bracket, you kind of have to take that out of your mentals and just be like, we're here to play, we're here to win, we can do this, we can fight our way through, we have a chance, right? There's just that thing, that echo that's going to be going through their head. And as we got our initial bans here, we got Echo and Brigitte, I just could see it happening. But, again, this is going to be one of those things is really who's going to set the tone for our first map here on Ilios.
We're playing D.Va. I can tell you that 100%. Viola and Avery both love that particular hero.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Ilios is a dive map through and through. And the Echo ban is respect to INVU, which is actually a player I wanted to highlight for Fable. This is the first time we are seeing INVU in Calling All Heroes, and it is in the championships. A player was picked up to be on a championship team, which is ridiculous to think, and that is just how much talent
What an honor.
I know, that's so cool. And it's with all of these veterans, and Avery, Persona, who is Kita-san Black, by the way, Fiery, and Z-Panther on that line. So, Fable is a storied team, as you would think the name fits. We are either making this a crazy run through the lower bracket, or we are out first. There really just hasn't been an in-between, and they're already at the lower bracket part, but the question is, are they going to be able to secure this win? Had a 1-3 loss over Nightmare earlier yesterday, but coming into this series, I think have some renewed confidence. Playing with Avery, Zarya, and D.Va, two of the strongest heroes on this patch, and two of Avery's strongest as well, is going to be great. But Cafe Violet, I think they have the advantage of extra synergy, extra time played together, and also the fact that they're coming into this with the expectation of being these new players and slightly less pressure because of it.
Yeah, but sometimes you just need like a team to believe in you, to just really kind of give you that platform, right? To give you that that feeling when people believe in you, especially when seasoned players have already had this and this is your first time to showcase. So much can be had, and I'm excited to see some new faces up in this new series that we got.
To start us off on well, though, nothing new in terms of competition. It's completely mirrored across the board, and Ray taking a bit of a chunk there from Kita-san Black, aka Persona, on Fable's Freya. For now, both these divas playing rather passive, looking for a window to strike, which it does favor Viola slightly. I just did have more health in the tank for the time being, and Cafe Violet dancing around the point. It's really just waiting to see if Ray or Kita-san Black is going to get an elimination first, or maybe INVU with how much pressure he's putting on it. Here we go, nice fadeaway with the melee cake going down there, so Cafe Violet not able to stand themselves further, and you can see how quickly Fable's pushing.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of that push from Tracer kind of giving that opening right there. And, kind of, working together here on this DPS side is really going to do it for Fable. But, can they hold it down? It's still pretty early here on this side. Is really just going to see how Cafe Violet reworks their composition.
Step number one is stop zaggering. You've got to be able to take a full team fight. I mean, together. Power of friendship, people. Okay, stop. We're at the point now that we've lost the lane. Just chop it off. This isn't a band-aid fix situation. Just wait in the spawn. Viola seems to get the memo, so they'll be able to repush fully here. But Fable, you can already see how much pressure they're wanting to put on Cafe Violet.
Yeah, pressure indeed. And it's also, too, man, Fable really stacking those ults there for their favor. But it really is just kind of holding it down. I mean, they are almost at that halfway point. Capturing this point is really, but you got the ult coming through here, Tiny.
Bola's shot ended up going through, and because the Suzu was used earlier by Ake, it was easy for Avery to keep on Black to get in there and clean up the remainder of the squishies of Cafe Violet. Viola gonna do her best to get out with a mech in Kovek. Is it going closer towards the point? Uses the self-destruct. IMVU decides to win the pulse spot. Wait a minute, perhaps this is a winnable defense. Ended up dying to Baby Diva. Kaisicle returned much faster than Fable were anticipating here. So there was actually warrant. They're pushing further up, and instead it is Fable who is caught off guard by Cafe Violet's perseverance.
Yeah, and perseverance and having those openings, you know, having those areas covered. But man, whoa, that could have been crucial for Viola, but just making it, you know, the next driving skills by Viola unfortunately weren't there. But man, you know, Fable just showing that they just want to close this one off.
And they might, I mean, Fire is a nice pick, so I don't think there's too much left of the touch here. Avery is still out of mech. If Viola can get back in time, I'd say maybe you can make something work. Sound barrier is there from Cyrena, but nobody can push it far enough to take advantage of it. IMVU is doing so much work in the back line right now, even with Viola returning from the graves. If this Diva isn't taken care of, she's basically just Thanos. She can do as she pleases, but with the mech disappearing, with the work of IMVU, she's everywhere right now on this Tracer. She's like, you can ban my Echo, but you're not taking away my favorite teleporting DPS. And there you go, a nice 4-piece to finish it off for Fable.
Yeah, I mean, Fable just kind of driving that aggressive hold is kind of, you know, and, you know, that just sets the tone, right? Because now, you know, there needs to be a full rework, and we could just kind of see the damage input coming through them, and just also the chipping away of the energy here from Cafe Violet. But, you know, definitely needed some changes here. We definitely more DPS coming. That's what I want to see from Cafe Violet. Just more DPS. Kind of feeling the confidence is what they need right now, because, you know, as we're moving forward, you have something to fight for here as we're in our lower bracket.
It's you win here, or your journey in the championship playoffs is over. So it's kind of do or die for both teams.
Yeah.
One swap between last round. Avery will move over to the Zarya, which is not very fun to play against as Viola's Diva, if you've ever tried that. But the main concern here, though, is Ray and Kate have been getting burned down so quickly in these early fights that you got to find a way to strike back before that happens. And so far, Viola, great chase on Nikita's on Blast, did not miss a single pellet there. Cafe Violet, I think they know they have a faster team with Avery being on the Zarya, and they absolutely use that.
Yeah, and I think they feel more favored and comfortable on this side of the map, and if they just can hold it down and capitalize on those. But wow, Viola with just such low HP really is going to need some help, and unfortunately gets it right there because just in time.
Yeah, but Viola does end up using out on the next.
Oh.
It will be a bit of a reset there. Stick around Zarya too long as a Diva. It's not going to be a good time. So found that out the hard way. It is IMVU going down though, so there is a window to push.
Yeah, and there is a little pick there from Kate, and just finding kind of how they're going to stack and which lane they decide to pick. And I feel like Viola is just trying to find an opening here against this Zarya. But Zarya just kind of using that map to their advantage. Oh man, Viola's just trying their best to kind of mobilize around this team. It's just hard. They're just burning so much HP.
And that's what Zarya does. It's why she's so good right now. And Avery just walk on forwards as an unstoppable giant laser beam. And the health bar just gets melted through that. I mean, it's a 4K for Zarya alone in that battle.
Yeah, I mean, Zarya doing Zarya. And here's the thing, you know, it's just really going to kind of show Fable and showcase kind of what they're good at, right? Like finding the momentum that they had on from the last game to here. And man, the high ground just really working also in their favor.
Yeah, it is but they got the ground to kind of work with, jumping on the back line, and Cafe Violet, they don't even have the opportunity to respond. I think it's Kaisicle. Yeah, Kaisicle's just chilling on the point, seeing if they can draw some attention, but gonna go ahead, get right back on out when they turn.
Yeah, the reset definitely needed here. Oh, and Kaisicle there. Oh, no. I mean, sometimes it'd be like that, Tiny.
Well, okay, that's much better, though. I'd rather have a dead Kaisicle over a dead Avery any day of the week. So Cafe Violet, pretty happy with how that trade ended up working out. And no sound barrier either from Fiery. It's very likely Fable are just going to opt to forfeit this point, not commit any more tools. Great play from Cafe Violet to see Fable on that high ground and punish Avery for it.
Yeah, that trade-off was definitely something that they needed, and yeah, they got themselves chipping away here. You know, finding where those mistakes can happen is going to be, but yeah, it's also kind of just like, can they find the lanes needed to work in their favor too?
Well, there is a lane, make it 2 lanes actually. So there are 2 Kitsune rushes now on the field, and Kaisicle can't quite escape the burst damage of Kiba-san's Black's Freya. There's a trade, Tracer for Tracer, and the sound barrier's now coming out. Unfortunately, it doesn't get Viola as much as he would like, but she does have the sound destruct to attempt a rematch, which will happen, but Ray, in the meantime, was chased down in the back. No tank to peel for it, and Avery also not able to do all that much. Has a really low charge and has maintained that for quite some time, but you do manage to get the flip back over. It is Cafe Violet who need to find a way to remove Fable's players from the point as soon as possible. It's so difficult with how Avery has been in the fight too long, has enough charge to fully sustain and even make sure Viola is removed from the mech, forced to play close, forced to play on the point. And that's the last thing Cafe Violet's composition wanted to do. INVU bringing out a little bit of the broomstick at the end to sweep away the remnants, and it'll be a Fable map 1 win.
Yeah, I mean, just Avery just showing how to properly dominate that side. And, you know, it's just one of those things, too. Once you got that Zarya charge and how you're timing that just shows how much you can capitalize on that. And that they did, Tiny.
Absolutely. And this is very much a Fable team that will take positioning if they can get it, and we're able to catch Cafe Violet off guard, I'd say, for the majority of that map, to be honest. I don't think that they had many fights where they were just like, oh, where's that Zarya coming from? Like, it wasn't very, it's not a fun time to play a horror game on Overwatch at the same time.
No, to be fair, Overwatch sometimes can feel like a horror game. So I, you know, I will say, though, that, you know, when they did capitalize on what they needed, it just shows how they're able to work together. And, you know, even though that this is lower bracket, it just shows you how impressive these teams have to kind of reset their mentals just to be like, okay, even though this is where we need this first win. Let's show why we are here, why we deserve to be here. And having that first win, that 2-0 on this map, Ilios, is, I think this could really charge them forward. But, you know, we still have a few maps to get through. But I always say, like, setting the tone really is kind of what differentiates, especially when you're on the lower bracket side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a little bit harder to do, I think, when Viola, I think, is really good at the tanks that she does play. But in the instances, I have not seen too much flexibility there. And as soon as I think we see Fable start to make those swaps to counter that one comp, it gets a lot harder for Viola to exist in that map. I'm not surprised by the King's Row pick for Cafe Violet.
Same.
They've done it pretty much every time. You can run the Viola Diva on this first point, and then the Viola Ramantra everywhere else on the map. It's never been, I don't think it's played Zarya at all, actually, throughout most of this tournament. So it's going to be not the Zarya ban. It's in fact the Diva ban. Okay. Wait a minute. We're turning that around for Cafe Violet. Okay, maybe we're not doing that. They're cooking something new.
A new recipe is born today here on King's Row for them, which is great to see. Also, we have our second initial ban here, and Freya being the chosen one. Yes, there's gonna have to be, you know, go back to the drawing board and seeing what works, who in fact will be the flex player of the day. But really, I think King's Row kind of also shows really kind of how you can aggressively show quite a bit of dominance, and I like to see the tanks, the DPSs kind of showcase that for us, and of course, our supports as well. But man, it's going to be really interesting to see how they what show they give us for this first initial play here on King's Row.
I know I'm still shocked by the diva ban.
The diva?
It is like an Avery signature too. So
Okay.
at the end of the day, it's whatever. I think Viola might. Matro's there. I think the Hazard's there. We haven't seen any Hazard recently.
Not too much today.
Not too much. So. And there are options to go to, but like that's just how Overwatch 2 is. If you don't know what the tank is doing, it's hard to theorize, other than the supports, where the direction of your comp is actually going to land, and it just fully determines how like, the play style of your team is going to be.
Oh, yes. I definitely feel like it's one of those things when, you take away a favorite of one or each other's. Oh, excuse me? I'm sorry.
We get the holiday one?
Okay, y'all pull a fast one on me. Happy holidays, everyone. Merry Christmas. Christmas tree lights. How appropriate. We're here. This year went by so fast, it's pretty much Christmas. Well, it's Christmas here on King's Row, that's for sure. And indeed, this is decorated quite lovely here. Tiny. Are you feeling seasonal now? I'm feeling really good now. If I can't have snow here in California, at least I can have it in King's Row.
I don't know. I got 15 inches of snow here. I think I'm good. But it is nice. It is very festive. I was wondering why the producer typed "Merry Christmas" in chat before.
So did I. I was like, "Do you want me to say Merry Christmas right now?" But now I can say Merry Christmas. So happy holidays, everyone. But speaking of presents, we do have some drops for you. We'll be having it throughout the series here at Calling All Heroes. If you did get your drops, whether it's one or all, put some hype in the chat. Just refresh your browsers if needed. I know that sometimes they can be a little funky, but you'll get them. Don't you worry.
Ooh, speaking of treats though, Venture v Venture, Kaisicle v INVU. I mean, this is Kaisicle. I think Venture is one of their signatures from what we've seen so far, and INVU is still such a new player for me. I'm very excited to see how she continues to show the presence, and we're already seeing how that turns out to be an advantage. The Zarya having the bubbles for Venture versus not, and Kaisicle on the unfortunate end of not having the extra support will end up taking a shot from Kitasan Black, who had positioned herself up on the high ground there. INVU clearing the space, checking it out, making sure there are no stragglers, and sending poor Cake back to spawn.
Man. And what's the thing here that Cafe Violet needs to do is really just kind of find the lanes that work.
Or play Zarya. That helps.
Yes. Get your Zarya in check right here, and having also that Venture support also on you is really. But man, having also the Sojourn's back. Also, the Ventures almost in mirrored here, but we got that Lucio. And then, with the Wu Yang too is really going to kind of help Cafe Violet through here if they can find some way to stop, what's happening.
Yeah, well, I mean, they did just have a massive stagger fight there and lost like 3 players. It was scrappy, but your spawns are like 5 years further away than the Fables. So it's a bit of a hike to get back to this point. So you get about halfway through the objective by the time.
Oh, and through the snow too. Let's not forget. It's quite a trek there. But there you got. Quite a bit. Could this be the ult needed?
I mean, Kaisuke's been doing an excellent job getting these picks just seemingly out of nowhere and then getting out with their life. That's the even more impressive thing. So we like to see that for Cafe Violet, and it's just a full kite of the Kitsune Rush that Fable laid down. Nobody near on the defensive end, which is much needed. A little bit of meterage in the process, but this is the actual battle you want to take. Draft on Surge actually ends up going wide from Avery there. Kitasan Black wants to hit the shots regardless. Unfortunately, you can't really hit a shot on a person with a giant laser beam. That's not very fun. Viola shredding on Zarya, and I think honestly that hero change right there makes Cafe Violet look like a whole different team.
Exactly. And, you know, that Zarya versus Zarya moment, like, you know, when you just see the same hero kind of faces, kind of a show off of like, who is the dominant tank here? And, you know, Viola just showing their chops right here, about to get their ults. And we're going to have a nice full stack of ults here from Cafe Violet. So it's really kind of how they stack them up is really what I want to do.
Well, it will be a graviton surge from Yul, which actually stopped the tectonic shot completely. IMU held barely off the ground. Doesn't get any value out of the ultimate after all, but the star of the show has been Kitasan Black from Fable. Has found shot after shot for these final blows, and there's a second one on top of it. A 2-for-1 for that trade. You'll take any day of the week. She'll tap out. She's done her job, and Avery's there to get the rest done.
Yeah, Kitasan Black, I mean, it's really kind of showing their stuff here. And, you know, I think, too, is when it's just, you got that push, that momentum, and when things just connect and they feel right, it's sometimes what you need for your team to just feel so motivated.
It just all that changes momentum right here. Which,
Unless that happens. Unless you run into Cake.
Yeah, that's not. It's you just can't be there as a venture. I don't think that's fully legal in that point. And Cafe Violet, they knew it. It was a 5v4, full sent it out the point with Raze overclocking. And look at the hole with just about a meter left. So we got 2.5 minutes to make this happen.
2.5 minutes. I mean, sometimes as the clock is ticking, you have to rework all the compositions, kind of figure out if what's working is not, if it needs to go out the window. You know, now is the time, but man, that push needs to happen. And also just seeing how the teams are working with that DPS is also kind of what I'm looking forward to, and how they, but yeah, having also that aerial intel is super important sometimes.
There's also just not really much that you can do to contest INVU. Echo's great at forcing bubbles and forcing Viola to be careful about resource usage more than what would have been should she stayed on the venture pit. With shooting rush though for Cyrena, Avery backpedaling a little, gets chunked down to 40 HP. Z-Panther working overtime to keep the tank on their feet, which Avery will manage to do so, but you are without some players right now. The Graviton surge from Avery into the back of that one. Hook, line, and sinker grabbed 4 players in a group hug, and Fable will work their way to this 3rd point.
Ooh, Fable keeping the dream alive there with tons of picks that's just working in their favor. And it's really just kind of how can they get there halfway there? Can they push this through that finishing line?
I think there's a chance, but oh boy, that was a surprise. I don't think Icicle was quite expecting there. It is a lot harder to play the Echo on this particular point on a tower. There's very few angles that you can take, very little safe spot as you can already see. Cake made sure to drown IMU air there, and Cafe Violet will get a result on this play to load as a result. Cake kind of trying on this Wuyoung. The first time we've seen that hero pick today has gotten so much value out of the hook.
Yeah, a lot of value, kind of finding also their way. And, you know, you mentioned the Echo not being bad, but they do have that ult. I'm very curious who they are going to, you know, echo through this ult. It could be obviously something, a big changer just to push them where they need to be to close this out. But man, there is a lot of action turning around this corner. A lot of eyes needed in this small pocket area, but that high ground over here, Tiny.
INVU though just can't get into the fight. The Graviton Surge is laid down. Viola and Fable, they're already so committed to this fight that they felt like they had to force it. And honestly, that turned out pretty poorly for them. You get a couple of trades for Avery, but the map's completely flipped. Cafe Violet, you think they're the ones that are attacking. Based on where Avery is currently situated, will eventually work their way back closer to where the team is, and actually ends up catching Viola out on an island. The rest of her team ended up backing off, so Cyrena couldn't get the heals in time. Kitasan Black, though, absolutely diffed by Ray's railgun shot, despite having the overclock up here. So there is a chance to get a hold, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, it's super, super close indeed, but also the time not in your favor. 40 seconds on the clock with Kitsune's and the rushes and the ults coming down over here. Tiny, this is it.
Great grab from Avery to open it up, but they have no health remaining. Viola burned straight through it. The fact that she never died in that situation is the only reason Cafe Violet are on their feet. I think Cyrena and Cake earned a cookie for that.
Yeah, Viola just really capitalizing. If anything, this is just going to show how they can hold this on. I mean, it's just one of those things, just burning the time as they did. But man, Fable just really trying everything, use everything that they have in their arsenal to make the dream happen. Oh, but no. Man, this Wu Yang just making it just impossible.
Full support's already removed out from under Fable. Any damage they take is permanent, and yeah, they're gonna remember that one tomorrow when they wake up, because this King's Row will not be a full cap after all. Stop just short of a full completion. So Cafe Violet have a decent win condition that they can work towards if they can get that momentum.
Yeah, you know, it was just so close. And, you know, the thing is like running the clock was really also something that I just don't think that they had eyes on, you know? It's just, you have to work hand in hand together, and stacking ults on top of time management is super important here. But I mean, you can just see here, I mean, there's just a lot of damage input coming through quite a bit from both teams. But I just like to highlight, you know, like we got some action coming in. Like Cafe Violet really turned things around.
They did. The Zarya swap, I think, number one, helped a lot because you could actually contest Avery. But number two, I think Icicle having the extra support was great. When we saw a lot of these fights get won, might not have always been Icicle getting the final blows, but at the very least, they were forcing major cooldowns, like the protection Suzus, even Avery's own bubbles, so it made it harder to play into that front line. And I also think Fable ran out of steam towards the end of that. I think they stayed on the Echo a little bit too long, had some weird decisions about positioning. But now as we switch the sides here, it will be INVU going back over to that Venture. So likely mirror for mirror after Ray takes a first shot on the Widowmaker. I need to see how specifically the synergy is between the tanks and the Ventures.
Yeah, I definitely think if they can get some solid picks here, this could be something. But man, Fable really does need a hold and make some serious decisions on how they can monetize on this defense side.
And so far, it's just poking in and out. And he managed to chunk somebody low enough, so maybe a full charge shot to the body might take him away. I mean, that's something. And Avery, though, loses about half HP on the high ground. I mean, King's Row attacks often go so slow. For this exact reason, you need to work your way up to get this favorable positioning as an attack, which Cafe Violet have done a great job so far of, but find themselves face to face with a very charged, very angry Russian woman named Avery. So I'm going to go ahead and end that one right where it started. Cafe Violet, a little antsy on that play.
Oh man, Fable saying we still got this. If we have to show a different way, it's going to be here on our defense side. And yeah, I would not want to cross myself against angry Avery. No, thank you.
Avery's so nice though. Like I can't.
I know, but like her, that was an angry type of Zarya play. Like you come around the corner and Zarya's in your face like that. Yeah, no thanks.
Kaisuke almost was there for round two, but while Kaisuke lives, Ray unfortunately cannot get out alive. Viola has been having a hard time moving through with the entirety of the team. Fable have basically been putting Cafe Violet in a knuckle sandwich for the majority of that. Great pinch plays for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you burn the time, right? Fable just saying, okay, let's work with what we got. We know this map. We know what we're capable of. And yeah, we also deserve to be here. And we want to close this off. And yeah, they weren't able to, you know, go all the way through. But, you know, sometimes change is needed where they need to be.
Adjustment so far. Like now it's more of like a playstyle adjustment, as it get the heck away from the Kitsune rush that you don't have, and yeah, you just can't. There's too much speed between the Z Panther, Red Carpet, and Fiery boosting everybody forwards. You do actually get the Kiriko there, so Cafe Violet, if they regroup fast, they can push.
A solid upgrade.
Yeah, Cafe Violet just really kind of needs to kind of go back and figure out a different composition to see how they can work their way around, because Fable is just really locked in right here. You just see so many things working in their favor.
And look at the ultimates they have too. I mean, all it takes is a Graviton Surge, but INVU already got the pick off onto Cake, and with another beautiful flank. That's a triple kill now for the Tectonic Shock. INVU. What a debut on this Venture pick.
Venture showing us. I know the chat is going crazy for Venture. Did you guys like that? 'Cause that's pretty hype. Yeah, I know. Tiny, I know you love that.
Oh, I do love that. It makes me so happy. You know what else makes me happy? This Flake Ray doesn't know what's coming. Thankfully reacts in time. And like the best venture thing ever. You like camp a corner and then you appear. But it seems like Icicle wants to get some revenge. Tectonic shock of their own. Claims the life of Z Panther. Both the boards now down for Fable and had a pretty poor time for them. Everybody was so focused on what INVU was doing that they ignored the setup that Ray and Icicle had going on in the back. Well played by Cafe Violet. I'll be the point for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it needed, right? That one opening, those minor mistakes, they are going to take opportunity to capitalize, and now giving them an opportunity to push this payload through this area. But man, the Zaryas.
It is much better than Cafe Violet. Look, now they have all their fun stuff they can use. And the Kitsune Rush, but this time, Fable, for the most part, get out. You lose INVU. I think you had to lose somebody that's probably the one you're okay with. That, however, is much more of a problem. I think Fable realized that, we're just going to get pushed anyways. We need to try to commit, avoid getting staggered so that they can have a better point hold later.
Yeah, and the reset is definitely needed, something that they need to rework here. And with Cafe Violet kind of now finding their footing here, will in fact they, can they push it all the way to the end here? Because this is going to be something that Fable's really going to have to fight for.
And the fact that only a Kitsune Rush was used there too, that's going to be pretty tough, especially if Viola can get this Graviton Surge off before Z Panther initiates with the Kitsune Rush, which about 10% away from that. Is that even closer now? So Cafe Violet, much closer engagement, but Icicle trade venture for venture, both of them eating dirt, but one of them having to deal with gravity on the other side. Doesn't mean that see anything come from the Graviton Surge, but there is the follow-up on Akitas on Black, making out of the overclock just as it expires, and Viola not faring all that well. Cyrena doing her darndest to keep the tank on her feet, praying nobody will look at her, but with the big character out of the picture, it's time for it to turn around, but Cafe Violet are making it a lot scrappier than it originally used to be.
True, and even though Serena did get those picks throughout the way, like just picking through, but whoa,
Icicle?
man, oh,
wait,
okay, what?
Icicle kind of clutched that. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we're a lot of venture for venture action here too.
I do like that. Rock puncher, you rock, you throw rocks at each other until eventually somebody collapses. Or in this case, you break the earth under their feet until somebody collapses, which in this case is Fiery. Kind of peeled off the wall there a little bit at the end. Cafe Violet looking to get what they wanted. It was 5v4. INVU going to do her darndest to stop it. As a tectonic shock, but can't quite make it to the safety that is underground. Viola will make sure that is denied. It'll be Cafe Violet. 2 minutes to finish third, or not even finish third point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really kind of how can we keep this momentum going in our favor. And, although we're just seeing a lot of venture for venture, they are definitely finding themselves kind of where they can find that high ground, and positioning is really going to be a key factor here for Cafe Violet. Also, they don't have any ults just yet in their pocket. We're all just getting ready to see, but they don't, they're just trucking along over here, Tiny. They're just almost around this corner.
Yeah, you do not have Ray for this fight, though, and because of how little time there is, it's honestly in Cafe Violet's best interest to back off now to avoid these staggers, so you can have as much time as possible for a final fight.
Yeah, timing is something that you need to, but yes, the
ults
ults are popping off here. Okay.
Not expected, but we didn't expect it. Fiery certainly didn't either. Cake certain to meet the same fate as her Lucio counterpart in the Kitsune Rush. Not something Cafe Violet want to deal with. They're just going to opt to back off, cut their losses where they're at. Icicle looking for a rather gutsy re-engage here on to the burrow. Looking to disrupt Avery, but even that isn't quite enough to get the job done.
Yeah, and Black just trying to get some picks to run some damage through that side, but man, Icicle just really making it difficult just on that side from the team, putting a lot of damage through. Unfortunately, it's just not able to make it because, Venture coming in hot, and Fable just showing their chops over here.
INVU absolutely outbrained Icicle on that play. Times the burrow, times the drill down, make sure there was no escape, and since that happened, it's hard for Cafe Violet to get back this point. Kaisical, one last effort, does have the perk to make sure they get the extra cooldown, so a touch is guaranteed. But the rest of the team, for Cafe Violet, so far behind. He on Black doing her darndest to keep them corralled, ends up paying for it with her life. Perhaps it's enough for Fable to peel the remainder of Cafe Violet away from the cart. And it's just certainly going to be it. INVU making sure her opponents will in fact taste dirt, followed by Avery Zarya gameplay. 2-0 now for Fable.
Wow, Fable, I mean, really, it's just kind of the show of the adventures over here, Tiny. I know you're hyped about that. I know the chat is. But man, there can only be one, and it's just such impressive framework here. Having the DPS just kind of showcase, but man, when you have adventure coming your way and everything is working and you, like you said, get kind of outbrained, it's really something that could be detrimental to your team.
To be honest, though, I think Kaisical had an upper hand in a lot of that series, but at the very end there on the defense, INVU was certainly feeling herself. So it's very nice to see this adventure expertise. Everybody has something to learn from it, but also, I mean, how the teams play around it was important. I think Viola and Cafe Violet as a whole, they did a lot of surprising plays, and I mean that in a good way. Not as like, what's going on, is more like, oh wow, they actually did that kind of thing. And it catches teams off guard, and it was a result of a lot of their fight wins. That type of out-of-the-box thinking.
Yeah, that Zarya ult around the corner,
exactly.
I did not expect that, but sometimes it's needed to kind of see how teams are they on their toes or not, So we definitely did see a lot of interesting plays, but there can only be one winner coming here forward, and they definitely had an opportunity to showcase. Obviously, sometimes having that first win kind of pushes that motion forward, and now taking King's Row with 2 wins in their pocket. Fable, kind of showing like, hey, we might be lower bracket, but we still want this, and it's really going to be Cafe Violet that kind of has to rework the composition and see if they can, get a play here on our map 3.
It is Cafe Violet, what will be their last map pick of the series, regardless if we go to 5 or not. And it is an important one. I think they looked a lot better when they could play these more brawl comps, which is why I'm wondering, is a Shambali's Monastery in question? I don't know if you want to play the dive again, to be honest. Even if you're just going to play the Diva, Avery can either match you on the Diva, and with the Tracer of INVU playing as well as she was, that starts to get a little scary, as well as just you can swap Zarya at any point against the Diva, and it's a lot harder for Viola to have that same amount of value. So with those things considered, Shambali's Monastery would make sense, or even any Flashpoint map. I'd say any, there's a lot of them.
Oh,
New York City
okay.
would be where we're going. Not a common pick these days, but it's kind of starting to rise back up, and I'm here for it.
I know. I feel like it's one of those things. It's like sometimes you got to throw like a Hail Mary out there and see if, that's what is going to change things around. But yes, Fable just showing quite a bit of dominance, but really Cafe Violet kind of having to reframe the compositions, kind of really they don't want their story to end, Tiny, but sometimes if your back is against the wall, it's really about how your team can come together, and their initial ban will be Cassidy, and I see that, they know Deadeye's coming our way this time around here in New Junk City, so it's just really kind of where they're gonna go, and of course Zarya, on that second ban here, okay.
Okay. So this tells me a couple things. I think the cast was banned in order to protect either another DPS ban, like the Venture, for example, that Kaisical I think has looked the best on so far in terms of their hero picks, but it also makes sure that you can't really contest the Venture or Tracer as much should that happen. But I also think they were expecting to play the Zarya and weren't thinking that Fable would necessarily ban that pick, considering how well it worked out for them previously. So with that going away, does that mean we're gonna play Diva? This doesn't really strike me as a huge Diva map for a lot of the objectives, especially the ones that are more close quarters-ish. So Ramattra or Diva, I think, are the most likely culprits to be seeing in the tank department, but Fable kind of pulled that one out of left field for me.
Yeah, and also there's just so much openings here on this map. There's just so many different avenues that you can be contested. It's like you need to have eyes in the back of your head. Just kind of solid comms throughout this map. I mean, through the series, through everything in Overwatch, but really just this map. I feel like anything can happen. So it's just really going to have to be who is on their A game for this one as we're coming into New Junk City. Welcome, everyone. If you're just joining us here at Calling All Heroes, we're here today on day 2 here. And what's the beauty of it all is, yes, we have incredible gameplay, but we also have incredible drops. And if you're joining, I got my girl Tiny with me, and we're bringing all the action as, we're finalizing our lower bracket here and just trying to see if in fact who is really going to kind of push their way through this series and kind of finding vulnerability. And also the tank is really going to be something that I'm going to be focusing on, because I really think that just kind of decides the factor of like if you're going to push through, is your team going to be there for you if needed. But yeah, and Ramatra is definitely something that I could see. It would be interesting to see D.Va too as well, because since there is a lot of bit of opening here, that ult could be something really that could go in their favor. But, it is one of those things abilities come in their favor.
It's last leg now for Cafe Violet, and not the first time that we've seen people on the brink of a reverse sweep today, but in order for it to be a reverse sweep, well, you gotta start down 1 first. There is no way this is what we're doing. I refuse to believe we're getting a Reinhardt v Reinhardt.
I mean, it's very interesting. It is, if it does happen. No, yeah, no way. Okay. And just troll it. Yeah, okay. Every change to Ramatra. Okay.
I would like it if they stuck to it. The Cafe Violet, they will play the Symmetra, honestly. It might just be a TP out of spawn, but yeah, I wouldn't put it past them. It's such a strong brawl map that having something like this. Okay, we're cooking Cafe Violet. I like this.
Okay. Little Ryan action. And I was expected with the Symmetra here, keeping their way. Oh, okay, right, a little action here from Viola and Reinhardt.
Yeah, but the question for Freddy, already low immortality field out. Yeah, keeps on black. Actually get 2 out of the disruptor shot. Unfortunately, I think Icicle, you got to avoid this right around the Rosie that we often see on this first objective with Symmetra, but I did not get the teleporter up in time, and the Maywall from my end view certainly didn't help.
Yeah, and not having that TP, I think, was not something that they probably were expecting, because obviously they needed that. But yeah, Fable just showing quite a bit of dominance here on this side, and kind of covering this one lane to, oh my goodness, Viola just doing their best to get their team through. And you did talk about ring around the Rosie. Can they come on this back side to clear them through? But only time will tell.
I mean, Fable have much better poke damage here. They're just kind of waiting for the Maywall to get out. Can you get Viola in a spot to actually contest? And you use the teleporter to do it. Look at this, Ray, making players whip their heads around like nobody's business. With Icicle going out early, courtesy of INBU. That shenanigan is now over. Captain Violet will be sent back to spawns and lose out on New Junk City. Or, not the point, but it's a very creative idea. Fable were just ready for it.
Yeah, and I envy you, I think, with that. Also, with the Kitsana Black stacked together, it's just gonna be really hard to mobilize around, because I mean the connection between them is just, you can just see the lanes are just completely covered.
Fable are been very good about turning and then focusing the fire. If this Symmetra does not die first, it's the fight's done. You need Icicle out as soon as you can. They are public enemy number 1. And so as soon as you see these teleporters, you can see already the collapse start to come in. But this time Fable, for the most part, were able to get out if it wasn't for a fadeaway shot on it to keep us on black. Avery is the one on the objective, but soon to have much company with the help of Icicle's teleporter. Does have the photon barrier up and ready, should that be needed, but INVU and Fiery already took care of the supports. I don't think Captain Violet can commit.
Yeah, the commitment is definitely not there. Oh, but wait, Viola.
I mean, I heard an Earth Shatter sound, but I didn't see the Earth Shatter or anybody get stunned.
I heard it. But man, Avery just doing what Ramatra does best. And yeah, I think here's what kind of differentiates, what in fact can be thrown your way. And Avery just saying, you know what, you can throw whatever you want my way, but I'm going to clear this area for my team. And, also having that ult in their pocket. I mean, they're already halfway there, Tiny.
Yeah, this is, it's going to be like one more fight-ish on this point. You have great resources to win it, but I mean, matching sound barrier, annihilation from Avery, it can just be well-timed, or you can just be force-fed an icicle. So, down the Sojourn here, missing a lot of damage, and Cake doesn't make it through the teleporter. Fable were there before Cafe Violet could make the full engage, and that is a brutal turn of defense for this team. Again, I love the idea, but Fable look like that they have read the playbook 5 years before Cafe Violet even started to use it.
Yeah, and that was such an unfortunate TP and not having your whole team clear through. And I feel that it was more of a positioning aspect there. They definitely needed something a little bit more on the creative side, just to kind of give them a breakthrough. But the worst thing that could happen is just not having your full team TP there with you.
No, and like the photon barrier, like it helps them regroup. So even if you do get separated, you have a safe spot to go behind. But it's used at a point that the objective wasn't even locked yet, so you don't get a lot of value out of that specific ult. So when the actual big part of the fight happens, there aren't a ton of resources to pump into it. It's really only these sound barriers and maybe an overclock from Ray, if they can manage, or she can manage to build it up in time. And Kaizako finds herself in La La Land out on the side and gets Quintus on black, quick to deal with it, and Viola right alongside it. The competition works if you can stay together and hold hands, but Fable ripping them apart.
Man, Fable just showing, they just want to close this off. Very minor mistakes in their factor. And one thing to also see is just how they're able to stack whatever needed. We've seen this with other teams. It's almost like they have something in exchange for whatever is coming their way. And, Cafe Violet just holding on to that dream. But, time is not in their favor, and they really just need to make some plays.
Oh no, Viola tried to escape, but frozen up into a very tall popsicle. That is rather unfortunate for Cafe Violet. I wanted to see the Earth Shatter one more time, but Fable are not giving them even an inch of space to be able to work with. It's final fight now, and Fable, this map looks like it's theirs.
Yeah, it is clear that they have kind of reworked their way, but look at the stacked ults that Cafe Violet has. It's like almost like anticipation as to when they want to use them, because this is the time. They are on overtime. They need to start making some plays.
Ajax! The Ajax, though, Fiery, the one ult that kept this fight going further, ends up falling apart. Fable, that just might be the thing that will lose them the perfect round of New Junk City. Shout out to Cake for giving Cafe Violet a fighting chance there, despite only having used the 2 support ults.
Yeah, and the fact that they had those ults to favor, they're still holding on to the Earth Shatter here and the Sojourn ult. Just really need to capitalize on their timing here and just kind of find any entryway. The comms need to be uttermost perfection here for them to have a chance.
Earth Shatter was there, but it didn't grab all that much. And Fiery, though, has been getting bullied throughout this round by Icicle after the swap over, but it is, at the end of the day, Ramatra into a Reinhardt. Doesn't care about a shield. All Fable cares about is their story. Continuing even further. Ray knocked out of her own overclock, and that's going to do it for Cafe Violet in this tournament. Fable have more chapters yet to write in the playoffs.
Yeah, and you have to give their flowers to Cafe Violet because they definitely have played an incredible series. I mean, everyone here just doing their best, really kind of coming together, the power of friendship. But man, was the power of friendship really, really strong here. For, you know, the teams just showing everything that they have. But man, when one team just kind of dominates, Tiny, it's just so hard to carry off that momentum. You know, Fable just really kind of showing why they deserve to be here, even though they had a fight. They're fighting their way through lower bracket. That doesn't mean it's over for them. The dream is still very much alive, and you know, congratulations to them pushing forward through and almost making it look easy, Tiny.
Hey, this is the most Fable thing that I've ever seen. This team has been around for years of calling all heroes now, and it's been, you know, usually middle of the pack, but if Fable can go on a run, it always starts from the lower bracket, and usually by a very early round of the lower bracket, and they're already one step closer to making that happen. We'll be placing off against Exo Sakura next week, or not next week. Is it next? I guess technically this week is next Saturday, if you think about it. So
sorta.
6 days for that, close enough. So. And Fable, they'll have time to work that out before they take on that game, but I think this is a team with a ton of veteran power, with the addition of INVU, which again, shout out for coming into the championships and putting on this level of a performance. I'm really hoping that we get to continue to see gameplay like that, because I think Fable I wouldn't be nearly as confident about Fable if it wasn't for the performance INVU has been showing so far.
Yeah, I mean, that just kind of shows, right? You know, you kind of give a space for those those kind of showstopper moments. And there was just so many there for the team. And, you know, this just shows you, like, you know, sometimes you need to have an opportunity to showcase that you still have it in you. And I'm very excited that, you know, they had to fight for it, obviously making it look easy. But, you know, yeah, we get to see a lot of showstopper performances right there. And hopefully, like you said, we could see him today. But yeah, we are gonna go to a short break, so stick around. Make sure you're hyping up your team, your friends. Yeah, we got a lot of Overwatch coming your way. I mean, we're so excited that you guys are here. Yes, we got drops, we got a lot of things, and yeah, we'll be right back.
finished our first elimination match of our Calling All Heroes Championship playoffs. It's a bittersweet time. It's where runs are born, but also where some end. And in this case, it is Fable who will be moving on to play Exo Sakura in their continued journey, and it'll be Cafe Violet sent home.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we saw, I mean, obviously being lower bracket can change a lot of mentals, but man, it's unfortunate when you see a team that has a lot of potential, but Fable just, showing the chops that they did to secure that win is really kind of showing, what differentiates who wants to be part of the grand finals.
And I think, again, Fable are one of the most polarizing teams that I think I've casted in Calling All Heroes. They have such high highs, but then they have incredible lows, and it's literally tournament based. Like, I don't even think it's necessarily during the match. If they have a good start to a tournament, this is a team that can absolutely make deep runs, and in my eyes right now, I think this is a team that has a potential to upset Exo Sakura, and that is saying something considering what we've seen from that team in the past. So they got a tough task ahead of them. You got a couple days to prepare for it, and seeing what Fable can bring to the table for that match that's going to be a good show.
It's going to be a really good show. And you said, obviously their highs are their highs and their lows are their lows. What would you say would be the thing that they would have to change to kind of continue that momentum?
I think it was almost like more of a consistency thing. If they can find a composition that works for them, if they can find that one piece of synergy that they really need, I think that works out. And they've shown me that they can play the Diva comps, they can play the Zarya comps. They have INVU, who has been playing fantastic. Persona, or I'm forgetting.
Beautiful.
I know it's Persona, but I'm forgetting their alternative gamer tag. I apologize. Kitasan,
a lot of name changes sometimes,
I know. There you go.
It's hard to keep up.
This is a solid roster. They've been playing together like for the core of this roster has been together for a while,
and season too. So it's
things.
just like they're not gonna have like the jitters and stuff like that as often. It kind of goes away, but it's really, I like what you mentioned. It's really the consistency, and that's really, they're gonna have a couple days to kind of rework what doesn't, and if in fact they can find the pocket where they feel the most comfortable and continue that consistency, this could be a huge event for them.
I think it will be. The one thing that it could be hard, most of these players are on collegiate rosters as well, meaning they are also in college, and it is that time of year that it's really busy for them as well. And I think
the holidays.
There's so much going on, and I think
that
there's a ton of college students playing in this tournament, which I think is fantastic. But
yes,
it's a busy time of year. It's hard to get all of this prep and extra work in where you can. So the teams that use the small amount of time that they have to its maximum potential are the ones that we are going to see continue further in the bracket.
I like what you said, maximum potential. Like, where are the players that kind of differentiate to help capitalize on certain compositions for each and one another, but really kind of giving that platform, right, to see who can shine. And we've seen that so much with Fable. And yeah, it's really kind of, who is gonna be the team that kind of takes this break and takes it serious, but while balancing life, homework, holidays, and also life in general. Yeah, Overwatch is life, but there's also life. And that is just kind of one of those things. We got a lot of stuff going on in the Overwatch world. The drives are happening, new heroes in the back line of your head, BlizzCon, in the foreseeable future. But like, you think of all these little things, and I think sometimes the fact that you're almost there to that finish line is really kind of the storyline for a lot of these teams, and they're really kind of seeing who can be there for one another. And the power of friendship, like you've said, is really gonna be who is ready for this in the next couple of games that we have ahead of us.
Well, hey, speaking of ready, I think our interview is actually ready.
Is it?
To go. And it's going to be a surprise for us because we're not sure we're getting. There we go. We do have Persona joining us after all. Persona, how are you doing today? How are you feeling?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes,
how are you doing?
We got you.
I'm feeling like really good. I think our team really needed the win. I think like after the loss against NTMR, our mindset kind of changed, and we try to be like a lot more aggressive, which kind of shown in this game. So I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, one of the things, we've been talking about is kind of that like balance between work, school, and coming into this competition, and then just like you as a team having to rework, what didn't work for you guys in the past, and then what did work for you. What would you say is kind of the key factor for you guys helping you kind of balance all of this?
Well, I think first of all, we've played together for like a long time, so I think we kind of know each other already like really well, which makes like a lot easier to fix mistakes and whatnot. And we try like, we don't try to burn ourselves that much. We like work and college and like the game, so we try to have like a very like flexible schedule, right? Which allow us to still like play the game and like try to perform as the best we can be.
And
So
I think
I would say the key
flexibility has
factor is just like
been
flexibility. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I love that. And that's been our key word throughout the series today. And obviously, having that momentum to carry you guys forward, congratulations, because it is a big thing for you guys as a team. When you do have your backs against the wall to come here forward, any standout moments that you feel that really kind of carried you guys to the end today?
Definitely just like our first win in Ilios. Like, that's by far like the biggest moment. I feel like we really struggle in Ilios. I wouldn't say like we're really like a live team. So getting that win is like a really like big moral booster for the team.
Huge. Yeah, that's huge. Well, congratulations, Tiny. Do you have any final thoughts? Any questions here?
I want to give one last check-in though, because I know Fable in the past, you've always been a momentum-based team, and kind of keeping on that track, you do know who your next opponent will be in Exo Sakura. You have played a couple times before. I just want to get an idea from you how the team might be feeling heading into that, and what the preparations may be looking like for it.
Well, I'm pretty sure the next game is gonna be on the new patch, so it's gonna be kind of fun.
It is.
But having to like figure it out, like what's gonna be like meta or whatnot. So I will say the team is pretty hyped. I think it's gonna be like a really good match, and I'm looking forward to play them.
Wow. Well, we're excited to see you play. We're going to let you go rest, throw some congratulations to the rest of the teammates for us. And of course, the chat going absolute mental for you guys as well. Congratulations on moving forward. And thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Wow. Tiny with the question. I loved that question. And we finally got some intel. Yes, with the patch coming through is really going to be the framework of how all these teams are really going to have to change. And we really haven't talked too much about that, and how the meta is really going to kind of throw more surprises our way, and really to see if in fact how these teams will capitalize on a new hero on the roster.
It is going to be like patch notes too for each individual hero. So I just keep seeing how that goes and how everything changes. Like, we could be seeing very different results from what we're seeing right here and right now, which is why it really counts for these players to make these games and make their run last as long as it can, while they still can. And speaking of that, we only have one more game left today. I know.
How did that happen?
It's so sad.
No.
But it's not. I mean, we got time, and it's good because we have time for you guys.
Oh my
to
God.
get more
Okay.
drops. So
listen,
make sure
there's more time. More time for
Yes.
drops. Everyone,
Drops.
stay calm. It's okay. I believe. But yeah, wow. The day just went by so quick, and it just shows you sometimes teams just have things go their way, and sometimes they don't.
Yeah, it depends on the day, but I think this next match will be quite a banger. If we got a little bit of preview of it in our previous LCQ, it will be a rematch of those finals between Valentine and Vinderive. So don't go anywhere. Make sure your drops are connected. We got one more series left to go this weekend for Calling All Heroes Championships. here for our Calling All Heroes Day 2 of Playoffs broadcast. And we just got one more game that is left to decide who will be moving on and who will be going home in our lower round 1. It'll be Valentine and Vinderive kicking it off, a rematch from the LCQ finals.
Yes, and obviously we got two powerhouses coming through. Will, in fact, they be the ones to give us the show of all shows because they're very familiar with one another. Obviously, we seen them before. We casted over them before. But yes, if you're just joining us, this is our last match of the day. Well, not match, but we got a few matches. But it's the last two teams here in Calling All Heroes. We've had a lovely time with all of you in the chat. Great plays by all the teams. And of course, the drops. I know we've been talking about the drops quite a bit. And a lot of you were asking what they look like. And yes, you want to tune in throughout this series because they've been changing them up. They've been giving us such quite gifts here for the month of December. And if in fact you are lucky, you get all the drops. You know, keep watching, keep refreshing, keep doing everything. Just be patient. You will get your beautiful little drops. But yeah, these two teams coming through this series have been quite the, you know, just the showstoppers. And we've seen them before, Tiny. I know there's been some new names that we could see, you know, but man, I know we're gonna get a good show today.
Yeah, we'll start talking about Valentine too, because this is if you follow Calling All Heroes, yet another iconic name within the scene. You're like, this team qualified through the LCQ? They did, actually, and they actually ended up losing that LCQ final match to Vinderive. Granted, they had a substitution in order. AJMR was on DPS for some reason or another. You had Megatron in, which was great to see her, but everyone is in their typical roles today. I think from top to bottom, this is by far one of the most experienced squads that you are going to find in here for 2+ seasons now. in Calling All Heroes. HK in particular, very iconic flex DPS player who's played a variety of heroes. Kindred, this is almost her meta when it comes to the tank pool. AJMR and Bernice. And it just is there, as always, as these supports, especially when it comes to these very bloodthirsty supports. And since there is a different look this time, despite a 3-0 Vinderive LCQ final, I have a feeling this result is going to look a little bit different, not only because Valentine is leveled up, but because there's also a slight bit of changes between Vinderive's roster. We'll have Amity coming in on the tank and Bion here for her first time in the Calling All Heroes scene.
Yeah, and I think sometimes, you know, when you have a team, a seasoned team, and they bring you on and you're brand new, it's really like so much belief in your plays. And I'm looking forward to seeing her action, her debut here. And it's always fun to see, you know, we've seen it time and time here with Calling All Heroes. Some new stars are born, and we get to see it today, you know, because this is going to be quite the matchup here. We're in Nepal. Control being the factor, but really is just understanding the ban situation. This team knows each other very well. They've studied each other before. We got the Zarya pick on this initial ban, and I could see, you know, some flex playing as well from these two teams. Very seasoned.
Yeah, and this is actually the first time we're not getting Ilios today too, so that's
right?
kind of exciting. There is some hatred for anyone who possesses a Zarya, or not a Zarya, a laser beam as their main weapon of choice. So Diva, perhaps? I think it's just going to depend on the particular map. Ramatra, Winston, also very valid options. Both of these tanks, I think, have very similar pools and favorites for what they like to do. And, you know, we kind of talked about this, how Valentine, this is I think they finished 3rd place in the last Calling All Heroes with a pretty similar roster, not under the same name, but, and then you have somebody like Vinderive, who's coming in as actually competing in Face It with a lot of these same players, just not in a Calling All Heroes tournament up until very recently. So two different types of synergy that we get to see coming from different places, but getting to meet here on a new battleground in Nepal.
Yeah, new map, new vibe, new players coming to the forefront, seeing how they can showcase what they have to offer, because obviously these are seasoned players. They're not new to Calling All Heroes. is to keep in mind. You know, this series comes from so many places of love and friendship. And yes, this is our last series as we've just been seeing such incredible plays throughout, you know, the teams here. But really, these two season teams coming head to head once again. Will the change-ups be in their favor? I'm looking forward to seeing us in a new map starting off. And yeah, I love to see the Ramatra here going head to head. But yeah, curious as to see how the two ventures going, both Lebanon's and Bion.
Yeah, the two Sojourns here, it's gonna be more of the range battle, but the Maywall from Missin versus the pressure of each piece damage. That will be the main difference between these two compositions so far, as we can see HK peppering a couple of shots onto Amity there, and using advantage of the Vortex that was laid down. So Kindred very firm control of this objective. To start it off, it's difficult for Vinderive to find an opening. Ideally, you're looking for a missing Maywall, either to block off an angle or to isolate a target you can collapse on, but with how much damage Amity has taken early, there just hasn't been an opportunity to move forwards.
Yeah, and you know, just having Cameron just doing their very best, just keep their team healthy is just one of those things, you know, having just the team just kind of drive through. But man, Valentine, you know, with the team that they got, they really just need to find what works for them. And there you see it, the Levanlands just showing what they have, the team just showing quite dominance as they showing, yeah, we're here. We might be able to close this off, you know, if we keep this going.
And even better for Valentine, they capped that point well before that first elimination came through, so about half of it gained by the time Vinderive are in a position to re-engage. Missin will swap over to mirror the Echo here, so now it's more dangerous for Kindred to be punching more than you would on the Ramatra. Bion playing a bit of a dangerous game there with HP, couple of trading blows, but Vinderive, you gotta Kitsune Rush to push first, and there's no support on spawning for Valentine. Still will be the Jumbo Ramatra duplicate from HP there, opting to live, but can't quite get the Annihilation on live. There was so much burst from Missin, who's playing on the outskirts of this match, and even gets a second Ramatra if you think about it, and Kindred, great way to just bust down the door there. Valentine didn't have the support resources needed to keep it going.
Yeah, I see you, Missin, showing off those Echo moves right there, kind of really giving entryway for the team. And, you know, Midi just kind of finding also a way to just kind of lock in and, you know, never say never. We just got to find a way where they can just lock this in and burn this time through in their favor, because really it's just kind of holding Valentine off as much as they can.
About playing this slow, because you know that Valentine have 4 fingers on his ultimates coming your way after that, but April ends up using the sound barrier. Bernice plays the patient game, hoping that everyone from Valentine could live so they can get a good start, but instead you end up losing out on Benevolence. It's a 1-for-1. Now with the sound barrier up and ready, that will benefit Kindred a lot more against the likes of Amity's Annihilation, so slight difference here, and actually a very good decision by Bernice. I'm not getting too trigger happy, gets Valentine final fight territory.
Yeah, that final territory and just really kind of inching their way to securing this win, but really just kind of finding that high ground intel there for Echo, and then, you know, they're just doing a lot of work together with this Lucio here. Then they thought, like, just get their team healthy enough and possibly no ults here. Just, oh, there you see it, just as I called it. But yeah, it's just really kind of finding the edge, right?
Well, Vinderive have far from an edge right now. April died so early in that fight. It was already a 5v4. Make that a 5v3. In that sense, yeah, April's going to be back by the time it starts, but Missin as the Annihilation duplicate, attempted to make it last longer. It's just not going to do too much of anything other than burn through an already dead Kindred there. Vinderive falling short on the first objective. Valentine, especially HK, looking good.
Yeah, Vinderive just really just not finding the openings that they needed. And yeah, I think with Valentine, what they need to continue is just having, you know, like you could just see all of the eliminations that came their way between the Echo and also the Ramatra. And I think when you have those two and you are mimicking, it's just gonna cause such a disruption. And, you know, Vinderive just needs to find where the opening works for them.
Yeah, It's so hard to do when Kindred had the objective first. Like, you're constantly walking into that. The chip damage from HK and Benevolence holding opposite angles. So, on this point of Village, there's more, like, open space on the high ground. But once you move toward this objective, that's where it starts to get a little iffy. We'll see Missin actually rotated through the main point instead, and that gives them a ton of angles. Like, you see that collapse onto Benevolence right there. It was because Missin was able to help lay down that fire, force a rotation that Valentine didn't want. Great choice from Vidra.
Great choice indeed, and like you said, that high ground sometimes is what calls the win, and you know, I feel like in some way this is just really gonna find the opening, and Mistin just kind of peppering those shots through from that high ground is really gonna, you know, just give them a little like tease of, hey, I see you, I know where you're at, but and also give a little intel to my team when needed. But it's really just kind of finding those pieces and pockets of where each team can capitalize. But man, Vindrive, you know, making a break, trying to hold it with everything they got here.
Valentine just opted to rotate towards the point. They don't want to give Benevolence and HK all room to work, or excuse me, Missin and Bion all that space on the high ground. It's kind of irrelevant if they're just playing underneath you in the objective.
Right.
So, and in fact, Valentine just managed to force the point. Vindrive couldn't rotate fast enough to help a midi. And then for the rest of the team, they were too congealed there in that main choke. And whew, Benevolence making it look easy with those last couple of shots.
Man, I mean, and making it look easy, but also terrifying. I know we said sometimes Overwatch feels like a horror game. And yeah, I will say there's something that needs to happen from Vindrive's side is just seeing how they can stop Malevolence, just having that surge of a momentum, because once they get Kraken, I think that's just one of those things. They know what they're up against. You know, these teams are very familiarized with each other.
They know what they want to do. They played each other like 3 times in the last month, at least, not counting scrims, but they didn't have Echo at that point. And I think HK so far has proven she's so comfortable on this particular pick. Missin 2 will be the first to respond with the duplicate Cousin Annihilation on up, and he'll force a response out of Bernice. Sound barrier there earlier than April, which gives Vindrive a huge advantage as this fight continues to go on. Kindred melted down to size. It'll be Vindrive.
Yeah, the flip that they definitely needed, you know, definitely put in some time here, but oh man, they're just doing it great. Just kind of giving a lot of DPS here for their team. And like we said, you know, sometimes a star is born and you need that team to, you know, really kind of like feel they believe in you, right? And so I feel like they're feeling themselves right there.
Absolutely. I think that was a much more confident push, and especially the War of the Sound Barriers was won by Vindrive. If you didn't manage to force it, you just had such a better outcome of the rest of the fight if you can. So this time with Benevolence to pull the trigger as Midi actually in the timeout corner and blasts her in the face the second she even thinks about trying to cross the Sojourn that has been Benevolence. I'm just convinced she doesn't miss at this point, to be honest, as every time we've watched her, it's been shot after shot. Valentine will be enough to get themselves towards the point in a very unlikely flip. One fight territory now for Vindrive as they lose it.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, with the mistakes that not needed, you know, just the map awareness that Valentine has is just shows the difference of where, you know, how, you know, a map choice can make a big difference. So I do feel like in some way stopping Malevolence is basically should be high priority here for Vindrive.
It's so hard to get to the high ground, right? Midi trying to do it by herself, realizes maybe I shouldn't do that, backs off as the protection swiftly hits, and just goes into full block mode. But it's 2 against 1 in this boxing arena. That's not fair if I've ever seen it, but eventually the bell will ring and is favoring HK and the Valentine. Last fight now to come on through, but it's HK that is filling the kill feed. Her Echo has been immaculate. Valentine look to close this one out. Doesn't seem like any Vindrive players are in the area. And Nepal goes way to Valentine.
Wow, HK just showing us some Echo moves. The Echo moves that you do not want to come across. And yes, securing that win is definitely something that is just, but man, I just gotta give Malevolence like their flowers, because holy heck, I would not want to run across those shots. I mean, you can't peek. You can't make any mistakes here. And yeah, that high ground, if it's overtaken, it's just not going to go in your favor.
No, and it's, again, when the first point I think that applied more to on Shrine, where it was just you got first control, and then it's hard to kind of break through that again. We saw Village go a little bit more back and forth, but it just seems like the Echo from HK does so much pre-fight staging, or rather forcing like Suzu, Amp, TP, something out of the supports that makes it even harder to sustain in the long term of a lot of these battles. And that bought time for Benevolence to get on these high grounds, and that's pretty much all they need. You're just like, okay, here you go. You can hit things now. It's pretty fun there for Valentine. So, and going ahead for Vindrive, they're going to look to match that. We will have Zarya back into play, which was a mainstay of both of these teams in their matches yesterday. So I am interested if that will be a factor in Map 2.
Yeah, Map 2 kind of, you saw what worked, what didn't now, knowing that a team has taken that win. And Dorado, we're heading to Dorado this time. Okay, Tiny. I mean, definitely Zarya can come back into play here. I think, Valentine showed us what they're capable of. But both of these teams, we've said it throughout the day. A lot of them are familiar with each play style, but these teams have played on and on so many times, so they're very familiarized with one another, and we're gonna have that diva with that initial ban.
I was actually gonna say, we're gonna play diva. No, we're not. We are instantly taking that away. So I'm looking at my little note sheet here. Winston was played by both these teams yesterday. I think it is a Kindred special, and one that I think is honestly Middy's best from what I've seen from her in the past. So we're gonna play that unless somebody decides to be a little bit on the crazy side, pull a Wrecking Ball, maybe a Hazard. But we're gonna be full dive now. This is Echo, Sojourn, maybe Tracer's starting to come back into play. If your supports, actually, this is the one map they might get to do something that's not Lucio Kiriko. And Ana Brig has potential, unless one of those
I would love to
are
see a
banned.
Brig.
And
I would love to see a Brig.
That'd be great.
Yes. I mean, I just really think here as we lead up, this is map 2. Definitely changes that need to be made, and kind of the strategy of knowing that you've already played with this team. What are the pockets of vulnerability? And where can you capitalize on where they make the most mistakes? And I think the escort, the push that they need is really kind of going to be that forward momentum that can carry, maybe a flip for map 2.
Yeah, and Vindrive are more of a dive team. I think they really lean into Amity in that regard, which makes sense with the Diva. Both of the tanks can play it. But the Winston, I think, is just a little bit better for them. And Diva's such a strong hero right now. You have a lot more agency on that to just go off, get a kill, and get out alive. Whereas with Winston, you need a little bit more coordination in that department. And usually the one to coordinate with you is a Tracer. But we're not going to get that either for this particular map. So now I'm really thinking we're sticking on more of these Echoes, perhaps Genji's in the case of HK, since that's something she really likes.
Yeah, and not, it's a little change-ups here, not having the Diva and the Tracer, but we're heading to Dorado, everyone. And yes, if you're just tuning in, this is our last two teams here that are really going to show us here what we've been casting for all of you in Calling All Heroes. It is day 2, and, we'll still have other days that follow up to the grand finals, but it's really kind of seeing 2 seasoned teams, 2 Titans go again. And although Valentine did take map 1, it's just still anyone's game here, and maybe kind of, what's needed for Vindrive to just kind of make the changes that can help them possibly secure this second map.
Oh, also, a little bit of housekeeping. Cannot believe this slipped my mind earlier because I've just been saying it. Sincha is AJMR. By the way, they put AJMR on the pronunciation sheet, despite that being their gamer tag, so we're assuming that's what they want to be called. We unfortunately do not know the form of pronunciation, so that is AJMR as it is referred to, but they will be playing the Kiriko. I thought supports would have some variety, and I'm disappointed. Still the Kiriko Lucio for Bernice and AJMR, but an Ashe instead for Benevolence. We haven't seen that at all today, which is quite shocking considering how strong she is.
I mean, I would love to see some Ashe framework here, and it's just one of those things too. When you got a good Ashe in your way, that really can lead that momentum for your team. So yeah, Benevolence, you know, making it very clear that yeah, I am the kind of flex player here. And then you know, I'll show my stuff whenever I need.
Wait a minute, is that a Mercy from April? I thought my eyes deceived me for a second.
No, it is
That is
100% a Mercy.
Okay, she's the only player. She's pulled this out multiple times. The pocket, usually it was like missing on the Pharah, but when she's on the Echo, she's actually going to give the pocket over to Bion, who is going to start on the Freya, clearly putting some fear in the hearts of Valentine. They have almost completely backed off of this first choke. It's a hard spot to hold. It's better to play around closer to this first corner where Benevolence can put a couple of pop shots in and have the Winston jump back in.
Yeah, I don't want to find the vulnerability in moving around that corner, but wow, like you said, that Mercy needs to be kind of that pocket for Bion if they want to continue getting through here.
And that was a great couple signals from it. He just completely got missing there, sleeping on the payload. Not a favorite place to be. As an Echo, you do fly after all. I mean, the Hazard too, it has more stable presence, I guess you could say. You're not super reliant on something like a bubble that Kindred is, which is why we're seeing Kindred move around a lot more on this map than Amity, seeing the value in just forcing this payload as it has been, and letting Missin and Bion poke enough, perhaps catch an overextension like they did there from Kindred, popped like a bubble, and yeah, suddenly it's not looking too hot in Valentine's defense.
No, and that's just showing like Bion just kind of having this opportunity to showcase their skills over here, and you know, really if they find the connection needed, it's just really going to be, but they got to be careful with, you know, Echo getting eyes on them on that aerial side. So they're gonna maybe do a swap. Yep, it looks like, keep it there. Okay, it was just a mistake. Yeah, we'll make things turn around here, but yeah, I do believe that once you turn that corner is really kind of how you can figure out how you can kind of drive through, but that hill is really going to be the challenge.
Yeah, especially with Kindred swapping over to Malga, aka the Kindred special. She's been known to force this in situations where Malga is not meta, which I know, crazy, but on a point like this where it can be so elusive on that high ground, or even just stay top on camera if you really wanted to, you go ahead and take it. It's going to make it harder to play this Kiriko Mercy composition, so I am interested to see if Vendrive are going to make changes after seeing Kindred as well.
Yeah, the Kindred swap, and also seeing HT just really kind of finding ways to capitalize if needed. But oh no, Benevolence just going down there. Iron just showing, okay, some bit of plays here that can really kind of help Vendrive hopefully continue this momentum.
You do actually have to swap over from Lucio, or to Lucio, off the Mercy. There was a good Suzu to clear out the spikes from Amity. AJ already down. There goes Birdie with the ball. I mean, the supports getting divided and conquered there. And Valentine, most of them were able to get out, so they will have another chance to contest.
Yeah, another chance to contest and kind of reset what they need. Yes, Kindred moving off and also kind of finding where they can stack here, because ults are about to happen here for Valentine. If they can figure this out in their way, I would hear it go at 45%, but still it's just really gonna have to be how they can move through this. But man, they are having a hard time with Vendrive just really just on them.
Yeah, Valentine, I mean, Kindred just went on adventure. I'm not even talking about that. They are so separated. They are not synergized at all, and Vendrive have been there every step of the way. In fact, they don't think they've lost a single step. 4 minutes plus sub heading into this third and final point. I mean, Valentine, they gotta get the wheels back on their bus here.
Yeah, the wheels indeed, and as this payload is just moving away, you know, you can see HT just trying their best to find that high ground, but man, Bion just finding great shots here, seeing if anyone kind of peeks through that high ground, punishing anyone if in fact they do, taking some shots and just really finding the group, but unfortunately it's taken down by HT.
HT's fantastic. I know I've said that like 50 times by now, but it is. It's just so cool to watch.
But it's true.
It is true. I mean, look at her. She just got the dip on Demissif.
Yeah.
Again, she's landing the sticky bombs. Her positioning's better. She's using the mobility to its maximum potential, and I think that's the main reason why Valentine have won the fights that they have.
Yeah, winning the fights that they have, and you can see both Echoes with both ults really kind of seeing what works here But man, it's really gonna be what they can do to continue this momentum. They're 3 minutes on the clock here, Tiny. It's really just who's gonna get the ults needed.
Vinderide certainly have more buttons that they can push, especially with Missing taking the perk to start with the 50% ult charge, but no, they get out a duplicate just as it falls, and Kindred happy to use the cage fight to isolate and make Amity take the short route back to the spawn rooms.
Yeah, I mean, Valentine kind of pushing their way through, and you know, if they in fact they can continue getting these momentous eliminations, you know, it's just trying to see if Vinderide can reset over here. It's also seeing Bion like trying to find the connections needed for these shots. It's just going to be really vital for them as well.
And just, more importantly, just staying coordinated or avoiding HQ altogether. For this time, it is Missin will come out with the upper hand, with I believe with a little bit of help from Bion. Much needed, and it does punish HQ for the rather aggressive play she's been taking. Yeah, it's worked out for Valentine so far, but now it's Vinderide's chance to strike. They've looked the best where they can punish the mistakes of their opponent. Sound Barrier, the later one from April, will help Vinderide push further forwards, but because of the Kitsune rush, it's so difficult to gain ground against somebody as solid as Kendra's Malga. It's too much frontline presence. Amity, you're just not going to sit there. A great downpour will end up in a trade of the DPS. The duplicate is just not going to even be enough to keep them all alive for the time being. Kindred already made her way into the back line, took out the supports, and said, you know what? My job is done. Dust off her hands. HK, take care of the rest.
Yeah, and one of those things, a sacrifice needed to be made, and one of those things is like, you know, the time. We only got almost a minute left here, Tiny. So if anything that needs to happen, Vinderide really just needs to kind of lock in and make the plays that they are known for, and you know, have the confidence needed to just make this last final push.
I will say, Malga v Malga was not in my bingo card for today's Calling All Heroes. But
I'm here for it though. I like when people surprise me with different meta changes, because then it's like, wait, maybe this is the play, you know? So I love now that we kind of see this mirrored action with Okane.
Well, what's not the play is Benevolence taking a kunai between the eyebrows. Bit of a problem. So not having an extra burst damage with Valentine, they can back off. If Kindred can live, maybe a cage fight, but no. She will be microwaved by the focusing beam of Missin. 23 seconds left to go here, and if these staggers keep coming through like they have for Vinderide, Valentine, it's going to be difficult to retouch.
Yeah, extremely difficult, and with time just burning away, it's just kind of needed here. A last bit of miracle.
Well, miracles can only happen if there's a cage fight to come in, and this time it is Missin who lays it down with the duplicate. Neither getting all that much value except for Kindred hanging on for dear life, sub 50 HP for what seems like forever, but eventually she will run out of juice, and it's AJMR hoping to replenish some of their team, and it will do just that. Only Amity remaining. You can put them in timeout, but if there's nobody to help them in timeout, well, you can't get the payload to the finish line. Just a couple meters short is where it will stop for Vinderide, and a pretty solid push, considering their struggles here on the third point.
Yeah, I mean, they were so close to push that, but yeah, when you had a team just kind of like such great action work between Benevolence and HK and Kindred, of course, but like just you could see the amount of damage coming through from Benevolence and Kindred is just quite different, you know, coming here from Vinderide's side. But they were so close. Still with 2 points, they, you know, were able to get it close enough. But yeah, here's the thing, like, you really got to be able to close it off. And, you know, these teams know each other so well. But sometimes, you know, we see little meta changes that we're not used to.
Yeah, and we get to see, like, these kind of micro adjustments. And that's kind of what Valentine has done, either to success, like we saw with the Malga experiment there, or to their own demise. They can be a very stubborn team in that regard, which kind of worries me when it comes to adaptation. Later on, should they hit a bigger roadblock, but for now, they've been okay. They're more often the ones that force the swaps. My only concern now is HK. I think Vinderide has started to figure out, hey, we need to get this Echo out first. I think there's been a lot more attention on that specifically. So if Vinderide can keep that up, there's a potential for a solid game.
Yeah, and I like the swap for also the Wu Yang here for Valentine too, just kind of really giving that extra power if needed. But yeah, that high ground is really going to be the thing to watch over here.
Yeah, the high ground isn't occupied as much, with Benevolence finding a couple of shots across the map into Nissen. Vinderai playing Risa Reaper, by the way. Like, this is a very I want to be in your face type of almost counter dive composition. So once Nissen gets back, it's pretty much harder for Valentine to stay on the payload, but it also means Kindred, HT, can just dive on whoever they want to. They have the extra sustain of Bernice's Bouillon in the back, and Benevolence is still hitting the shots. You turn your attention just enough over to Kindred, over to HT, to forget about this Ash. It's been such a threat for this entire series.
Yeah, threat indeed. Nissen just trying to land some shots here, create some DPS, and then, but man, oh man, Benevolence just so locked in here with the Ash. It's really making it difficult, just finding everything in their utility, and man, you just see it.
Benevolence doesn't miss!
See it, but oh man.
Benevolence doesn't miss. I confirm. Did you see a single shot go wide there? I didn't.
No,
Like, that's
no,
just
no.
This is just not happening. Valentine have the Benevolence aim diff on their side. I don't even think Vinderai get a touch off of that. They're too far away.
Not missing shots. Definitely no counter action here, and Benevolence just making it look easy as Ash and just kind of charging the wave. They are so close to their ult as well, so seeing Bob come out if needed, but man, they are just not missing.
Not at all. It's a bit of a problem for Vinderai.
I want to Ash like that. I want to Ash like that.
Exactly. I want that in my ranked team. But I'm too down there. I just wanted to have that. But let's see. Vinderai, though, soon a rush up towards the high ground, attempting to wane away Kindred from pushing, but really care about it. Everybody's pushed so far away, but it did force an overextension from the tank, leaving the backline vulnerable. This time, Bion and Cameron were ready to strike.
Yeah, and those are the strikes needed to kind of flip things around. And really, it's just kind of like playing for time and also just kind of finding vulnerabilities here between Valentine. So I think, you know, you have to keep in mind, you know, Benevolence still has that ult in their pocket, finding the opportunity if needed. But, you know, the shots are just so accurate. It's quite impressive.
Oh, but want to talk about impressive? How about Kindred's juggling abilities? You just put her on the circus. My goodness, what was that? That was a huge. That was 3 players thrown off the high ground. One directly into Benevolence's sightline. The other 2, she managed to juggle straight back to the spawn. That was beautiful from Valentine.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like if anyone's going to be the high ground warriors, it's going to be Valentine right here. And they make it very clear that, yeah, you're going to have to fight for it if you want to be up on this high ground.
Yeah, Amity, though, this is an interesting angle. Kind of sense that something was amiss there, and we'll end up leaping towards the back. And that pays off really well. It forces Bernice into an awkward position that Vincent and Biom are ready to take advantage of. Bob is out from Benevolence, but it's not given much attention at all. Amity is committed. We'll get the final blow onto that pesky Ash, who has not missed. Hey, maybe that's the solution. I have 1,000 HP. Then it doesn't matter if Benevolence hits you.
Yeah, and even so, but, you know, highlight that Ion's just really also trying their best to connect all the shots needed. And it also has that ult in their favor, but so does their Echo. So this is like, hopefully they can work here together in this situation.
Duplicate onto the Winds for Beast. Oh no, so close, but the double tickle cannon is too much for her to handle. So she's going down, but it's in fact AJ and Bar on the backside who managed to pick up 2 final blows themselves, I believe, on the high ground. And this payload's still moving. Valentine close to getting it done, and Missing is in the attacker's spawn somehow. Eventually HT will manage to deal with her, but the main battle's happening over in this front line, close to the final checkpoint. Tsune rushes from both sides. There is a duplicate available for HT should she need it, but no, not even opportunity. Bion takes her out before she can even think about that response. Gotta be careful about a C9 here. 3.35 meters remaining, but with so few bodies going around the objective, Bion made quick work of that.
Just got better.
Yeah, quick work indeed, and it's obviously showing that you cannot, you know, keep someone like HMR. Any like little backline things like that, it's just really need to be focusing on. But really, they are so close to pushing this. Obviously, Valentine making their moves here on this high ground. HK trying their best to kind of work around this hide around lane. And man, you just see Balance just really locking in with these shots.
Yeah, the sound barrier too. I mean, that just negates the dive. And in fact, no, the point! It can't be contested right now. Oh, tragedy, Vindrive. They had pretty much everybody alive, but no one could contest the payload. That is a rough situation for them. They did such a good second point hold, but it gets the time bank low for the third and final objective. Only 2.5 minutes needed for defense.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's like you get so happy in these contestational fights, but man, the payload, the objective is key here, and really just kind of seeing how they can make up some time is really how they can do it. They are pushing their way through as much as possible, but really it's just going to be how Amenity just uses this ult to possibly use the rage to get them in a better position.
It actually be Kindred that had to be popped first. It was burned super low with the focusing beam, but actually is enough to turn it around and trade Spiriko for Kiriko. And when you have that much HP, you're not too concerned about the new lack of healing that you have to explode with. Benevolence, on the other hand, I'd say is a little bit more worried. We'll end up backing off and letting Bernice deal with that Winston and a TP in just in time from AJMR. We keep Valentine on their feet. All the meanwhile, it actually ends up punishing Winston. Amity couldn't get the second lead. Backs her team off of the reset once the ultimate ended, and HK still looking for more in the spawns.
Yeah, more in the spawns, more action, kind of just showing like their dominance here as they try to make their push through. They're kind of coming close to the end. This is going to be a tight one, Tiny.
Close, yes, and the bomb is certainly going to help it. Almost a 6v5 if you really want to think about it. Missing, burned out a duplicate almost as soon as she presses the button. Someone has to get close to touch, but no! You can't get the sound barrier off. April, so close, yet so far. Valentine will squeak their way to a victory in map number 2. Only one more, and they're moving on in our lower bracket.
Man, it's just one of those things you see like, wow, they just had such a great time. But yes, Bayon did a great job. Getting a lot of shots, kind of that debut player. But man, when you have teams working together and that synergy, and also just keeping an eye on the objective, right? We've seen just kind of those minor mistakes happening, and I think that really kind of differentiates what's happening in the comps.
We've gone so long without a C9. It's sad that that's where it had to happen because that defense was so good. It was painful.
It was.
It happens to
happens.
It happens to the best of us. But I will say, I think that did look a lot better. HK was put in check a lot more. Ion was really starting to pop off. But I think at the end of the day, I think Kindred had a lot more confidence. And Benevolence just doesn't miss if you had to take anything away from that map.
I don't think they missed once. I think everything has just been so locked in. And, to be fair, these teams are very familiar, but also, that's what's kind of key is like finding those micro to macro mistakes that can differentiate because they are familiar. And it's really also kind of seeing if things can change around. But yeah, congratulations. And yeah, it's just one more. If they can do this, it's really going to be kind of a nice little way to calm themselves as a team if they move forward.
Yeah, and I mean, for Valentine, too, not only would it be revenge for getting 3-0'd in the LCQ Grand Finals, it would also be the first time we have a technical upset on our hands. It would be the 6th seed losing to the 7th seed in that regard. So that would be pretty cool if Valentine could manage to pull it off. But one more map will be needed, and they got 3 chances to get said map. As for Vindrive, on the other hand, backs up against the wall and a very important decision underway.
Important decisions, and also just seeing what in fact are the team comms between one another, right? Like obviously there is a lot on the line here. If you're just joining us, welcome to Calling All Heroes. We're going into map 3 here, but really can Valentine close this off, And Vindrive just really having to feel like they need to pull out all their aces if possible. Obviously, as you're leading up towards the end of the series, it's like I called it like going from checkers to chess, because then you start understanding really what bands are really going to go in your favor. And yeah, it's we need to see a little something if we want to keep the dream alive for Vindrive.
Yeah, Yeah, it's gonna have to be a decently sized something, to be honest. I think the longer that we see this series go on, the more confident Valentine are going to get. But also in terms of the bans, I think we've had a lot of our big bans hit the table so far. The only one that's remaining, in my opinion, is the Echo, to take that away from H-Key. I don't feel like a Sojourn or an Ashe or even a Freya ban is going to matter all that much, since both Bion and Benevolence have proven to be flexible among those 3 heroes. And like, before even bans, where are you wanting to take us? Do you want to try to re-dive-ish, or do you want to go back to how it was on the Paul, where you're playing kind of this brawl sort of mirror, maybe with the Zarya, unless Vinderive decide to ban it themselves, and it will be another map 3 New Junk City. I'm here for this.
Okay. There's a flashpoint to shake things up here. A little variety of maps for us today. And okay, we got some initial bans coming through. I mean, I think they got a taste of that, and like, yeah, we don't want to deal with that again.
Understandable. I mean, not only the Mauga ban, okay, you don't really want to deal with Kindred Mauga. It's like weird to say. Mauga's never been considered a hero with skill expression, but when Kindred plays it makes me think otherwise. You ban the Mauga, it means both Zarya and Ramattra will for sure be open for this map, so there is a bit of a decision to make there, unless you want to pull a Cafe Violet and play Reinhardt again. Not recommended. For Valentine, though, like, what are you going to pick? You know that your Echo's going to be available. Most of your comp is going to be it going to be a throwaway ban? Do you really want to pick at maybe, like, the Sojourn that Bion has looked really good on?
Yeah. But I was also seeing, like, right, the flexibility between this. This is, like, we're getting our secure spot here for grand finals. Like, you're in the lower bracket. You have a lot to prove. You've played these teams before. It's just now showing that you can close things off. Every business deal could be amazing, but nothing is amazing unless you can close the business deal. and I think for Valentine, this proves a lot, and where they've come through the series as a team, as an org, as just players. Yes, at the end of the day, we're all friends. Friendship brings everyone together, but this still has a competitive edge, and we can only unfortunately have one winner. So it's really to see how they and like, I do feel we're gonna get that Ramattra in, and and we see new maps today. So New Junk City.
Yeah, New Junk City. I mean, it's a very brawly map, and May is also an option. Missing attempted that pick a little bit earlier on, and I'm a little surprised that this was the choice for the time being. So we will have to wait and see. I don't believe I caught our second ban on that, so I might need a little bit of clarification before we get ready to. Oh, it was Reaper. Okay, thank you very much, production. So a Reaper ban. That, I mean, we did see that a tiny bit. I believe Miss had also pulled it out. It means you just want your tank to be able to exist and not have to worry about getting blasted. Fair enough.
Yeah, I get it. I wouldn't want Reaper on me either. But, we are leading up. Could this be the closer here for Valentine? If you're just joining us, welcome to our Calling All Heroes. Yes, we're almost at the end, but really, it's all about the community. If you've been with us throughout the different series here with the Calling All Heroes, this is a highlight of marginalized groups. We get to see all sorts of representation, and I think that's just so important. It brings warm and fuzzy and I've been having a great time with you, Shiny. We've seen some great matches today. Great job. Goodbye. But we're gonna see if Valentine can
Two very different approaches so far, and I think I like Valentine's on paper a little bit better. We're gonna have to see. I mean, Valentine, they're the team that is up. You can afford to lose a map if you have to, but you really don't want to. We want a 3-0. We don't even want to risk giving Vinderive any hope here, because that would be pretty bad. Vinderive, they're not down. They're not out yet. Gonna come back at us with the Zarya Venture comp we've been following for most of the day.
Yeah, and also just to see the Bion still staying on, what they feel very familiarized here, and having that Sojourn in there possession could be something that we'd like to see. But yeah, missing with that venture could be something to look forward to.
Well, missing.
I spoke too soon.
I was gonna
Never
say, we'll
mind.
look forward to that later. We'll look
Caster
forward to
curse. You know, I know we love venture, but man,
that was a
Kindred. Yeah, Kindred, Malevolence. I mean, you just don't want to go against this Valentine team. Just really just showing like, hey, maybe we just close this off early.
I mean, HK just teleported Kindred straight in there, and this is like, oh, there's a Ramatra behind you. That's nice. And there's not much you can do about the teleporter, and that's what I said about the Symmetra comms. You either know how to play against it, or you don't. There's not in between, or you could just be Bion. Like, you know what? I'm gonna get a kill before we even start this fight.
Yeah, I like that. I think if you give an opportunity for Bion, they will take it. And man, Malevolence, though, you do not want to cross Malevolence. They will not miss any shots. They haven't missed any shots that I can see, and it's just quite the thing to witness.
I mean, poor Missy just has not been able to play Venture, or really New York City at all so far, and with the likes of Benevolence here, especially with the Deadeye on the way. Valentine could very easily zone this last fight.
Yeah, zone indeed, and also just seeing how, in fact, you know, what I think was going to differentiate too is also how the supports are really going to change. You know, yes, you have your different heroes, but yeah, the supports have been on point pure for Valentine. I'd like to see that more from Vinderive.
Well, they're not necessarily on point with the Kitsune rush, like physically on the objective, but it was on point in terms of the value it got, as in
Yes,
nobody
the
could touch the
value.
point for Vinderive, and Missin died for the third time in about a minute. And I'm immediately swapping off the Venture, decided that was not the way to go, but Missin very much has her Tracer license, so I'll be looking forward to that.
Yeah, and I think once you just kind of find that momentum on this map, it's just really seeing how you can close it out. And closing out, Valentine wants to do, but Vinderive really just needed to make that change, and that swap for that Tracer could be possibly something that could work in their favor.
It was a great pick on to the Kiriko, but again, if you do not take care of this Symmetra immediately, the fight's not going to be over. And HK, I mean, just to say the point, got a triple kill in that fight alone, despite Valentine not having AJMR to keep them alive. So Valentine, they're gonna get the first cap off of that.
Yeah, first cap, and also just kind of being able to reset here, kind of covering all the points needed. I mean, just really having HK on the Symmetra has been just kind of the key factor, just not allowing any opportunity for Vinderive.
Symmetra is such an impressive hero when played correctly in a team comp, and HK
Sure.
has given us a taste of what that looks like. It's why it was so influential in the highest levels of Overwatch, in OWCS especially. Bion looking to change that. Nice jump shot there, finds Benevolence. Not able to escape the cover, and there we go. HK is dead. Vinderive now in a much more comfortable spot to close out this fight, and it's been majority Bion helping break through that initial up window that they need to get towards the fight.
Yeah, I feel like Bion really just, they needed to kind of find an opportunity to use that all, capitalize, kind of reset things for Vinderive. And one of the things is just having the confidence, right? You are coming new into this, but also your backs are against the wall. Valentine really just putting on the pressure between those two maps to win. They're trying to close it off, and really you're just trying to pull out any aces that you got.
Talking about aces though, it is not Vinderive who thought they were in control. It was in fact Valentine. Benevolence pulled out the Deadeye. I've never seen that as a way to counter Graviton Surge, but I'd like to see it more often. Amity did everything right there, but if it wasn't for Benevolence's quick thinking, that would have gone the complete opposite direction.
Yeah, I mean, it was just something that you just chose to show you. Malevolence just does not miss in a sacrifice, even though that made was really kind of a great way to just secure this for their team, taking this second point. And it's just kind of like the reset. Oh, and I feel a contesting here over here, but will it be enough here on this overtime, Tiny?
Valentine has so many ults to work with. If Vinderive commit, they're going to want to do it fast. And actually, getting April down, that kind of eliminates all chances of a further push. No sound barrier to match Bernice's and Vinderive. They're going to cut their losses there and leave it up to one final flashpoint.
Oh, man, you know, I think when it comes you know, when you're demoralized in such a way, you know, Benevolence just really kind of finding no opening here for Vindarive. And, you know, they're just trying to do everything just to keep the dream alive. But when you just have this, you know, motion in place, Valentine just needs this one last point, Tiny, to close things off.
And it's bomb flat. It's the more open of these objectives, so it's only going to get harder from Vindarive here on out, and they know the importance of winning this fight. Ryan sliding into the backline with an overclock. It's a hit scan for hit scan trade. Vindarive, they're running out of steam much faster. HK, again, not dealt with. As long as she lives, she's powering up that microwave beam, and Vindarive are as good as cooked.
Yeah, I mean, and it's tough too because, you know, if you're not stopping HK at all, it's just really just not going to go in your favor. And Vindarive just really running out of opportunities. Yes, they have, you know, that Tracer ult that might be able to be kind of an opener for them, but man, they really need to make some changes here because, you know, time is not in their favor.
No, and the photon barrier just makes it all that much harder to push. Honestly, you don't really want to push if you're Vindarive. Even Missing, opting to back off until that ultimate goes down. A lot about 10 seconds here. Amity and Ready Engaged did swap over to the Junker Queen as of the last fight, so you are faster. That means you need to get your target quickly. That's the stick you needed. H-Key blown to bits, and now you can see Vindarive get the push that they want. No more annoying turrets or beam to laser them down, but they still need to get towards the objective. We'll take a detour. Take out HMR. You know what? That's understandable. Completely warranted to take the long way around there. Bion claiming Benevolence. The final fight territory now for Valentine.
Wow, I was like, who is take down Benevolence? Because they have that ult still. They could have popped it off. I think they were trying to find a position where they could have. Luckily, they went down and hoping that Vindarive has an opportunity, just trying to do everything possible to just create as much DPS as possible, kind of pushing back. But they are, you know, having a lot of time that they have to put on this point.
Yeah, you gotta stall this out as long as you can, and it's an early Deadeye. From Benevolence, the teleporter, are they expecting it? Not quite, but Amity had so much overhealth that it didn't matter. There you go, Bion again, opening it up onto HT, and Missing there to follow Vindarive. They are pulling these eliminations where they need them the most. It seems like that desperation is seriously helping them move forward.
Yeah, the desperation and kind of the pressure, right? I said pressure brings on diamonds, and you know, maybe you're Bion, you're like, I belong here. I want to show why I do belong here. And yeah, I think that was such an early Deadeye for Benevolence. I don't think that would have, you know, they should have held on to that.
Can't turn it back now, and Valentine, they want to end this now, but HK again is dead. Vindarive have been doing such a good job of hunting her down first. Even with the Rampage going out, it's a trade for the sound barrier. It's not all smooth sailing yet. It is an even fight. Amity needs to even this out even further. With the help of Bion, nobody's contesting the point. He started to wean on down. And it's how healthy this Sojourn is. Amity running for dear life. Oh no! Valentine, it was looking like they were going to lose it, but Kindred has looked for way too long on this objective. Only that shot from Bion will keep it alive. The point contest is there, but it's just HMR. No! They can't get the touch! Valentine, they'll take the series 3-0 and we'll move on in the lower bracket.
Oh my goodness, Tiny, such an upset, not able to contest that. They were doing so hard to keep HT away. They finally found some kind of way to control the chaos there. But it just not contesting really just was such an unfortunate thing. We've seen Bion just really trying to show and clear the way, but it just wasn't enough. And, you know, pushing Valentine through this victory. Congratulations to Valentine. And, you know, we can only have one winner. But, you know, much love to the rest of the teams that have been performing today. But, you know, one of the things is you see kind of when you have this forward motion in place, and Valentine just had it today.
They did. This is a team that I think has been they were in the championships last year. They made one heck of a run, and they want to repeat it. I can tell you that much. I don't necessarily know if this is a team that can contend with like these top three that we've been seeing for most of the year, but if they can continue to put up performances like this, I mean, I'm totally down to see that narrative start to change. They look a lot stronger. Ichiki is fantastic right about now.
Wow.
Like this is a team that I think is at some of their highest potential that we've seen from them.
Yeah, and I think going into, just that sweep makes you kind of change your whole mindset that what works. And, yes, we can work on now studying how other teams have performed and working our way through, and having that victory, I think, just solidifies the hard work that they've been doing.
We've seen them continue this growth process too. Valentine, I think, are a team that they don't have a ton of scrim time. I think between the LCQ and now they've had one scrim
and homework and life.
Yeah, they are an entire mostly collegiate team too. But when we look at how these teams can continue to perform in times like this, especially now that we are going to have this massive patch between now and the next weekend of championships, it's
so
all
excited.
the more emphasis of how well can they prepare themselves, because that's where it's almost hard to call who's going to end up winning, because we don't know what the patch is going to be. We don't know how these players are going to react or interpret that specific change. So it's almost up in the air to who is actually firmly in these top spots.
And what a great way, to kind of showcase the complex adaptability that needs to happen here. And it's such great to see, but we have a very special treat. We're going to have a winner's interview for you guys. So sit back, relax, enjoy, the drops, the plays. And yeah, we'll have a winner's interview just here shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Incredible day of calling all heroes. Day number 2 and the championships, gotta say, off to a really good start for our very first weekend. Is we've actually hit the halfway mark in all of our competition. We had it end on a pretty exciting series. Valentine getting the rematch against Finderai from the LCQ finals. Instead of them getting swept, it was them who did the sweeping, and we'll move on in our lower bracket.
Yeah, the storyline that we always love to hear. We always love to see, a change up of things. But we do have a winner's interview for you guys. And we are going to have Kindred join us today. Hello, Kindred.
Hello. What's going on?
Hello. Okay, y'all must be feeling really good about right now.
Yeah, it was actually a really fun match. I honestly thought it'd be like a lot harder. But we actually have been playing really well, so yeah.
I'm kind of curious, what would make you say that?
I actually thought like individually the enemy team has really good players, and
yeah, sure.
Our team has some struggles sometimes, but we really like kind of lock in, especially on match day.
Yeah, and Locked In, you did that sweep was a beautiful way to showcase that you guys have the heart to carry through, and I'm sure your team is thrilled. I want to say, with the team motion that you guys had today and the things that worked, what do you say is going to carry you forward, coming around for the next day that you guys have to play? Because, you guys do have to play some teams that just really have had a lot of forward momentum as well. Do you feel like between also that and having life and homework and school and everything, the seasons upon you, what do you feel is really going to carry you guys to go against these other Titan teams?
Well, I can definitely tell from a lot of my teammates, we definitely have a lot of passion for this tournament because it's been a while since we all played together, especially, and it kind of just feels like a last big hurrah for us a little bit. So we're really just like kind of give it our all. And we're having a lot of fun while doing it, so it's kind of just all coming together.
Power of friendship, passion. I think that is a very much a recipe for success. Tiny, any follow-up questions that you would like here for Kindred?
I kind of want to hear from Kindred, more so to you to tell the people, because Valentine, for people who have been watching Calling All Heroes for a while, it's a name that has a ton of history behind it. You guys have always been towards the top, but it looks a little deceiving that you're in the 7th seed, coming from the LCQ, and I kind of want to hear from you how that past experience has prepared you for this finals, as you said, a lot of you are returning on the same team for this championship.
All of a sudden, it's kind of just like a Ramacha meta, and I've played like 3 championships so far where it's felt like it's Ramacha, so we're back in champs, it's Ramacha meta. I'm kind of just, I learned this all like a couple years ago, so it just feels like I'm, doing what I'm used to, and my teammates are also doing the same thing while also learning new things at the same time. And just, Valentine's always like a random pop-off team, so let's just hope we keep randomly popping off.
Yeah, speaking of popping off, I'm really curious how your team is kind of the discussions around the new patch, having a new hero come into play. How's the feeling of that moving forward as we're going to have to see a full meta change?
Yeah, I don't know. It's up to Blizzard. We'll see how Vendetta's numbers are. HK is really excited to play Vendetta, so I'm just hoping Smitcher or something goes down.
We need this intel for storyline, so this is great for us. Do you guys feel like this is going to be something that could maybe be a deciding factor to carry on these 2 great teams that could be ahead of you?
Oh, definitely. After a new patch, everyone's kind of running around like they don't know what's going on, so we're just going to hope to figure it out first.
Well, congratulations. Y'all deserve a great powwow, great friendship time. And we look forward to seeing more matchups from you today. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night. Good night. Oh, Tiny, the passion, power of friendship. I mean, I don't know. I think that also that last, that really got me in my field. The last hoorah, right? For a lot of these players kind of seeing where they're going to land next and having the meta changes is really kind of this formula. If they can use that really to carry them forward to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's kind of why they're called Valentine. I mean, their logo is a heart. They put all of their heart into playing the game, especially this particular team that. And they've been around the block. They know what they're doing. And Kindred makes very good points. We don't know what next weekend is going to bring.
I'm so excited.
Which is also terrifying, I think, from a player and team perspective.
And that too. We talked about Overwatch being a horror game as well. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But it also leaves a lot up in the air. So where you might not think you have a chance, perhaps that will change depending on that patch that I believe comes out on this Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. So that's something everybody will be keeping an eye out for.
Yeah, and if you just are tuning in, yes, we are wrapped up, but don't worry, we have a lot more to offer you guys. And those who've stuck around today, yes, thank you for all the good vibes. I've seen you all in the chat. You guys are adorable. Yeah, and we'll be talking more and obviously follow socials. I think it's really important to kind of share this momentum forward for a lot of these teams. Follow their storyline is so beautiful too, because they do quite a bit of roster changes and sometimes new players come in, and it's great to follow their storyline. So Congratulations to those who debuted today, even though, you know, might have not carried to victory. It still feels so good to kind of be recognized here with the Overwatch community, for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's so much talent that is within this community, and it's always a privilege to have the opportunity to highlight them and for all of you to come out and support them. But as Pao said, we still have more to come for next weekend, and we'll give you a little bit of sneak peek of what that is going to look like through our bracket that we have going on here. First, on the upper side is our number 1 and 2 seeds. Me and my friends gaming taking on the Dreamlight Starries in that upper final to see who will be the first within the grands. And me and my friends gaming have not dropped a map this tournament or last tournament, and I think they dropped 1 in the tournament before that. So if that says anything about the run this squad has been on, I say the Starries have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? Now you got a couple days to kind of reset, get your life together, get your homework in place, but then you got to find time to play with one another and really kind of lock in what had worked leading you up to these grand finals, and what in fact can be the deciding factor to take it all, right? We're at the end of the year, and like you've mentioned before, a lot of these teams and a lot of these players belong, you know, they play collegiately, so it's just like nonstop Overwatch, but in the back of their minds they know that they have this grand final that they need to secure.
Yeah, and because the patch is as open as it would be, there might be more surprises than we had of like, and I think that applies more to our lower bracket, the Exo Sakura versus Fable, a matchup we've seen plenty of times this year. And then Nightmare Eclipse versus Valentine, which ironically 2 of the teams that had made the top 3 in last year's finals. So these will be great games to be watching out for, all starting again on this coming Saturday at 12 p.m. Pacific, and that is what, 11 a.m. Pacific and 2 p.m. Eastern time. I'm in neither of those time zones, so I had to do some like mental gymnastics
mental math.
I know.
It's a morning show that goes all the way tonight, so it's a lot of Overwatch. But hey, listen, we love hanging with y'all. We love being here. We appreciate the good vibes in the chat. Thank you. This has been a dream of mine. I love Overwatch. It's stolen my heart since the beginning. I think I literally almost got emotional the first time we casted this, and so I feel like I'm getting my bearings. So I appreciate the Overwatch community for being so kind with me. And yeah, shout out to you, Tiny. It is such a pleasure casting with you. I learn always so much from just your style, your meta, everything, and how you know so much about the collegiate side of thing. I think you're a powerhouse, and we're so lucky to have you. And yeah, and shout out to Radiant as well. Just having this event, I think, is so important because this event just really focuses on marginalized groups. This is what it's all about. I think Blizzard coming and highlighting this with the power of Radiant, it's such a powerhouse of 2 giant teams coming together, and it's just been such a pleasure. And I hope we get to do it again.
Absolutely, and it's been, of course, a pleasure as always to cast with you, Pancake, and I hope everybody watching at home enjoyed it as well. Thank you again to Radiant for all of your work on production and the tournament organization side. That's going to go ahead and do it for us here on the broadcast today. Hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll see you on this next Saturday for the continuation and the finish of the playoffs.